Before we begin the daily routine, I do want to make a speaker's ruling on something from yesterday. Having reviewed yesterday the guidelines and rulings of previous speakers regarding statements by members, I must rule the two statements made by the Honourable Member for Cumberland North yesterday to be out of order on two grounds. The first is because the statements were quotations of someone else's words. Generally, members are not permitted to quote from a document during a statement, as documents are not permitted to be tabled during statements by members. A member who wishes to quote from a document during statements by members must put the document before the House then by tabling it during the order of business, tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. But even if the quotation had been tabled, the quotation was poetry, not prose. That brings me to the second ground, which is that the member statements are not to be used for recitation of poetry. Both guidelines were set out by Speaker Murphy during his speaker statement on October 20th, 2014. I would encourage all members to familiarize themselves again with the guidelines for statements by members. So in going forward, just keep that in mind, please. Thank you. We will begin with the daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. I beg leave to present a petition which reads as follows. Whereas over a quarter of those who are homeless for the first time are over the age of 60, and whereas nearly 6,000 people are on the wait list for public housing with an average wait time of 2 years, therefore be it resolved that the provincial government ban evictions of seniors whose incomes would qualify them for public housing until there is a place in public housing for them to go. This has been signed by a number of residents of Yonge Street and Connaught Avenue in the constituency of Halifax-Chebucto, and I have also signed it.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas today, on International Women's Day, it is fitting to highlight trailblazing progressive conservative women like Gladys Porter, the first woman elected to the legislature, Maxine Cochrane, the first female cabinet minister, and Marie Deckman, the first female deputy speaker, all members of the Progressive Conservative Party. Whereas the PC record of inclusion continues in the inspiring work of the intelligent women like the first female African Nova Scotia cabinet minister, Twyla Gross, the first female minister responsible for military relations, Barbara Adams, the first female government House leader.
Order. Just a friendly reminder to not use personal names, but members by either their government department or by their constituency. Continue, Mr. Premier.
Thank you so much. The first female government House leader, the MLA for Queens, surname Maslins. The first female MLA for Hants West. And of course, Madam Speaker, the first female speaker in this House of Assembly. And whereas this year alone, the government will invest over $7 million for salaries, staffing levels, and operating costs at 10 transition houses and 10 women's centers, in addition to the $9.8 million core funding, which represents the first funding increase to transition houses since 2014, Madam Speaker. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the legislature salute the work and legacy of the incredible contributions and impact of the PC women trailblazers and honor the women closest to us, which for me is my mother, an incredibly strong woman, and my sister, who have shown incredible strength over the past year. My mother-in-law, who is a true inspiration, a real miracle, to be honest. My wife, who carries so much. All of our partners know that in this profession. Many times it's hard to be difficult. It's difficult to be present mentally, even when you're present physically. My wife carries so much. I love her so dearly. And of course, my daughter, Paget, who won medals at Queen's Law, crushed the New York bar exam, and is currently making it in New York City. And if you can make it there, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas hundreds of Nova Scotians experienced the devastating impacts of last May's wildfires and are just now, almost 1 year later, beginning to rebuild their homes and their lives. And whereas my Director of Communications, Chrissy Matheson, and her family were one of the many Nova Scotians who lost their homes. And whereas on June 1st, 2023, 2 days after the fire, Chrissy was introduced to her future builder, Scott Reinhardt, who she discovered that day was a volunteer firefighter who fought on her home. And while he was unable to save her house, he had a hand in saving many other homes in the Westwood Hills neighborhood of Upper Tantallon, and even built her new home. Therefore, be resolved that the House of Assembly recognize Scott Reinhardt both in his role as a firefighter in a building for stepping up in many ways to respond to this emergency on the front lines, and to Scott's team for their hard work and dedication to build a family home a mere 10 months after it was lost, and to Chrissy and her family who moved back on March 1st. Welcome home. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Madam. I read my resolution. I beg leave to make introduction.
Yes, you may.
In the East Gallery, I'd like to bring everyone's attention to Ms. Christine Yang, the Manager of Market Development for the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture, and she is the subject of my resolution.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following congratulatory resolution. Whereas Christine Yang, Manager of Market Development at the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture, skillfully leads many projects to build the Nova Scotia seafood brand in global markets, and whereas through her passion for social justice, she has volunteered and helped to empower Asian immigrants and international students, and her advocacy work resulted in May being proclaimed Asian Heritage Month in Nova Scotia annually since 2020, and whereas Christine is one of 10 former international students from around the world recognized by the International Alumni of Impact Program with a scholarship being presented in her name. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly congratulate Christine Yang on her professionalism, her volunteer success, and thank her for her commitment to collaboration, positive change, and building a better, more inclusive Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. With all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Status of women, status of women.
And status of women. I should have known better. My apologies.
That is quite all right, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Madam Speaker. But before I read my government notice of motion, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my honor to introduce Tia Upshaw here with us in the Speaker's Gallery. I would like to thank Tia for joining us yet again, 2 days in a row. That's very impressive on this significant day, International Women's Day, for the opportunity to recognize her contributions, inspiration, and support for women in business, not only to this point in time, but for generations to come.
Welcome. Nice to have you here today again. I recognize the Honourable Member or Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration and Status of Women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas International Women's Day is March 8th with the theme Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress, and is a day to recognize and celebrate the remarkable women, girls, and individuals who identify as women who contribute to the strength and well-being of our communities. And whereas Halifax entrepreneur Tia Upshaw is passionate about supporting and uplifting Black women to construct a more inclusive entrepreneurial landscape and is the founder and CEO of Black Women in Excellence, a groundbreaking organization that provides a transformative space for Black women in Nova Scotia and Kelowna, BC to foster connections, collaborate, and thrive. And whereas Tia's unwavering dedication to empowering women and fostering entrepreneurship earned her a 2023 Human Rights Award named in honor of the late Burnley Allen Rocky Jones for her work to champion racial equality and foster economic empowerment for women of color. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join me in recognizing Tia for the important work she has done to invest in women and accelerating progress by breaking down barriers and unleash the potential for Black women and girls. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Any further government notices of motion? We'll now move on to introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2010, the Finance Act.
The Honourable Member for King South begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2010, the Finance Act.
Bill 432, an act to amend Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2010, the Finance Act.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to wish everyone a happy International Women's Day, and I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act, respecting speed limits near daycares.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act, respecting speed limits near daycares.
Bill 433, an act to amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act, respecting speed limits near daycares.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Any further introduction of bills? We'll now move on to notices of motion. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whereas the present NDP caucus contains the greatest percentage of women and non-binary persons ever to have been experienced in any Canadian jurisdiction, federally or provincially or territorially since Confederation, and whereas this is the direct result of decades of focusing on and prioritizing the leadership of women in every aspect of the life of the New Democratic Party, and whereas the NDP is the only caucus in this House led today by a woman, the MLA for Dartmouth South, therefore be it resolved that the legislature on International Women's Day calls upon all its bodies, structures, and standing committees to acknowledge and appreciate these historic and important features of the composition of the current House of Assembly of Nova Scotia. Yes, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate, and I retroactively ask, Madam Speaker, that this notice of motion may be debated on a future day. I request unanimous consent for this. Thank you.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Are there any further notices of motion? Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin my statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
Madam Speaker, in the East Gallery, I have guests visiting today, Lisa Bland from 3 Mile Plains and her husband, Navy Officer Alan Bland, and I ask that the host give a warm welcome.
Welcome. Nice to have you here today. I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Madam Speaker, in honor of International Women's Day, I rise to recognize Lisa Bland of 3 Mile Plains. Lisa is actively involved in our community, leading her expertise over the years to guiding groups, and recently earned her District Commissioner pin for the Hants District Girl Guides of Canada. She is a member of the Valley region of the Council on African Canadian Education and a strong advocate for wellness within an organization for health and justice. The Black Doula Toolkit she created not only addresses common health concerns for pregnant women of African descent, but also is a resource to assist with parenting, advocacy in healthcare, and birth planning. Lisa is a busy mom of 2, wife of a Navy officer, hobby farm enthusiast, and a registered nurse who has stepped slightly away from her work in women's health for a research role at Dalhousie University. Madam Speaker, I have no doubt that Lisa will continue to be a very strong community leader, and I thank her for all that she does. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you. I draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where we have a group of amazing volunteers about whom I'm about to read a member's statement. In the gallery, we have the members of Cole Harbour Cares, and I'd ask you to rise when I say your name. Diana and Danny Goods, Ann Woods, Chris James, Dougal Kennedy, Marika Simons, and Nancy Bowes, who I should say, when the member earlier read the statement talking about the decades of work that has gone into the New Democratic Party and the component of our caucus, played a major role in that. So please receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome. Nice to have you here today to join us. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I want to honor Cole Harbour Cares, a group of volunteers who spent just shy of a decade helping newcomers settle in our province. The group worked tirelessly to bring 2 families to Nova Scotia, the Calanes, a mom and dad and 3 children, as well as the Alasadis, a mom, dad, 3 kids, and they have since welcomed a 4th child since arriving. Every member of both families are now Canadian citizens. Cole Harbour Cares had more than 30 volunteers and dozens of donors support them over the years, coming from 2 different denominations in the community, as well as the community at large with no religious affiliation. Supporters gave their time and money, their furniture, their household goods, and found a suitable first apartment for each family. Most importantly, they supported the newcomers in their first years in Canada. Tutoring to help children adapt to Canadian schools, help with finding doctors and dentists, driving teenage kids to soccer, cheering at the games, helping to find jobs, and adjusting to new languages, culture, and climate. Madam Speaker, please join me in thanking Cole Harbour Cares for their decade of community support.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize our dental assistants across the province who are primarily women. Dental assistants are an integral member of patient safety, care, and enhanced patient satisfaction in dental offices around the world. A qualified dental assistant completes formal education, passes national certificate exams, and upholds professional standards for safe, skilled patient care. They certainly are an essential component of everyday dental practice here in Nova Scotia. March 3rd to the 10th has been designated by the Canadian Dental Assistants Association as the perfect time to acknowledge and recognize this versatile, multi-talented member of the dental team. Madam Speaker, I ask this House to join me in thanking dental assistants in Nova Scotia for all their contributions toward preventative health care. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, on International Women's Day, we celebrate the remarkable strength and unwavering determination of women across the globe. Among these 3 incredible women are my 3 daughters, whose journey embodies the essence of perseverance and dedication. Our eldest daughter, Tara, an honors graduate at Harvard University, entered the business world following the completion of 3 degrees. She is currently the CEO of a surgical health company located near Los Angeles, California. She was also a member of the Harvard's NCAA hockey championship team and also found time to play on the university softball team. Ashley, whose rank is commander in the Canadian Armed Forces, is presently working with the Office of the Judge Advocate Council as a legal officer. She is the only Canadian legal officer at NORAD headquarters in Colorado Springs, Colorado. She also played 5 years of university hockey at Queen's and UNB. Our youngest daughter, Krista, a stellar rugby player at McGill University, completed her undergraduate degree, attended the medical school at Dalhousie, returned to McGill to train as an ER doctor, and is currently working in our beautiful province. They have become role models for future generations of women. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Please go ahead.
I think in the East Gallery, and I'll ask them to rise as I say their names. We are joined today by Ms. Erin Casey, Mr. Hank Van Leeuwen, Dr. Wendy Carroll, and the Reverend Dr. Jay McGrath. And I'd ask everyone to provide them with a warm welcome.
Thank you for joining us today. Welcome. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise on International Women's Day to recognize Dr. Wendy Carroll and Ms. Erin Casey, leaders in the fight to end the misuse of non-disclosure agreements in cases of sexual harassment, assault, and abuse. Aaron and Wendy lived for more than a decade with an NDA related to workplace misconduct at UPEI. Through groundbreaking reconciliation work, in collaboration with new leadership at UPEI, they are partially released and sharing their expertise. NDAs create an impenetrable wall of silence around workplace misconduct. Wendy and Aaron's mission is to help us understand why limiting the use of NDAs matter. The equity of women and gender diverse Nova Scotians in the workplace hangs in the balance, not just their right to safety, but to career success, advancement, and security. Every day, taxpayers' dollars are spent on legal fees to protect perpetrators. I asked you to welcome Aaron and Wendy and to recognize that workplace safety and gender equity is not controversial or political, but a human right.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On International Women's Day, I just want to recognize the 3 girls at home that I am blessed to have as a family. I always say I'm in 4th place. Probably 5th place behind the cat, but that's all right. But I rise my place today to recognize 2 little girls that amaze me each and every day. They're getting a little older, as our kids do, and they get involved with a lot, and you see them kind of find their own path as they go. And I want to recognize my wife, Stephanie, who's a Learning Center teacher in the school system, and she's dedicated her life to helping kids. So I rise in my place, happy to be in 5th place in my family, but I love you all. You're home today because there's no school in Cape Breton, and I look forward to seeing you when I get home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I would like to say I'm happy to be standing here to celebrate International Women's Day, and I wish everyone a happy Women's International Day, but I never do this. Not very often. I want to talk about my children, and specifically one. I have 3 beautiful children. Sebastian, aka Sebi, Maddie, aka Maddie Cakes, and Logan, aka Logie Bear, who turns 27. And as a single mother, I tried to instill strength, and I'm sorry, my kids are my everything, so I get a little choked up. Hard work, respect, love, determination. I've taught all my children that if they work the hardest and they work the smartest, and even if they're the last ones being hired, they will not be the first ones fired. And all 3 of my children, especially my son, show that every day. Graduated college, went through more things than anybody can understand. I just want to say happy birthday, Logie Bear. I love you so much. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I make a member statement, I would like to make a quick introduction, not related to my member statement.
Please go ahead.
Great. Just joining us just now in the gallery are a group of French immersion students from Dartmouth High School, which is, I think the member from Dartmouth South and I kind of argue over which riding it's in, but anyway, it's like on the border of Dartmouth South, Dartmouth North. Cette semaine, c'est le semaine de l'éducation en francophonie. Maybe that's why the French immersion students have chosen this day to come. I hope it is. But I'd like to welcome their teachers, Holson Etienne and Catherine Sims, and the students Shamar Borden, Kay Garrison, John Cluett, Luke Valancourt, Connor McPhee, Leon McClellan, Nolan Stevens, and Taya Brion. So welcome, everyone. And anyone else who I might have missed.
Welcome to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. It's really great to have you here. The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And on today, International Women's Day, I want to make mention of a number of amazing women who help us in the NDP caucus do our work every day. We are behind every powerful women politician. There's a whole team of other powerful women. And so I'd like to name them today and thank them so much for working so hard, especially on these hours of the session. Meredith O'Hara, Emily Stapleton, Lori Oliver, Evelyn Hornbeck, Grace Such, Abby Cameron, Lauren Scabar, and then in our constituency offices, there is Anne and Donna in Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, Aisha and Amina in Halifax Needham, Shauna in Dartmouth South, Rebecca and Sandy in Dartmouth North, Sandy and Tessa in Halifax Chiboucto, and Jen and Amina in Halifax Citadel Sable Island. So thank you to all of those amazing people.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, on International Women's Day, I stand to recognize many outstanding women small business owners in our communities, including Amanda Cluett, a Dartmouth native who started Black Bow Gift Company in 2019, operating out of her home, where the business pretty much took over her whole house in the Russell Lake area. After seeing steady annual growth, Amanda has recently moved her custom gift box business to a commercial space not far from her home to Mount Hope Avenue. Her new location's ideal for assembling her custom gift boxes for birthdays, anniversaries, and corporate functions. Black Bow Gift Company has 6 employees with an increased workforce during the holiday season when she's the busiest. Amanda works with businesses on their vision, loves making the gifts unique for her clients. I ask that the members of the House of Assembly join me in wishing Amanda and all women small business owners continued business success in their new Dartmouth location for Black Bow Gift Company. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on this International Women's Day, I rise to recognize and acknowledge the most important women in my life. There are many, including the amazing women we're all surrounded by in this House, but there are 6 that I would like to highlight. Number 1, my partner, my best friend, and the most impressive woman I have ever met, Kelly Brennan. She is so kind, so caring. She does so much work looking after our entire family while I'm here. I thank you, I love you, and I'm so lucky to be loved by you. Number 2, my fun-loving, charismatic, athletic daughter, Maya Ray Smith. She is 11, going on 17, loves everything Taylor Swift, and is truly the joy of my life. I love you, Peanut. Number 3, my mother, Beverly, a 35-year career educator. She impacted generations of youth in Sheet Harbour. She's recently taken a liking to Ledge TV, Madam Speaker, and she's a huge fan of yours. Number 4, my mother-in-law, Mary Eliza Humphrey. She's one of the strongest and most independent women I know. She's an amazing role model. She's been so helpful to Kelly and I with the kids. Number 5, my executive associate, Kim Preeper. She's so loyal and dedicated to the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture team. Thank you for all you do, Preeps. Number 6, my constituency associate, Kelly Corkery. Kelly's an incredible asset for the Eastern Shore. No one cares more about the people and the work that they do than she does. I miss being in the office with you, Kelly. I ask the host to join me in recognizing these special women. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
I rise today to acknowledge International Women's Day. We stand on the shoulders of strong women who open doors so we can step through, take their own chairs to meetings when others try to shut them out, break glass ceilings, stand up for the rights of others, and name sexism and misogyny. Strong women surround me, the women in my family, and a shout out to my mother, who is a leader in her own right, my closest friends, women in my community, and my colleagues, my friends, who lead by example and spend every day tearing down the patriarchy to build a more inclusive and equitable workplace, community, and province. Speaker, women have voices. They deserve to be heard and listened to without being shut down, dismissed, or bullied. Yet, we still have a long way to go to become a more inclusive and equitable province, country, and world. I want to acknowledge the women who were denied their rightful place, who had their voices silenced and who had their dreams taken from them. You are not forgotten, and we hear you.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Madam Speaker, in Nova Scotia, there are remarkable citizens who quietly work tirelessly as advocates for individuals and community. David Daniels of Wolfville is one of those individuals. David has spent hundreds of hours keeping governments accountable, particularly with respect to municipal planning, accessibility, and transparency. David has also spent the past 20 years working with Nova Scotia Legal Aid, supporting and defending the rights of many Nova Scotians who cannot afford representation. David, who has a generous, compassionate, intelligent legal mind, was recently awarded the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medal, recognizing his significant contribution to social justice in the Valley. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating David Daniels on this well-deserved award and thank him for all that he has given to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough Tracadie.
Madam Speaker. Today is International Women's Day. The organization responsible for the day says today is a global celebration of the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. And when I think about political achievements, Madam Speaker, I think of the women who sit in this chamber. I'm incredibly proud to serve with them, and I'm proud of the number of firsts we have, thanks to our Premier, who stole a bit of my thunder, I will admit, but it bears repeating. First, the first female African Nova Scotia cabinet minister, the first female Speaker of the Legislature, the first female government House leader, the first female economic development minister, the first female Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration, the first female Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care, and who was also the first female Minister of Military Relations. Wow, what a list. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this legislature join me in congratulating these amazing women. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham. No, I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to mark International Women's Day with the theme of Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. Imagine a world free of bias and stereotypes, a gender-equal world free of discrimination, a world that is diverse, equitable, and inclusive, a world where our differences are valued, appreciated, and celebrated, a world where my young girls can be who they are and embrace their unique selves. This year's theme is meant to inspire inclusion. When we inspire others to understand and value women's inclusion, we create a better world. So let's step up, step forward in solidarity, and help to forge an inclusive world for women around Nova Scotia and the world. Let us collectively call out stereotypes, challenge bias, and end discrimination. Let's uplift, celebrate women's achievement, and inspire inclusion. Black girl power.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. March 8th is International Women's Day. It is a global day to recognize and celebrate women's and girls' social, economical, cultural, and political achievement. I would like to take this opportunity today and to mention individuals who made my life and where I am today, specifically my mother, who was a single mother and a disabled, and she's not with me today, but I would like to take this opportunity and to acknowledge. Secondly, I would like to also to acknowledge my lovely wife, Sudi Jelle, my 3 daughters, Lul Ibrahim, Asha Ibrahim, and Qali Ibrahim. We know every good man, there is a woman behind. We as a mans, we show up places to show our muscles, but we know who's behind those muscles. And I will ask members of this House to join me and to salute all women in this earth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we celebrate International Women's Day theme of Inspire Inclusion, I rise to talk about some of the women who have had an impact in this legislature over the past 64 years, when women were not readily accepted into this legislature. Back in 1960, when women rarely ran for political office, Gladys Porter was elected in Kings North as the first female MLA in Nova Scotia. Prior to that, Gladys had been elected in 1946 as the first female mayor in the Maritimes. She was a strong female voice where none had existed before. In 1985, Maxine Cochrane of Lunenburg Centre became the first female cabinet minister in Nova Scotia. I also want to recognize my amazing constituency assistant, Lisa Rochon, my staff, J.M. Morales, Janet Smith, and Nadine Popke, and send a shout out to my beautiful daughters-in-law, Elise Lavoie and Pascal Martel, and my wonderful stepdaughter, Melanie Lucas Ronahan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Chebucto.
Thank you. It is, I think, not inappropriate to mark International Women's Day by congratulating the Mount St. Vincent University Faculty Association on achieving a settlement this week in their strike, which began nearly 4 weeks ago on February 12th. The more than 160 faculty, librarians, and lab instructors of the union voted 93% in favor of the collective agreement on Tuesday. Union members were back to work Wednesday and classes resumed yesterday. The settlement includes important advances in equity, diversity, and inclusion, in salaries, and in pregnancy leave. A majority of Mount St. Vincent's faculty are women. The union has continually pointed out the gendered character of the Mounts faculty being amongst the lowest paid in the province. Happy March 8th to the MSVUFA.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to, today on International Women's Day, stand and thank the most important women in my life. My mother, who brought me up as a single mother, Joanne Bashara, who has ensured I've never lived a day without unconditional love and support. My wife, Dr. Katie Churchill, who is the greatest source of strength and self-awareness that I have, and whose love, kindness, intelligence, and wit has helped make me a better father, husband, and hopefully a better person. And the two joys of my life, my daughters, Cecilia Louise Churchill and Eva Irene Churchill, who fill my heart with joy and love and fear every day, and when I'm apart from them, with great longing as well. And I do want to also thank my constituent assistant, Jacqueline Daly, who's been with me since I started this in 2010. Thank them all for helping me do what I do and filling my life with support and friendship and love.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I was elected in 2017, there were no women in leadership positions in this chamber. But subsequently, we have seen a change. We have seen the first woman government House Leader, the member for Shelburne. We've seen our own House Leader, Queens, rather. Thank you. We've seen the member for Dartmouth North, who is our House Leader. We saw the member for Pictou West, Madam Speaker, who became an interim leader and is now the Speaker of the House. I want to echo the thanks for, on this day, when we lift up all women, all of the women who came before. The government has pointed out all of the progressive conservative women that are part of that canon, but of course there are many more. I think of Alexa McDonough, of course, who served in this chamber and who serves as an example for me. I think of all of my women colleagues on all sides of the House. Pardon? And I think of the need for more women. When I spoke in a school lately, I was asked the question, is it hard for a woman to become an MLA? And I said, well, half of the MLAs are not yet women, so the answer must be yes. So let's lift each other all up and make sure we have representation in this chamber.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyll.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to say a few words about the two most important women in my life as we celebrate International Women's Day. Of course, I'm speaking about my mom, Odette, and my grandmother, Donna, who was affectionately known to me as Mayor. You know, both have had such an important role in my life. Certainly, Mom as a single mother, and Mayor always being there to support our family. So I'm forever grateful to both of them. You know, Mom continues to inspire me, and as you know, I travel through my constituency and hear so many positive things about her and her profession as a nurse. And Mayor, you know, who is probably watching right now, has put aside the soap operas and now turns on Ledge TV instead. So I think there's probably higher ratings for Ledge TV nowadays than all my children that I watched with her when I was young. But even though I'm more than 3 hours away from home, Madam Speaker, I hold both of these women very close to my heart, and I want to recognize them for the special people that they are, the special women that they are, and thank them very much, and I love them both so much. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and as well on International Women's Day, I'd like to thank all of the women in my life, my mom, Donna, my wife, Jean, my daughter, Emily, mother-in-law, Carol, my wife's twin sister, Janet. They're all strong role models for their families, and I couldn't do my job without the support back home. and here as well. So, and all to my colleagues in the House, happy Women's Day, International Women's Day, and let's look forward to a great year ahead. Thank you.
Well, I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, the Professional Women's Hockey League premiered on January 1st, 2024 with a game between Toronto and New York. On that historic New Year's Day, there were many players from Nova Scotia on the ice, as there has been since. Nova Scotians making herstory in the PWHL include Toronto players Captain Blair Turnbull of Stellarton, defender Ali Monroe of Yarmouth, and goaltender Carly C.J. Jackson of Amherst. Jill Saunier of Halifax and plays forward with New York. As I speak, the PWHL Toronto is actually on an 8-game winning streak. That's the longest current winning streak for men's or women's professional hockey. Yarmouth's Ali Monroe got her first goal of the league on Wednesday night, contributing to the 3-1 win over Boston. Tonight, on International Women's Day, no less, Toronto goes up against the league's current #1 team, Montreal, and Montreal's captain clutch, Marie-Philippe Poulin. I wish all of the Nova Scotia players just the best inaugural season and thank them for being possibility models for all the young women and gender nonconforming youth like my daughter who play hockey in this province and around the world. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Madam Speaker, on this, the International Women's Day, it is fitting that I rise to speak about Meredith Layton, a lifetime citizen of Great Village. She was a founding member of the Great Village and District Volunteer Fire Brigades Ladies Auxiliaries, which is celebrating 50 years of service. Madam Speaker, Meredith has a long history of participating in various fundraising activities over the years in her community. She has served as a board member of the Elizabeth Bishop Society, the Women's Institute, the Great Village Historical Society, and the Friends of St. James United Church. Madam Speaker, along with her husband, Meredith operated R.F. Layton's General Store, which was a mainstay in the community for close to 40 years. Madam Speaker, I wish all members of this legislature to join me in thanking Meredith for her volunteerism, for helping make Great Village a wonderful place to live, and to be a shining example of the leadership role women have played in our small rural communities over the years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize a multi-talented maker whose work can be seen around Halifax Citadel Sable Island and beyond. Taylor Fern Paul is a Mi'kmaq artist, metal fabricator, and activist based in Chibouctuk who makes both art and shares art making with her community. Locally, her work has been shown at Nocturne, the Dalhousie Weldon Law Building, and the Museum of Natural History. Taylor is also a public speaker who raises awareness around social and environmental issues, and her art skills go hand in hand with this. Last fall, she led the creation of a community placemaking artwork at the corner of Larch and Jennings Street to encourage trust and cooperation in the area. Most recently, Taylor created beautiful red dress prints for community gatherings honoring missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited folks. Where art needs activism and where activism needs art, you'll find Taylor's work. Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues in the House to join me in congratulating Taylor for using her art and voice to make Chibouctuk a better place for all.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to wish everyone a happy International Women's Day. I just want to recognize my wife, Tina Dodman, which I love very much. We've been married for 25 years and together for 34 years. She supported me throughout my life. I also want to recognize my daughter, Mathea LeBlanc, who's started teaching this year in the CSAP. She's a Special Olympic swim coach. I'm very proud of her, love her. And I have to say, recognize my mother-in-law, Ann Dodman, who I'm sure she's watching right now. I want to say I really appreciate all she's done for me over my life, taking care of our daughter when we were both working. So I really love all three of them, and I just want to stand up and recognize them. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I recognize the honourable member for Colchester Muscatawba Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
How could I forget?
Appreciate that. Madam Speaker, I rise today to join in celebration of International Women's Day. This year's theme is Inspire Inclusion, and I'm honored to be surrounded by strong, smart women who inspire me every day. Before I get on to the caucuses, I just want to name two who are with me all the time to support and to keep me going. My daughter, Stacy, and my constituency assistant, Kim. They're just amazing. I look around our caucuses and I see 10 amazing women in ours, and I also see many across the aisle as well. They're amazing women that put their names on a ballot, and they're so strong that they have chosen to represent their residents here in this legislature. I look at women like the member of the Hants West, who was the first woman elected in the district. I look at women like the members of Antigonish and Lunenburg West, who are doing remarkable jobs in their departments and have an impact on the lives of all Nova Scotians. I am privileged, really am privileged, folks, to be sitting with all of these remarkable women on this day. Where we are talking about women who inspire, I want to thank each and every one of them for all that they do in this province. Thank you all.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. April 21st to 27, 2024 is National Organ and Tissue Awareness Donation Week. Advocate Karen McLeod has been battling graft versus host disease since receiving an allogenic stem cell transplant to treat life-threatening leukemia in May 2015. GVHD occurs when the donated stem cells recognize the recipient's body as foreign and attacks the body. It can cause people like Karen to experience a whole host of health issues that are often chronic. Karen receives treatment called extracorporeal photopheresis, ECP for short, in New Brunswick to receive this and goes to New Brunswick to receive this treatment. The treatments make Karen's symptoms more manageable, improve her quality of life, and means that she does not require as much medication. However, traveling out of province has been financially and physically demanding. Madam Speaker, Karen and many Nova Scotians are requesting Nova Scotia begin offering treatment in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, I also would like to wish everyone a happy International Women's Day. I'd like to acknowledge my mom, Lynn, who raised 3 kids, who worked as a nurse in emergency, palliative care, and beyond in the Valley for many years, as a community volunteer and a leader. I want to acknowledge my mother-in-law, Florence, who's in the Netherlands, and especially my wife, who immigrated in 2013, has started several successful businesses here in Nova Scotia and has done an exceptional job as the mother of our 2 boys. So I wish those 2 women happy International Women's Day, the women of this House and beyond. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate International Women's Day, but also to recognize women who have inspired and continue to guide me to be the person that I am today. The West sisters, Mary, Beatrice, and Shirley West, my mom and my aunties. As young girls, they grew up singing in Africville in the back porch of their home, directed by my nanny. Their voices were so beautiful and powerful that folks said that you could hear them outside as you walked by. Later in life, they traveled the province singing gospel music and was one of the very few groups who sang a cappella. They were asked to sing everywheres, lifting their voice in song. These women have inspired and invested in me throughout my life and have continued to uplift and guide me. I'm truly thankful to have been born into such a powerhouse of a family led by strong, resilient women, and I just want to say thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Madam Speaker, I can think of no better day than International Women's Day to rise and congratulate Linda McCormick. Linda has received the 2023 Provincial Volunteer Award for her outstanding volunteer efforts. Linda has been volunteering in many roles around the Spring Hill area for more than 15 years, including the Salvation Army Food Bank, a leadership role in a Hand Up Society, a charitable organization that assists with food security in both Parsbro and Spring Hill. Linda has helped create and source funding streams for a weekly food bag program called Food for Thought that provides students in need access to nutritious food for their families at no cost. Recognizing the need for additional milk products, protein, and fresh produce, Linda created a coupon program for local purchases of these items. Linda also organized a campaign in memory of her son, Curtis, raising over $50,000 for the Ronald McDonald House in Halifax. Linda's energy and passion for helping others is an inspiration. Please join me in congratulating Linda, and I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize my beautiful wife, Tracy, today, my mother, and my bright, beautiful, spirited daughter, Briar. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Madam Speaker, I would be remiss today if I didn't take this opportunity to thank the women of this chamber because I get to sit in here with them and I learn from them every day. Sometimes I don't like the lesson they taught me, but I have to say that I learn from them every day, and I'm so proud to be sitting in this chamber with them. I also want to thank the Honourable Francine Cosman, who was the first member from Bedford to sit in this chamber, who was a woman. She was also the first Liberal, but anyway. But I do want to point out to folks in this chamber that we have legislation before this chamber that we could pass that would change the lives of women in this province, and that's to prohibit the use of NDAs. And so all of these sentiments are lovely and wonderful, but if we really care about women, we need to pass that legislation now.
Hear, hear.
Order, please. Order. I'd like to remind the honourable member that member statements are not supposed to reflect any discussion of bills that have been put before the chamber here. So just a friendly reminder that excuse me? So again, just a friendly reminder that orders that are on the paper are not to be put in statement members. They're to be debated later. So just a friendly reminder with that. I also just want to take this opportunity to say Happy International Women's Day to everyone here in the chamber, as well as it was really refreshing to listen to all members speak about the successes of all sides here in the chamber. And so happy International Women's Day. It was really nice to listen to all of your statements. I recognize the honourable member for order. We will now go to questions put by members to ministers. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 2.5 short years, this Premier has overseen this province going from one of the most affordable places to live in the country to one of the most expensive. We have the second lowest weekly wages in Canada. We still have some of the highest taxes, and a key driver of increasing costs for people has been the increase in our power bills, despite the fact that the Premier said he would limit any non-fuel increase in power rates to 1.8% and do everything he could to protect ratepayers. We have seen power rates go up by over 14%. Madam Speaker, this winter, individuals like Danielle Fraser of Westville are saying their energy costs have tripled. Could the Premier please tell us what he's going to do to ensure that energy poverty doesn't keep increasing here in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member for this important question. Obviously, affordability is something on the top of minds of all Nova Scotians. The cost of electricity in this province is certainly part of that, for sure. So we're focused on that. We've taken a number of steps in terms of legislation to try and make sure that there's a better balance between Nova Scotia Power and the ratepayers of the province. There's a bill before the House right now that's an important piece of legislation. I hope the members support that bill. There's no need for a filibuster on that bill. That's actually a bill that will, in fact, in the fullness of time, break the monopoly, an expression that that member will be familiar with because they campaigned on it 10 years ago and didn't do a darn thing to do it, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Madam Speaker, let's look at the record of this government's legislation on power bills. The Premier promised in his first session that he would keep power rates low. His legislation actually drove power rates up higher than they initially were going to go. And now what's the Premier doing to cover his tracks on this? He is using $117 million of taxpayers' money to buy Nova Scotia Power's debt that he drove up himself. He is the first Premier in this province to give this amount of taxpayers' money to Nova Scotia Power and then ask ratepayers to pay it back with interest. Guess what? It's the same people. Madam Speaker, this Premier does not have a record on keeping power rates low, and that's why energy poverty is now at 43% of ratepayers are experiencing it. Madam Speaker, will the Premier please tell us exactly how he's going to lower power rates for Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, once again, and members of this chamber will be familiar with this, but the member has the facts completely wrong. They're totally misrepresenting this statement. The reality is we have a big demand for fossil fuel in this province. We have a move. We have plans to change the makeup of the grid for sure. There's been a lot of work done on that. We put it in actually legislation. But in the meantime, while we're dependent on commodities priced on the international market, Nova Scotia Power has the ability through the UARB every year to true it up. They go to UARB and say, this is what we think will happen in prices of commodities. This is the rate we think we need. At the end, they're allowed to true it up. The rate shock that would appear to Nova Scotians from allowing that just to proceed could have put rates up on the commercial rate by almost 15% and on the residential by almost 10%. We said that's not fair to Nova Scotians. We're going to amortize that over.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, we're close to 3 years into this government's mandate. We're still burning the same amount of coal that we did at the beginning of it, Madam Speaker. This Premier has not taken action on this. This Premier promised this House and Nova Scotians that he had a plan to keep power rates low. But of course, when people had oil that wasn't delivered to them because Maritime Fuels went bankrupt, the Premier wouldn't even step in to help them. He's cut back energy rebate programs. He has done things that have made energy more expensive in this province, including the legislation he brought in that actually drove interest payments up for Nova Scotia Power, drove their credit rating down, and now ratepayers are on the hook, not just for that, but for the Premier's taxpayers' money that's now going to Nova Scotia Power. Madam Speaker, does the Premier not see that his record on this file is a complete failure?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to finish the point on the fuel adjustment mechanism because that was building up since 2018. We inherited a spring that was wound pretty tight, Madam Speaker, from a lack of action from the prior government. And when it unwound, it would have caused significant rate shocks. So what we've said is Nova Scotia Power will finance that over 10 years instead of in 1 year. That's a significant, without that, Madam Speaker, that's absolutely necessary to clean up some of the messes that we were faced when we came to government. And I would just say to the honourable member, I would remind him that the only failure that we've seen in this chamber is the failure of the Liberal Party to ultimately totally conceal the misuse of taxpayer funds. They tried really hard to conceal it. The Auditor General reported on the fact that they tried to conceal the theft of taxpayer money until after the election because they're all about Liberals first. We're about Nova Scotians first. Happy to table the Auditor General's report where the Auditor General, it's actually entitled Report on Misuse of Public Funds at the Liberal Association.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On International Women's Day, I want to remind the Premier that there is near universal public support for restricting the abuse of non-disclosure agreements. Prince Edward Island and Saskatchewan have introduced their own legislation. 94% of members of the Canadian Bar Association support this. Acadia and King's University support this. And the Nova Scotia Federation of Labour, including the Nova Scotia General Employees Union and the Nova Scotia Nurses Union, support this. All of these organizations have vocally called for this government to protect the survivors of sexual assault and harassment from being silenced, and yet this government refuses to take action. Why won't the Premier act to stop the abuse of non-disclosure agreements?
I I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. Supporting survivors with sensitivity and respect is important, and the province agrees. Like nobody wants to see non-disclosure agreements used to silence victims. Nobody wants to see that. But we believe that survivors should have the option to make an informed choice on whether or not to sign an NDA. It's currently an option. There's no good options when you're a survivor of a sexual assault, Madam Speaker, but one of the options today is to sign an NDA. That's an option that is available. We're concerned about removing that option from survivors. But I would say Nova Scotia, or PEI, is the only province with broad legislation. But in Manitoba, the Manitoba Law Reform Commission recommended against NDA legislation.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
According to lawyer Ron Pink, this is not an option. There is an option, I should point out, in the bill before the House, but this is not an option. What Ron Pink says is that these things are signed for one purpose: to protect the male harasser. And the male harasser then goes on to do it again. And he can continue to do it because he can buy his way out. That's what's going on. That's a quote. We have extensive evidence of this. Close to home, the University of PEI scandal, the World Junior Hockey Championships here in Halifax, and countless other cases where victims are barred from speaking out. They did not have a choice. Despite this, the Minister of Justice continues to claim that there are pros and cons to the issue. Can the Premier clarify, what are the pros?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there are no pros when you're a victim of a sexual assault. These are awful circumstances for sure, and we want to be sensitive to that. But I have heard, I would tell the member, I have heard from survivors who have entered into NDAs, and they tell me, I can't talk about it publicly, but I just want you to know that this was an important option for me, and I am thankful that it was there for me to take. Obviously not for everyone. These are complicated, very, very personal decisions, but I would just tell the member that there is another side to this story, and I do hear from survivors who have entered into them, and they were happy that it was an option. Not happy, but they were appreciative that option. They asked me not to remove that option from those who may want to choose it.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
The Premier will be glad to know we could retain that option and still protect victims. But since we're in the business of drawing parallels this week, here's another one. Just like with the Coastal Protection Act, this government was initially favorable to the idea of legislation restricting the use. They spent months, years actually, conducting endless rounds of jurisdictional scans and research, only finally to announce that although they disagree with the misuse of non-disclosure agreements, they actually plan to do nothing to stop it, despite mounting support from the public and organizations alike. The minister said that this government considered multiple factors but couldn't explain the about face. The Premier has said he's talked to people. Can the Premier tell me, who is he listening to? And is it the silent majority again, or can he actually table evidence of conversations he's had that have led him to this terrible decision?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's an unfortunate situation when we can compare surviving a sexual assault to armor rock on a coastline. But what I would say is I have heard from people who are survivors, who have entered into an NDA, and they tell me it was an important thing for them at that time. So we're totally sympathetic. I'm not a survivor. I can't put myself in those shoes, but I can try to imagine the emotions of it. And it's a serious topic. It's not one to be bantied around on the floor of the legislature. I want to assure all members. I want to assure.
Order. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to assure all Nova Scotians that we take this matter with the very serious, in the very serious manner that it needs to be taken. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that women are disproportionately impacted by the misuse of non-disclosure agreements in the use of sexual assault cases. Despite more than 15,000 people signing a petition to ban NDAs, this government refuses to protect women, and I'll table that. It's a common theme. People speak out asking this government to enact change, and yet they look away. My question to the Premier is, what does he have to say to the 15,000 people who petitioned asking him to ban the misuse of NDAs in this province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, I'm acting on behalf of the Minister of Justice today, and again, to repeat what the Premier has already indicated, we recognize how traumatic this is. This is a very difficult moment in people's lives when they have these issues. We respect that. We want to support survivors. We want to work with them, but we do believe that what I can say is that this is not an option that is considerably being considered by our Department of Justice, which continues to look at jurisdictions across North America, including Manitoba, including New York, which have made these decisions that this is not the right option to eliminate this option of NDAs.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour-Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For months, this government wouldn't act on NDAs and stalled under the excuse of being a jurisdictional scan being done. Well, Madam Speaker, I have another jurisdiction to add to the list of those that have banned the misuse of NDAs, Utah, and I'll table that. But even though Utah is ranked at the worst state for women's equality, they are doing more than this government to protect people in cases of sexual assault. Madam Speaker, it is time on this International Women's Day to support and protect women and ban the misuse of NDAs. Does the Premier agree? Don't want to silence victims, but actions speak louder than words.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for raising this important question. And yes, the Minister of Justice and others have answered this question in the House, and the answer stays as is. But, Madam Speaker, we know the importance also, of course, of International Women's Day, and to think about the ways in which we're supporting women and others who have experienced sexual violence, and thinking about ways in which we can prevent that from happening in the first place. And that's why I am so proud of this government for investing in transition houses and women's centres to continue this great work, because, Madam Speaker, solutions are driven at the community level, and that's what I embrace as a minister, and that's what I know this government embraces. So we're going to continue to support women in their time of need in every possible way that we can.
Good job.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's embarrassing to stand here in this chamber as a woman today and to listen to the comments being made by the Premier and his members. There's no defense to not changing the laws around the misuse of NDAs in this province. There is no excuse. We know better. We know NDAs are being used to silence victims of sexual assault, harassment, violence, and battery. My question to the Premier is, how can he continue to silence victims and hold up perpetrators of sexual assault in this province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing, representing the Minister of Justice.
So, Madam Speaker, again, on behalf of the Minister of Justice, we do care. We want to support survivors of sexual abuse, and as the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration mentioned, there's a number of things that we are doing as government to continue to do that, and we recognize this is how extraordinarily a traumatic moment this is for people. Yet we look at what other jurisdictions are doing across North America who have done the deep dive into this and decided that this was an option that may be in some cases appropriate, so not wanting to take that away. We respect that. Meanwhile, I can say that the Department of Justice continues to watch this very closely and continue to monitor it. So we want to express that we know that this is not an easy question, and should this option be available, that's a question that we struggle with too.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, it's indefensible. It's indefensible. There is absolutely nothing that the members opposite can say to defend their decision to continue the misuse of NDAs in this province. I've seen it for too long. The first victim I met was in 2002, and it was a doctor in Cumberland County that used NDAs to silence victims, and that person went on to harm so many people. And it was all because they had the ability to use money and an NDA to silence their victims and continue to harm more. We all know victims. Madam Speaker, again, I ask the Premier, how can he defend his decision to hold up perpetrators and silence victims of sexual assault in this province? Answer the question.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Status of Women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for raising this important question. We know how passionate the member is in being able to feel the...
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, the question has been addressed and raised. But Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity again to acknowledge the incredible investment that has been made to women's centres across this province, to transition houses across this province. We know that women and those who identify as women and gender diverse people deserve support in their time of need, and these organizations do incredible work to support and lift women up and others in their time of need. We're going to continue to make those investments, engage in difficult conversations on an ongoing basis, Madam Speaker. We're committed to that work and we'll keep doing it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last fall, I was filling in for our leader at Cabinet Outs, and I watched as the Minister of Justice spoke to reporters about this particular issue. And he said, yes, he knew that NDAs were being used to silence women. Yes, he thought it was wrong. No.
Order. Sorry to interrupt, but there's chatter happening in the House. I'm going to ask the NDP caucus to just lower their voices. I know sometimes you have to speak to one another, but let's lower the voices. I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Should I start over?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, last fall I was filling in for our leader at Cabinet Outs, and for the folks who don't know about that, that's when Cabinet Ministers come out and answer questions after Cabinet meetings. And I watched as the Minister of Justice was being questioned by reporters, and he admitted, yes, he knew that NDAs were being used to silence victims of sexual harassment and assault. And yes, he knew that it was wrong. And no, they weren't going to do anything about it. And I was shocked. I mean, he was pretty naked and open about it. I was a bit gobsmacked, I have to say, that day. So my question is, when will this government take meaningful action to protect victims of sexual violence and harassment?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. And I want to acknowledge that I was a former sexual assault nurse examiner probably 15 years ago, and I have seen incredible changes in the supports that we offer victims of sexual assault, and it has improved over time. One of the tenets of the care that we provide after such a traumatic event is trauma-informed care. And one of the tenets of trauma-informed care is that people have a choice. And while it is not a choice for everyone, it is important that it is a choice that's available so the victim can decide what it is that they need in order to move forward after the assault.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
that kind of legislation actually does give victims the option. And that's why I don't understand. That's why I don't understand why the government, like, what don't they understand? Victims still have the choice. And they don't seem to understand, or they don't want to understand it, more likely, because it is not an absolute. The victim can still choose to have an NDA, but they don't want to have that. They don't want to give them the choice. And that's what I don't understand, and perhaps the acting Minister of Justice could explain why they don't want to give victims this choice.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. As the Minister of Health, we do continue to work across this province with individuals through sexual assault centres, through the emergency departments in our province. We want to give trauma-informed care to individuals who have experienced sexual assault and sexual abuse. I appreciate that this is a choice that is not something that everyone wants, but we have heard from individuals that this is a choice that some people want. So we need to continue. I know the Department of Justice is looking at the legalities. They're looking at jurisdictional scans. We are doing the right thing, we feel, at this time. We will continue to support victims. We'll continue to work across governments to prevent sexual abuse and sexual violence as well.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's talk about choice. The group that is organizing to end the misuse of non-disclosure agreements is called Can't Buy My Silence. Because when non-disclosure agreements are signed, there is a signature and a check in exchange for silence. And that is not an equal distribution of power. When we bring up any case where people are disproportionately powerless in this chamber, we're told about balance. We're told about the need to take everyone into account. We see no need to take the perpetrators of abuse into account. And so my question, Madam Speaker, is why are we talking about a choice of whether someone's silence can be bought with money or whether they can be protected by legislation? That's right.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. And I believe that there is power in choice when there is an impossible situation in front of you. It is very traumatic to be a victim of sexual assault. I have worked with a number of individuals over the course of my career. We do need to provide choice. It is not for us or anyone else to decide what the path forward is when someone is on a journey of healing. I appreciate that NDAs are not a choice that everyone would make, but it is important that we continue to provide a number of choices moving forward after a sexual assault, and we will continue to do that. We will continue to look at jurisdictional scans, and we'll continue to be open to the conversation about how best to support people.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Madam Speaker, the legislation in Prince Edward Island, which is based on the model legislation, explicitly gives victims a choice. Yes. It says that with legal advice and by agreement of the parties, they can have the choice about whether to sign an agreement. I'm going to say this again. Ron Pink, who has been a party to a number of non-disclosure agreements, but after the UPEI scandal of a male abuser who bought his way through victim after victim after victim and concealed his crimes. Some of those victims are in the gallery today. Ron Pink said, these things are signed for one purpose, to protect the male harasser. The male harasser goes on to do it again, and he can continue to do it because he can buy his way out. That's what's going on. Women have choice either way. So what is the real reason that this government will not pass this legislation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So as we've said on a number of occasions, we appreciate the questions, we appreciate the dialogue on the floor of the House. This, to me, As a former sexual assault nurse, as a registered nurse, as somebody who has worked in the system, I believe that choice is essential. I think we need a variety of choices. We need a variety of ways in which we support people who have an incredible journey ahead of them who have experienced sexual assault and need healing. I believe that this offers a choice. While it may not be the way in which other members feel it is appropriate, this is the path that we have. I know that the Justice Department is looking at this at a regular basis. It is not something we are ignoring. We continue the dialogue. This is the path we are on, and we will continue for the foreseeable future.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have a beautiful coastline in our province from Yarmouth to Sydney and all points in between, and it attracts tourists from all over the world. By scrapping the Coastal Protection Act, this government is going to hurt the future of tourism in this province. The Tourism Association of Nova Scotia spoke out against this government's action, calling it incomprehensible, and I'll table that. They said community outreach with hundreds of tourism and community members highlighted the value of our coast and natural assets and reaffirmed the link between strong environmental policy and our brand as a preferred tourist destination. My question to the Minister of Environment, given that 95% of the land in the province is owned privately, does he agree with the hundreds of tourism workers in the province that by not protecting the coastline, it is going to hurt our tourism sector?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for their question. Most certainly, there is a diversity of opinion on how Nova Scotia should protect its coastline. We are committed, Madam Speaker, to protecting our coastline. That is why we have brought forward a coherent, comprehensive plan that will be enacted over the next number of months and years to protect the coastline, that focuses on supporting informed decision-making, that works with our municipalities, and that deploys immediately resources for coastal protection. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reality is there's no protection in the government's plan now. They are removing potential protection and having that coastal protecting zone. Don't take it just from me and the opposition, and I think some of the government members, but take it from the minister himself, who said in 2022, if we don't protect our coastline, we will harm the future of one of our most important sectors in the province. Without protecting the coastline, our tourism industry, our agriculture industry, our forestry industry, our fishery sector will all be harmed. My question to the minister: will he provide any data that shows how he changed his mind on this topic? And will he admit that the reality is that the only people that benefit from this action is that people that will make bad decisions and build on our coastline?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reality is there's a lot of different perspectives on how to protect the coastline. And we have put forward a sensible plan that will protect the coastline. That work is ongoing. I met with a number of wardens, mayors, and councillors on Wednesday. I was discussing this coastal action plan with the Ministers' Roundtable yesterday. We are putting in the work. We are implementing the plan. This government is united behind the coastal action plan. And Madam Speaker, I want to know, why didn't that member, when he was Premier, why didn't he enact the Coastal Protection Act? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect on a new question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I worked really hard to actually launch the initial consultations. We had previous Ministers of Environment who are reaching out to me now, upset that they're actually backtracking on this important piece of legislation. The Minister referenced a meeting with municipal units. He said before, when he supported the Act, that we have the support of municipal units. We have support from land surveyors and engineers. We have the support of the Tourism Association. By scrapping this Act, all of these people are now against the new government policy. And he told us in estimates last year that he was going to consultation to clear up misinformation. When I say consultation, the minister says, to me, that is engaging in a discussion with coastal property owners to make them aware that change is coming. Change that I think is fundamental in the adaptation of Nova Scotia to the realities of climate change. Was consultation really about informing the landowners that change is coming, or will the minister inform the House of what conversation was so compelling that it changed the minister's support to protect our coastline?
I I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I've told the House, a lot of analysis went into this. This is almost 3 years of work, and change is coming. Change is being implemented. We are committed to coastal protection through the Coastal Action Plan, a very comprehensive plan that is in the process of being implemented. We know that there is a diversity of opinions on this. Our coastlines, people are passionate about that. And with that passion, there's a lot of different perspectives. I believe we have landed on an action plan that is comprehensive, that will set Nova Scotians up for success to make informed decisions about where not to build and to also work with our municipalities in implementing this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the issue with this is it does not only just harm the people that are going to build in areas that they should not build. The decision to let people build in unsafe areas will increase insurance rates for all Nova Scotians. The decision will actually prevent access to our coastlines, and we're going to start looking like places like California, with people building right up to the high water mark. But he is referencing that there's differences of opinion. So surely the minister, who spent over $100,000 in consultation, can table that consultation so that the House, the elected members, can review what Nova Scotians had to say before the session ends. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that consultation we utilized in the development of this plan. The key conclusion from that consultation is that there is absolutely a diversity of opinion that exists in the province on how coastal protection should be implemented. It was a targeted consultation to 40,000 property owners, and it didn't get the engagement that we were hoping for. And certainly, with a consultation, I have 32 other colleagues here that represent all of Nova Scotia, and they have certainly provided their feedback to me on how coastal protection should be implemented. And I believe, Madam Speaker, we are implementing a very strong plan, a common sense plan, a plan that will serve Nova Scotians well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect on a new question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And maybe the minister can table some of those conversations with his fellow members. Opening up a hunt for bears or any species in the spring or summer when no other hunting season exists will result in a significant increase in hunting effort for that species. The proposed new spring hunting season will certainly result in a significant increase of dead bears, according to DNR wildlife managers. I'm not aware of any analysis pointing to an overpopulation of bears while I was minister. I'll ask the minister if he can provide any actual population data to justify increasing the harvesting of black bears or any other information, especially with this going forward without any caps or quotas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank the member for the question. This has been something that consecutive government's been asked to look into. So we committed that we would do a consultation over a period. That consultation's still outgoing, talking to some stakeholders and such. I'm not aware of the statement that the member just made, but one thing I would like to clear up that in the proposal there was not any more hunting tickets. There's only so many bear hunters in the province. It just gave them an option to hunt in the spring or the fall if this were to go through. But the consultation's still going through. We're still listening, and that's what a government does, is listen to Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the issues here is there's never been any hunting season in the summer or the spring for any species in Nova Scotia. And one of the reasons that people don't venture into the woods in the fall is because there's hunting going on. So a whole new hunting season will displace Nova Scotians and tourists for many weeks. I want to ask the minister if the department really believes that the population can withstand additional harvests. Will he consider extending the season slightly in the fall instead of opening it up for the spring? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank the member opposite for the question. This is part of the conversation. We engage Nova Scotians to find out what their thoughts are on this and ideas. How can we improve the sport of hunting? That's something that Nova Scotians have traditionally done for hundreds of years. And as we move forward, we want to make sure that that sport's available to our sportsmen that are out in the rural communities. Many also in the urban communities that go out into rural communities, support the economy, and also do traditional things that we've done here in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, we're listening to Nova Scotians. The consultation's still ongoing, and I look forward to getting that summary from staff in time to come.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. The Minister, in a wild leap of logic, recently explained that rather than look to the responses from his many public consultations on the Coastal Protection Act, the vast majority of which supported the Act, he instead interpreted that 39,000 people who didn't respond to his postcard campaign in December as indicating their disapproval. He talks about having 30 other colleagues in his House, but actually he has 54. Can the Minister prove he has nothing to hide and table Nova Scotia's input, including that of all the MLAs, to say that they wanted him to can the Coastal Protection Act?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud of this Premier. I'm very proud of the colleagues on the government side here who have been very helpful in the development of this Coastal Action Plan. Madam Speaker, there is nothing to hide here. There is a diversity of opinion on coastal action. And certainly on this side of the House, which represents all of Nova Scotia in its totality, all the regions, I've heard crystal clear from my colleagues along through the consultation, listening to that consultation, that Nova Scotians want to be empowered. They want to be part of the process. And that's what we've delivered here. A common sense plan, a practical plan that will protect the coastline by supporting informed decision making, by supporting our municipalities, and of course deploying resources immediately for coastal protection. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I'm a little bit confused because I'm pretty sure we were all elected on this side of the House too. So we all collectively represent the views of Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, despite this government's attempt to dismiss this act as somebody in Halifax dictating to property owners across the province, rural communities continue to be some of the loudest proponents of the act. Take the Premier's own backyard, for example, where Pictou County councillors are saying thanks but no thanks to the government's map and app. They want the Coastal Protection Act proclaimed. When will this government listen to what Nova Scotians are actually saying?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And most certainly in the development of this plan, we have listened to Nova Scotians. And this plan very much is a reflection, I think, on a balanced approach that is required for coastal protection. Currently, 13.1% of Nova Scotia's coastline is already protected through our provincial parks, our wilderness areas, and our nature reserves. Now, it's been indicated by the NDP that this is an ideological difference. And I have to say, Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we don't adhere to ideology. We always focus on practical and realistic solutions for Nova Scotians. And that is what we do on this side of the House, offer practical and realistic solutions to the challenges and opportunities that are faced by Nova Scotians.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I would add to that, Madam Speaker, the government on that side doesn't stand by coherent values or principles or a whole lot of other things as well. Particularly on the NDA question, Madam Speaker. We've had the Premier stand up in this House and emphasize that he is a progressive conservative. And yet, as the member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth has pointed out, one of the most conservative states in the United States, Utah, which is ranked the worst at women's equality, are moving forward on more progressive legislation to protect victims of sexual violence than this government. My question to the Premier is, how can he stand by and watch a conservative state like Utah be more progressive than him on this question?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So as we've said before, we know that that we have heard, we've heard from people that NDAs are a choice that are very important to them in a journey around post-sexual assault healing, recovery. It's not for us to decide what that journey is for an individual. While it may not be for some people, and I fully respect that, we need to make sure that we are open to providing choice for individuals. We have to accompany people after this significant and serious event. We need to continue to listen to people who are affected by sexual assault, all voices, and we need to, move forward in a very considerate way. We have listened. We know that there's been a jurisdictional scan, and we will continue in this manner for now.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, the government is giving me with the unfortunate impression that they haven't taken the time to read the legislation that's been presented to the House. Legislation that actually allows that choice but provides more power to the victim in dealing with a major power imbalance with people who do have money and power and positions of status. My question to the Premier, has he read this legislation, and does he understand that this does do a better job of providing fair choice and protecting women who don't want to use NDAs as a choice as they move forward with their healing?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition was referring to bills on the order paper. I will give the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition to stand in his place and rephrase. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I was speaking to the legislation in PEI and Utah.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I have not read the legislation in Utah. I will say that. I have faith in the Minister of Justice. I have faith in the department. I know that this is an important issue. There is nobody shying away from that. The department has done an extensive jurisdictional scan. We have heard a number of voices that have come forward on both sides of this issue. We will continue to assess it. We will continue to move forward. And again, we have to be very, very aware and careful, and we will continue to do that. Choice is essential. It is part of trauma-informed care. We will continue in this manner for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a letter dated February 15, the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture responded to the Federal Fisheries Minister's proposal to close the 2024 commercial elver fishery, offering DNRR wildlife officers, who also have jurisdiction in inland waters, to assist the IFO enforcement operations. Can the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture provide the number of available wildlife officers for these enforcement operations, and is he prepared to bring additional resources if necessary?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member opposite for the question. Yes, we've certainly have a full complement of conservation officers. I believe I read recently in a press release from the party opposite that there were only 2 conservation officers on the ground to help enforce. That's actually inaccurate. There are actually 8 positions on the ground in the Southwest Nova area. I continue to have dialogue with my colleagues at Natural Resources and Renewables to make sure that the enforcement that we are responsible for is being looked after. The responsibility we have is to enforce the Fisheries and Coastal Resource Act, not harvesting, not any other illegal activities such as the violence that the member shared with me previously. So we're going to continue to have dialogue with Natural Resources and make sure we protect our most valuable industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the 2 members we were referencing, I think, was for Digby County, but it wasn't made clear. Following last year's decision by the Federal Fisheries Minister to close the 2023 elver fishery, we were witness to rampant poaching, incidents of violence, and concerns by many communities over public safety. If the Federal Minister of Fisheries does not take the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture's offer, what is, sorry about that. Oh yeah, here. What is the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture in this government's plan to protect public safety?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries. Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks again to the member opposite for the question. And I will say, I certainly appreciate the member from Clare keeping me informed on the activity that's taking place on the ground. It's been helpful for me to have that information to share with the team. The plan is to continue to advocate to DFO to do the right thing, to continue to advocate to the RCMP to do the right thing, and make sure that any public safety issues are addressed immediately by our CMP. I did recently have a meeting with the Fisheries and Oceans Canada regional manager. He's expressed an interest to up the number of officers that they have on the ground, and we'll support that however we can. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today it's a very emotional time in here, and the Minister of Status of Women referred to my comments earlier as being passionate. And yes, Madam Speaker, I am very passionate about this topic, about the misuse of NDAs. I've known too many victims, and I'll remind this House that there's a notice of motion on the order paper to remove me, simply because last April I chose to debate.
Order. Order. I asked the member just to, you can't acknowledge that there's a notice of motion on the floor, so just a friendly reminder. Go ahead, please. The member from Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just say again, this is an issue that I am very passionate about and speak the truth on. And I know there's members opposite in the parties opposite that support changing legislation. And my question is to the Premier. This is a perfect day to change legislation or give people the opportunity. Will he allow the legislation to be tabled and allow a free vote here in this legislature with members of his own party?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. I think it's really important as we sit and debate and talk about this important issue that there are many truths on the floor of this legislature. There are undoubtedly people in this legislature or in the gallery that have either been assaulted or had someone in their life that they care dearly about assaulted. And I think we need to remember that. And I think as we move forward, when I talk about trauma-informed choice, it is essential that people have the opportunity to define their own journey when they have had an incredibly traumatic event happen to them where there was no choice. And this is an opportunity to give people some agency over their future.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, I'll pose the question to the Premier. Will he put this legislation here in this House around changing the misuse of NDAs? That's what we're talking about. There is currently misuse of NDAs in this province, where NDAs are being used to silence victims of sexual assault and lift up and empower perpetrators of sexual assault in this province. It's wrong. Will the Premier, will he have the courage to allow his own members to have a free vote on this issue? Because we know that there's members that are being silenced in his own party that support the changes in this legislation.
Order. Order. I asked the member for Cumberland North to stand in her place. It's unparliamentary to indicate that someone is silencing someone in this chamber. Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll retract those statements. Maybe I'll rephrase that. We are aware because of what's...
Order. The time allotted for questions put by members to ministers has expired. I recognize the Honourable Member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the East Gallery, I have a couple of constituents from Richmond who made the trek here this morning, bright and early to get here for question period. Barry Landry would certainly be well known to members here on our side here. Barry is probably known back home as my right arm, and certainly really appreciate all that Barry does for me. And Paul Landry is another constituent. Grew up just down the street from Paul. Great friends with his daughter Janelle, and just really appreciate the support that you provide. And thank you for being here with us today.
Welcome to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. Nice to see you. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I do have a point of order. Since I joined this House, I've been observing and reflecting myself, why did I make this choice to represent my constituents and to make an impact for this province in my own ability. My point of order is the member of the Cumberland North had the opportunity to speak, to make her member of statement. And she was standing and waiting to be given permission to speak. Unfortunately, as I observe, the Speaker of the House took the time and to use your own time and to make an statement.
Order. First of all, I'm going to say this. There was a lot going on in the chamber at the time. I wanted to make sure before question period that I had a moment to say a few words before question period. But I also want to remind that I do my best during statements to ensure that everyone at least gets at least one chance to give a member statement. And often, many members get 2 opportunities before any get 1. So there was nothing that I did earlier that did not recognize anyone that was standing. There was a situation taking place at that moment that I was dealing with. Is there any further comments? I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale. Continue.
We all know what fairness is. We all know what justice is. I do have a great respect for your leadership and the role you play this House. And I will be your soldier to follow your leadership. But at the same time, I do have the courage and I do have the ability, time to time, if I see anything that is not unfair, member of this legislature, specifically, we have only one member who are independent in this House. And we all adult and we see how we treat each other. I will remind the members of this House, we all elected our constituency and we all have a fair share. Because of that reason, I felt it was injustice, unfair, while the member of the Cumberland is standing and waiting to be given an opportunity to make her member statement was not allowed, and the time was run purposely. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. With regards to the member from Halifax Armdale, it is unparliamentary to question the impartiality of the speaker. If you wish to do that, you may do so by making a notice of motion. But right now, I would kindly ask that you stand in your place and you retract those comments. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
With your kindness, could you please tell me what words that I have to retract? Thank you.
I'm going to. I would like the member to retract the comments that basically indicated that the speaker was intentionally running out the clock to avoid recognizing the member from Cumberland North. I need you to retract that statement. And for the record, there are often, many times, if anybody wants to go back into Hansard, there are many times that I recognize the member from Cumberland North twice during statements before any other member gets one statement in. I am doing my very best to ensure that everybody gets at least one statement in. So I kindly ask the member to stand in his place and retract that I was, again, trying to run out the clock to avoid acknowledging any member, but in this case, the feeling that the member from Halifax Armdale feels that I was trying to run the clock out to avoid recognizing the member from Cumberland North. Go ahead, the member from Halifax Armdale.
Thank you. I retract my purposely ignored. Thank you.
The point of order is dismissed, and we will now call on government House Leader, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee the whole House on supply.
Motion is carried. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Poverty is a political choice created by a government's policy decisions and approach to social welfare and refusal to fix inadequate social programs to bring families and individuals above the poverty line. According to the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives Nova Scotia, the child poverty rates are in Queens 28.5%, Cumberland 26%, Annapolis 26%. The federal riding of Sydney Victoria is 29.1%. Scotchtown, the community from which I come from, 43.8%, which is a 49% increase in child poverty rates since last year. Seniors' poverty in Nova Scotia is 91.1%, which is 1 in 10 seniors in Nova Scotia are living in poverty. As inequalities continue to rise,
More Nova Scotians will need more money for their basic needs. Not having enough money to cover those basic needs leads many Nova Scotians to have increased anxiety, illness, social isolation, leading to a greater need for services, including emergency room and mental health care, which is already stretched way too thin with too long of wait times and too many long lineups. As Nova Scotians see the rising cost of groceries, especially healthy food, it is becoming increasingly difficult for people to afford groceries, Madam Speaker. Instead, Nova Scotians are forced to make hard decisions like buying food with less nutritional value because it's cheaper, skipping meals. We have seniors becoming sick for not eating properly nutritional foods, Madam Speaker. People are making the choices whether to eat, skip meals, or take their medications, heat their homes. This is the Nova Scotia we woke up to this morning. This budget doesn't acknowledge this indecent fact. Things such as removing the grocery tax would help keep a little bit more money in people's pockets at the grocery store and allow them to buy more with $100 than walking out with just one bag of groceries. Instead, this government's continued response to food security is food banks, yet again. Madam Speaker, the government's only response to food insecurity for the past few years has been to rely on the nonprofit sector to do the work government still needs to do. Food bank usage is continuing to grow, and more Nova Scotians are becoming reliant on food banks because they cannot afford to buy their groceries at a grocery store. That's true. They can no longer afford to heat their homes, so they're putting the heat on just enough that the pipes don't freeze. Because if the pipes freeze, they've got another mess on their hands. Or pay their rent or mortgages. Food banks want to be put out of the food business because if they are put out of their own business, that means people are no longer in need of their services, they're no longer hungry, and they can actually afford their groceries. However, due to government's inaction, they are forced to stay open because they know the only way so many of their community members will eat is if they get groceries at the food bank. Except for persons with disabilities, who will be getting an important $300 a month increase, bringing their total income to 59% of the country's official poverty line. Income assistance rates in Nova Scotia were not raised by a single cent this year. Like the year before that and the year before that. According to the CCPA Nova Scotia, the $300 per month increase in the form of the disability supplement for those on income assistance who have a disability is needed. They remain in deep poverty. With the $300, they continue to remain in deep poverty. The CCPA Nova Scotia recommended adjusting the low base amount to inflation would have been a step in the right direction, but still
or own their own home, individuals experiencing homelessness are only entitled to $380 a month. That is hundreds of dollars less than is required for food and shelter. How can people receiving $380 a month seek long-term homes, especially with sky-high rents? Income assistance rates, Mr. Speaker, are a political decision. The Premier and the Cabinet have decided on the rates and have chosen to give people without a disability in our province not a single cent, despite years of high inflation. The income assistance rates last increased in May 2021. Yet, according to StatsCan data, the overall inflation in Nova Scotia has increased about 13%, with food increasing by, I think it was 21%, and shelter costs about 19%. This Conservative government's failure to raise rates, except for people with disabilities, means this government has effectively chosen to significantly increase the food and housing insecurity of low-income Nova Scotians.
Absolutely, that's true.
According to the CCPA Nova Scotia, the budget does not include anything new to address child poverty, despite the government's claims. In the CCPA Nova Scotia's budget, response to the budget, it is noted, quote, in the last 2 years, the annual payment for families at the lowest income level has increased by $600 per child to $1,525 and phases out when families adjusted yearly net income even $1 more than $34,000. This did little to help lift families with children out of poverty when you consider for a single parent with one child on income assistance lives $15,350 below the poverty line. Small, incremental increases make little difference. Funding a school lunch program is extremely important. So that's why we in the NDP have advocated for a school food program for years. However, it does not address food insecurity or child poverty. It is a stopgap and a public service that recognizes the need to ensure children are well nourished when they learn and helps families not to have to prepare lunches, particularly women, as my colleague pointed out. It should be a part of the public education system anyways. Yet this program that the government has brought forward to us, we thought was going to be universal, but it doesn't meet the definition. Because the definition of a universal program means non-targeted with no eligible criteria needed. That's the definition of universal. When you look at this program for the food school program, there's criteria involved. It's targeted. It does not meet the universal definition. Mr. Speaker, many assume working full-time is a pathway out of poverty, but many Nova Scotians who work at around a minimum wage face a different reality. Finally, after a long wait, Nova Scotians will reach $15.50 an hour on April 1st. However, research has shown, and our caucus has advocated, that a living wage should be, at this point in time, at the highest, $26.50 per hour and $22.85 at the lowest. We are well far away from that. So many Nova Scotians identify as working poor. They go to work but do not make enough money to live. They struggle to pay the bills, put food on the table, heat their homes, and pay rents or mortgages. Mr. Speaker, I know Nova Scotians who work yet they live in their cars, in the tents, on people's couches. I know Nova Scotians who work but can't afford their medications. If Nova Scotians had enough money, they would not be forced to choose between food, heat, medication, housing, basic needs. People must be able to afford these basic needs, Mr. Speaker, and people in Nova Scotia need a living wage. Everyone deserves a roof over their heads, and no one should wake up with frost on them in Nova Scotia. No one should live in their tents or in their cars or on the streets. Like the last government, this government likes to praise the rent supplement, but they only work when there are places to rent. There's no places that are affordable to rent. I went for a tour of my own riding, and I found nothing less than $1,200 a month. And yet, the Department of Housing tells me the medium is, I think, $680. We need to improve our provincial housing stock. We need to flip our provincial housing stock faster. We need deeply affordable housing from the nonprofits and co-op housing. We need to eliminate poverty in Nova Scotia. We have a roadmap. We put it on the order paper. It's there. So we need to implement a plan, Mr. Speaker. We need to significantly improve income support to lift families with children out of poverty. Fundamentally transform the child welfare and social assistance systems that do not work for people in need. Remove barriers and expand access to universal public services. Establish conditions for decent work and decent pay and quality of life and quality job creation. We need to protect people's rights to housing and food. We need to address racism in all forms of discrimination as root causes of poverty, including child poverty. We need to decolonize systems and end poverty for First Nations children. We need a provincial seniors income benefit program. We're one of the only few provinces that don't have it. $750, but you got to apply. $750, but you have to have certain criteria and show receipts. In other provinces, that is not the case. You don't have to show receipts. It comes automatically. So the $750, well, great, good, it helps people. They do better in other provinces.
30 seconds.
So with the last time that I have remaining, Mr. Speaker, we need to do better in this province to end poverty. We need to stop patting ourselves on the back because we did little increments and start doing the big revolutionary things that need to be done here in this province to end child poverty and poverty in this province once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member, Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a few thoughts before we head into budget estimates about the budget and about, what we've been seeing here in the chamber over the last little while. Last July, in a number of communities around our province, we were visited by extraordinary rains. And I know my community was not the only one that was affected by that. We very nearly had loss of life. We had considerable property damage. And the people in those areas, in my area, are still dealing with that property damage. Some of them have people who applied to the provincial disaster assistance program, primarily funded by the federal government. Most of them have had their assessors through, and some of them have received small checks toward their damage, but they don't really know what they're getting. And it's really difficult for them to move on. So we are here 7 months later, and those folks, a lot of those folks are stuck in limbo, and they're out a lot of money from their pocket, and they're waiting. And Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why we all come together, we're governed collectively, is that, we're stronger together. We're better off when we have people, when we all pull together. And when I look at some of what I see happening now, it doesn't feel like that's happening. So those folks are still waiting to know what's happening with their lives. I have people in my riding who are paying 2 mortgages, 2 sets of insurance. They have gone through their savings. In some cases, they don't have a line of credit that they can go to. And they just don't know what to do. And so their predicament there is so similar to what we see in various sectors right now. And my colleague from the NDP just made a passionate cry for more funding for people who are living in poverty. And I echo that. But there are also folks who were just making it, who aren't making it anymore. The move to no longer to abandon the Coastal Protection Act has implications all across this province. I had people reaching out to me in shock after the government did that. They couldn't believe they would do that. They said, did they not see what happened in Bedford on July 21st? Did they not see how much water there was? Do they think this is an isolated incident? Sometimes I think when people say, once in a 1,000-year flood, they think it's not going to happen for another 1,000 years. It's actually about probabilities. It's a 1/1000th chance that this would happen again. But the fact of the matter is those, we used to get the once in 100-year storms, only now we're getting them every 5 to 10 years. We know these things are going to happen again, and people feel like they've been abandoned. Coastal property owners, boy, wait till you see the effect of this, because we're all interconnected. People are right next door. If your neighbor decides to do something with their coastline, you're going to be affected by it. And so saying there's an app and municipalities who have indicated previously that they don't have the capacity to do this, there will be no protection for property owners along the coastline. And I don't know who this benefits, and I don't know how the minister thinks that he has the ability to know that if you didn't hear from people when you said, we're going to do X action, and you didn't hear from people, therefore they were against it. Usually that's not what happens. We have in the past had people ringing this legislature protesting. We knew what they thought. They were not being quiet. They were not in favor. When people come out, when they're not in favor. And it's a new gymnastic, pretzel, twisty flight of fancy to suggest that we didn't hear from people, so therefore they were against it. Trust me. Trust me. If people are against what you're doing, you're going to hear about it. Over the next while, I suspect members' offices will be deluged by concern about that particular move. But maybe they've made the calculation, they don't care about that. I can tell you what our offices are being deluged about this week in the House, and that is power rates. People have been getting their power bills, and they're shocked. Massive, massive increases over what they paid last year. And we have grave concerns about legislation that's before this House that is going to impact that. How do we think that we're not going to have to pay for a grid that exists? It's just going to magically get transferred? Doesn't work that way. When we look at who is being helped and who is not being helped, it's of concern. And it was not that long ago that Nova Scotia was actually in a situation in the 90s where the province was dangerously close to not meeting payroll. We have to be careful about what we spend. It's important to spend it on good things, and it's important to help people. If I look at, so we have to make choices, we would think. So it's important that when we're doing things, we keep an eye on the public purse. And we've recently had instances pointed out by the Auditor General that indicate that due diligence was not taken with the public purse. Inappropriate use of alternative procurement practices to accelerate the development of transitional care facilities. Those are important. I don't think anyone in here would say that we shouldn't have them, or perhaps maybe some would, but I think it's good that we have transitional care facilities. Did we throw out, is it appropriate to throw out the rules of procurement to ensure we receive value for money? Was that the right thing to do? According to the Auditor General, it was not. It was very clear that it was not. So we have and I could do chapter and verse, on all of the things that went, down there. We appear to have paid for advisory services twice. You have oversight within Build Nova Scotia, and then you hire another company to provide oversight too, and yet nobody picked up on the fact that, hey, all of this stuff is not how it's supposed to be done. And because a facility was bought that was not appropriate to the needs of the healthcare system, it's a massive, massive renovation. And I can tell you, being on Treasury and Policy Board, the one thing we heard over and over as we were working on the Halifax Infirmary project, which was announced by this government, or re-announced, I guess, and then delayed, and now has been re-announced and shifted over to the Health Department, which is the department that oversaw Hogan Court, which is kind of, boggles the mind that, hey, in reward for doing such a bad job, we're going to give you an even bigger project, and it's going to be under your purview. So that's awesome. Nova Scotians worked really, really hard to ensure that we could get back to a balanced position so that we were in a much better position, net debt to GDP, than we had been in the past. And that's all gone out the window. And I'm not saying we shouldn't be spending money, but we have to make sure we're spending money properly. RBC put out their thoughts on this latest budget, and it's titled Nova Scotia Budget 2024, More Investment in Healthcare at the Expense of Fiscal Health. And my concern is, we're spending a lot of money in important areas. We're spending a lot of money without due diligence, without proper oversight. So we have, and then there's other areas that are being completely ignored. We don't have enough lab technicians. We don't have enough people to do the tests. So we can ramp up all the tests we want in preventive health, which is the best spending in health, because we catch problems before they become big problems in people's health. Or we get people in better positions. But we don't have enough people working in labs to do tests. We don't have enough technologists to run the tests. And so we can have all the doctors and all the nurses in the world, but if we don't have people throughout the system, it's not just doctors and nurses in isolation. There's all those supporting cast players on the cast and the crew who are so important to our healthcare system. And there doesn't seem to be investment over there. We may need more seats here for lab technicians. Where's the money for that? There's nothing. Nothing, although I will say that there was the budget speech, and then there's all the other stuff that was announced outside of it. So who knows, before the end of the month, maybe they will actually announce that they have seats here in the province for that. I don't know. We'll see. Because apparently, if it's not in the budget, doesn't mean it's not in the budget. Because we might just, spend another $1 billion and do that outside of the budget. But I am concerned that and this is what it says in that RBC report, that against the backdrop of Nova Scotia's soaring population, and it notes it's 3.2%, soaring population growth, 3.2% from mid-2022 to mid-2023, and 2 years of above target inflation, the province has only ramped up nominal per capita health spending by less than 2% over 2 years. Adjusting for inflation, health sector spending per person has outright declined. So while, we're all clapping here for increased health spending, if you actually sit down and look at it, what it is per capita, when you take into account inflation, actual health care spending per person has outright declined. And that, to me, is a concern. It's a concern to me when we look at our debt, and it goes, I'm just trying to look at the camera here, we were going down, 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 and there we go. Back up we go. That's a concern for us too. It's important to spend money. It's important to spend it wisely. It's important to spend it on the things that need to be spent on, and I am concerned about what we're seeing in this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I get into the budget, I just would like to take a chance on this International Women's Day just to stand in my place and be on the record and say how honored and blessed I am to have some amazing women in my family. I want to just quickly run down my daughters. My oldest daughter, Rachel, who is in her 3rd year of veterinary college. At Veterinary College. She was denied 3 times. She couldn't get in, and on her 4th attempt, she got into veterinary college a few years ago. So she's a hard worker, she's intelligent, she's very persistent, I think, like her old man. But My second daughter, Molly, she has a screen arts degree from NSEC. She went to Ottawa to work for 3 years, and now she's back home going to St. Mary's, taking a psychology and social work program. And she's hilarious, she's funny, and she's very dependable, and she's a very loving daughter. My third daughter, Emma, who is a strong, strong woman who, at the age of 17, got pregnant. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? She has been an amazing person and has grown, and I can't be more proud of the woman that she's become in raising her 2 sons and now her third coming in September. So I'm very proud of her. My youngest daughter, Chloe, who has graduated from high school this year. She's a born leader. She's a great athlete. I've discussed her many times here. I've called her a clutch. I've called her the cannon. She's a leader, and she's a very intelligent person. I'm looking forward to all the things she's going to accomplish. Last but not least is Mrs. Palmer, who I'm so blessed. Boy, she puts up with an awful lot, Mr. Speaker. And she is someone that is very loyal. She's been with me through so many of my adventures, whether it's music, my own business, and now in this crazy journey I'm on now, Mr. Speaker. So I do want to recognize these amazing women in my life, and my constituency assistant, Susie, and Lisa back in my office, and all of my colleagues here. So just a shout out to all the women, so I'm on the record, and thank you to all of you. Okay. So Mr. Speaker, I want to have a chance to chat about the budget for a few minutes, and I know that we hear in this House so many people standing up and taking credit for having this in the budget and that in the budget, and you know, we've all been advocates for a long time, but really the tact I want to take in my presentation here briefly, Mr. Speaker, is not to take credit or to stand and say that I'm glad that this is done because I did with this for so long. I want to speak about the real heroes and the real people behind this budget. I want to speak about the community leaders, the community advocates in Kings West, who over the years, their hard work is paying off as we put this budget out. And I'm so glad to highlight a few of them in this chat, Mr. Speaker. In September 2022, I was fortunate to have the Minister of Health and Wellness in Kings West for a little visit. And we had an opportunity to sit and speak with advocates, some parents of children and juveniles with diabetes, Mr. Speaker. And the minister and me, we met in my office with Jenny Osborne. We met with Joel Hurdle. We met with Heather Burton. And these are parents who've been dealing with an awful lot through the years, and they've seen the stresses and the things they've had to go through with children with diabetes, and they were talking about the need to have insulin pumps and monitoring, and what could we do? What could we do? How could we make things a little bit better for families like theirs? And their work continues, and even though we might have been a little bit disappointed, never made the cut in last year's budget, it was such an honor, probably the best day of my career as an MLA, to hear that announcement that we were making $7.2 million in the diabetic care for people in Nova Scotia. Joel, his wife Alicia, and their children, their sons Logan and Blake. Logan has diabetes. For the last few years, they've been organizing an annual walk for diabetes, raising money and awareness for young children with diabetes, and I've been pleased to celebrate and attend some of their fundraisers they've had. I had a guest in the House, you may remember here, Leila Dietert, who was in the House a year ago, and her mother and father, Peter and Marlee. And Leila is such a strong, young woman who has been advocating for young people. And she's gone to Ottawa and has done so many presentations before parliamentarians. And it's work like that. It's those people here I'm here to highlight today. Those people, thank you. And anyone that took the diabetic finger prick challenge, Mr. Speaker, that was one of the biggest eye-openers I had when I did that. And by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, my finger was purple and swollen. I couldn't imagine having to go through that. So again, I am just so proud of being in a government that made the investment in diabetic care for families all across this province. Mr. Speaker, you know, we've talked a lot about the food program here, and I want to talk about the Kings County Community Food Council, who has been working for a lot of years to get to this point. In various meetings I've had with them, you know, they've been lobbying the federal government. They've been working with provincial MLAs to advocate for provincial food program in schools. It was another proud day when we were able to announce the $18.8 million for a universal school program for P to 5 in this province. And Mr. Speaker, the Kings County Community Food Council with Sarah Mullen and Heather Morse, Dawn Hare and Becca Green-LaPierre, I just want to read from an email that they sent me once, and if I have to table this, I will, Mr. Speaker. You let me know. Quote, "We cannot wait for a federal investment in school food programs. We urge you as our elected representative to advocate for increased provincial funding dedicated to improving school food programs. This investment should focus on enhancing the quality and variety of food options offered in schools and ensuring that all students have access to nutritious meals regardless of their socioeconomic background." Mr. Speaker, again, what an honor to let them know that based on their hard work, we did not wait for the federal government to act. We did it on our own, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a program at the Berwick School, a food program that's been underway for a few years, and it's kind of a bit of a model for, I think, the provincial strategy. That it really involves community. It involves parents. It involves the teachers there, and they have a program of food at lunch, a hot meal program, which is pay if you can, but if you can't, it's okay. There's no stigma for any of those children, underprivileged children, Mr. Speaker. And so I'm proud to be represent in a community a program that's already doing the kind of things that we want to implement in this in our universal program. And I was at they call it the annual harvest dinner, a fundraiser for the school program. And we want to continue to work with communities that are already doing great things. At that fundraiser for the food program, Mr. Speaker, they raised over $52,000 for their food program. So those are the kind of communities that we want to partner with as we roll that out. Mr. Speaker, you know, one of the other privileges I have is representing the town of Berwick and the great councillors that are there and the CAO, Jem Boyd. You know, we've been able to work with them, and I'm happy to announce that there's $1.4 million of infrastructure spending going to happen there for their wastewater treatment plant, Mr. Speaker, that is going to help the town of Berwick build the capacity in the infrastructure as they build their community and as they build the amount of people wanting to come there. So we're getting stuff done, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, I just wanted to highlight that because the overall project to be completed in 3 phases, it aims to upgrade the Berwick wastewater treatment plant to improve treatment at the existing loading scenario, as well as the 20-year design horizon for the town of Berwick. So we're planning for the long term, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to see that that was in our budget as well. Mr. Speaker, I have another constituent named Daisy Dwyer. Let me tell you about Daisy. Daisy is an advocate for mental health awareness and mental health services, addictions, counseling. She is in the Kingston Greenwood Mental Health Association, and it's advocacy like Daisy's that has helped formulate initiatives like the Community Wellness Framework, that Brian Comer, oh sorry, Mr. Speaker, Minister of Addictions and Mental Health, was with me.
Order. I just asked the member just to retract.
I retract.
Oh, so I recognize the Honourable Member Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But I was pleased to have the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health with me to meet Daisy and to understand that it's her advocacy and the work that she does that helps inform the department in the programs when they come out with investments in mental health services for individuals. Of course, the MOST program, investments in Red Seal certification, apprenticeship programs. I think of business owners in my community like Craig Paula Parsons, Scott Peckford. I had the Minister of Labor and Immigration Skills with me at a town hall with a bunch of builders and business owners. And their input, their work, and their ideas helped formulate the apprenticeship program enhancements and how we can invest in that, Mr. Speaker. This is the thing that the business community is asking for, and our government's responding in investing. Mr. Speaker, the last thing I'd like to say is, you know, I hear in this House, we hear different people talking about investment, tax savings. We all want those things, Mr. Speaker. There's no doubt about it. We hear maybe one party giving a huge laundry list of things. I mean, I would shudder to think of how big a deficit would be if the NDP ever formed office, Mr. Speaker. It would be a huge deficit, and I just can't imagine.
Never make that mistake again.
Mr. Speaker, we heard one of our colleagues on the Liberal caucus yesterday. He was making points about investments his previous government made, and there's no doubt that all governments make investments, and it's up to the next government to continue or not continue those programs, and we've continued a lot of those programs. But I'd like to say that the comment made about being the best PC government in history, well, you know, we've had some pretty good PC governments. Robert Stanfield, John Buchanan, John Hamm, the member for Pictou East. We've had some pretty good, but so Mr. Speaker, you know, and I understand that a lot of things have been, you know, we balance the books, and of course everyone wants to have good financial responsibility. The people of Nova Scotia spoke loud and clear when they elected this government. They wanted a government that had a responsible, balanced approach. We had to catch up in investments in health care and long-term care. And the things that were really important to Nova Scotians, we had to catch up. And that's what we've done. We've had a very balanced approach in how we've made investments in these key areas that I've been discussing, and we've done some things with tax relief to make life more affordable for Nova Scotians. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll just conclude with a couple other thoughts here. There's no doubt about it. What we hear from the other side, and I understand, you know, we want to help Nova Scotians. We want to help them achieve not just to survive and to sustain a minimum level of living. Mr. Speaker, we're looking to help Nova Scotians thrive.
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Speaker, we're looking to lift Nova Scotians up. We believe in the potential of Nova Scotia. We believe that they're more than just living and sustaining. We believe that Nova Scotians have all the tools, and we just want to help them so that they can use those tools to become bigger and to thrive in this province. And that's the difference on this side of the House and that side of the House. So Mr. Speaker, I'm not a betting man. I'm not a gambler, really. The best gamble I made was marrying my wife 30 years ago, and that was I've got a lot of reward. I got a lot of awards from that, Mr. Speaker. Well, you might say she lost. I don't know. But Mr. Speaker, I am willing to bet, and I'm going to stand by the Premier, the Minister of Finance, and this amazing team over here. I'm willing to bet on the people of Nova Scotia that we can move this province forward, and we can do it faster, we can do it better. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The motion to resolve and supply carries. Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Premier, Resolution number E19, E23, and E35.
E19 resolved that a sum not exceeding $11,371,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Executive Council pursuant the estimate. E23 resolved that the sum not exceeding $5,744,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of intergovernmental affairs pursuant to the estimate. E35 resolved that a sum not exceeding $2,637,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of regulatory affairs and service effectiveness pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Honourable Premier to make some opening remarks for up to an hour if he chooses. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to be here today on behalf of the Premier's Office, the Executive Council Office, the Office of Planning and Priorities and Intergovernmental Affairs. Together, these entities provide support to the Premier and the Executive Council and its committees in carrying out government, departmental, and legislative duties to advance the priorities of the Government of Nova Scotia, which, of course, reflect the priorities of the people of Nova Scotia. So today, I'm pleased to be joined by my deputy, the Clerk of the Executive Council, Laurelie Langley, and Executive Deputy Minister and Deputy Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Tracy Trujillo. And joining us in the gallery, we have Deputy Minister of Planning, Priorities and Planning, Jennifer Church, Executive Director of Financial Advisory Services, Lee Jim, and Executive Director of Financial Advisory Services, Mike O'Brien. So I want to thank the team at the Premier's Office, at the Executive Council Office, at the Office of Priorities and Planning, and also Intergovernmental Affairs. The work of government only happens when committed public servants roll their sleeves up and get it done. So I'm very pleased to work and honored to work with such a talented team of dedicated Nova Scotians. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to take some questions from members opposite.
As per the practice, we will begin our first round of questioning with the Liberal Party. I recognize the Honourable Member from Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to welcome the public servants that serve our province. Question for the Premier, Mr. Chair. On September 4th, 2023, the Premier traveled to New York. There was an airfare of $994.42. It was a one-way airfare. My question to the Premier is what public business brought him to New York during that time, and will he please table his itinerary?
Recognize the Honourable Premier.
Yeah, sure. So the province has an incredible partnership with Varian. Significant work in cancer research, cancer supporting Nova Scotians who are living with cancer and experiencing cancer diagnosis. So there's significant work happening there. Varian is part of a larger Siemens group. That particular trip, we actually went to Princeton, just outside New York, to visit with Siemens Healthineers, where we talked about, it was actually a very exciting day. We talked a lot about artificial intelligence and the advancements that are happening with Siemens Healthineers and through the Varian group of companies. I remember how struck I was that day with, they have a supercomputer at Princeton. I think it's called Arthur. I can't remember, but it was a name, like a name of a human. And into that supercomputer, they feed scan results. In particular, on this day, they showed us a number of lung X-rays that had been done over the years. I believe at the time, the order of magnitude on the number.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Okay, sorry about that. Should I take it from the top, or did we maybe answered? Maybe.
Yeah. If you wish.
Good to proceed?
Yeah, proceed.
Okay. So, and that's, I forget the exact numbers, but order of magnitude, they fed, I think it was in the range of 1 million scans of lung x-rays, historical lung x-rays, and the corresponding diagnosis for those x-rays. And then the supercomputer just learns. And they were getting to a point where the reading of these x-rays, the reading of these scans that were provided and fed into the supercomputer, whose name escapes me, but it was, but the accuracy of the computer's reading of the scans was like within 95 point something % accuracy of the world's leading experts in lung diagnoses and issues. So for us, for Nova Scotians, this is so incredibly exciting and important for the following reason. With the development of the Your Health NS app, and with the move to provide Nova Scotians with their own health records, where you can see right on your app, you'd have your own, if you had a historical, in this case, lung scan or x-ray, you could have it right on your app. You could have access to that freely and as frequently as you would like. Then you could ultimately imagine the point in time, Mr. Chair, and it's not too far in the distant future, but we have to be looking out into the world and seeing what's happening. Imagine the point in time where you could take that x-ray that you have and agree to proactively run it through a supercomputer, use artificial intelligence to get a second opinion, to get an initial diagnosis. Imagine in the healthcare system, itself, where these could be initial, supercomputer could do the initial one and identify a number of scans that these are the ones we want to prioritize, and then provide for an in-depth to an expert here. So just imagine the efficiency of the system. So I think as leaders in the healthcare space, which you know, under the direction of the health minister and the health leadership team, you know, with CEO Oldfield and the whole team, the health leadership team, we're looking to what's in front of us today. We have to catch up, and you know, we got a lot of work to do today. But we're looking to the future, so we can be the province that proactively provides Nova Scotians with options to these incredible technologies, incredible innovations. The work that is happening at the Innovation Hub here is just, I mean, it's world leading. It really is. We're gaining such recognition for that. And through the meeting with Varian, which was in Princeton, and Seaman Health and Ears in Princeton, which is the meeting that the member asked about, that relationship now, the significant partnership with Varian that we've signed. They have a presence here in the Health Innovation Lab. One of the Varian executives was telling me like how, you know, he wants to move his family here. I mean, that's a normal thing, right? When you expose people to Nova Scotia, they say, I want to live here. But he said the relationships that they're building with other companies and researchers and innovators that are in the hub, it just fosters this environment. It's happening right here in Nova Scotia. And one of the executives told me an interesting story that he's here so much working on some of these innovative projects that when he came into the Health Innovation Lab one morning, somebody was in the kitchen, and he went in the kitchen, and they said, oh, there's space in the fridge if you want to throw your lunch in. So they thought he was a local because he was like so integrated so good into the system, right? And he was telling, I was actually with him when he was with a whole room full of Varian employees. He was talking about Nova Scotia in such glowing terms, and he used that example as where everyone's a local. So to answer the member's question, and he referred to the fact that it being a one-way ticket. I believe it was a one-way ticket from New York to Halifax, or the other way. I can't remember, but the member might wish that it was a one-way ticket to somewhere else that the Premier had. But it was actually part of a larger trade mission that we were on that included Boston, New York, I think, and then from New York to home. So it was part of an overall mission, and I can't even. I'm so excited to talk about the benefits of these trips. They're so. That one trip to Princeton which I was urged to do by a number of people in the healthcare professionals. But you got to get to Princeton and see what they're doing on artificial intelligence. That one trip inspired me so much, and it's just what drives us to make sure that Nova Scotians have access to the innovations that are happening in the world. We can lead the way from here in the Innovation Hub and from Dalhousie and from the research that's happening at some of our amazing, led by some of our amazing healthcare professionals here in the province, like Dr. Dunbar and so many others. I'd love to have an opportunity to talk about how excited we are about those and how excited Nova Scotians should be about the leadership role we're taking on fixing this national healthcare crisis. So to answer the member's question, we spent the better part of a day, most of the day, with Seaman Health and Ears in Princeton on that particular trip he's referred to. I hope that answers his question.
I recognize the honourable member Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know from some experience in Cabinet that there's usually follow-up documentation from IGA related to these trips and usually follow-up work that needs to happen. We also like to see the Premier's itinerary, if he could please table those. Were there any personal events going around that time as well that would have brought the Premier to that area?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Happy to provide the itinerary. I believe the member might be referring to, it would be well known to Nova Scotians that my daughter lives in New York. I definitely had dinner with my daughter when I was there, if that's what if the member is curious about. She was not at the Princeton meetings. I actually wish she would have been. She's an incredibly intelligent, smart person that's very driven. And I think if she would have had to spend the opportunity to spend the day at Princeton with these world-leading artificial intelligence researchers and investigators, that she would have been as equally inspired as I was and as equally passionate as I am about making sure Nova Scotians have access to the very best. She actually focuses on corporate litigation, so at some point in her career she's probably going to work in the corporate world, and I hope it is on working and initiatives like she would have had the opportunity to see there. But if that's what I'm happy to provide my itinerary. If the member is curious if I had a chance to see my daughter when I was there, I would absolutely assure the member I would never miss an opportunity to see my daughter. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member Yarmouth.
Thank you very much. I do want to congratulate her on her success as well. As a father of 2 daughters, I hope mine will be successful. Mr. Chair, I've got some questions related to renovations in the Premier's office. Have there been any renovations since he's assumed office? Specifically, has there been a gym installed in one government place? And is access to that gym exclusive to the Premier and his Chief of Staff, or all staff in one government place?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question. Of course, the Premier's office on the 7th floor of OneGov has been the Premier's office, I believe, since the early 90s. I think Premier Savage moved it from this very building over to OneGov for whatever the reasons of the day may have been, but it's been there for quite some time. It's my understanding that really nothing was done in the Premier's office over that period of time. Nobody wanted to be the Premier that spent money on the Premier's office. I, in fact, remember a couple exchanges I had with former Premier McNeil over a desk in the Premier's office and thinking to myself how ridiculous that was in hindsight. But my understanding is nothing really happened up there. It was kind of shag carpets and paint coming off the walls. But just prior to the election in 2021, the Premier of the day as it were, signed the order to do a bit of work in the Premier's office. So I guess he identified that some work was necessary in the Premier's office, paint, freshen up some furniture and stuff like this. Possibly thought he was coming back, but either way, the Premier's office was definitely freshened up at that time. Since I've been Premier, obviously we are big advocates for healthy workplaces. There's members would know, government employees would know, there is a government gym in the Johnson building. In the basement, I know quite a few members use that particular gym. It is open to everyone. I have fond memories of the gym in the Johnson building. Of course, my father was the commissioner at the Johnson building when I was first elected, and I used to use that gym quite a bit. Oftentimes, I would, you know, the way the house hours would sit or whatever, I would often use it later at night. And I remember when I was first elected, I think the gym hours were something like 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. or something in that range. And I used to try to go and jump on the treadmill at 9 p.m. or 9:30 or 10 o'clock at night. Often it would be much later in the evening after the day. And my father was very proud of my father's military service. He was a military man through and through. And when I would try to go at that hour, he would say, "The gym's closed." I was like, "Come on, Dad, can I go down in the gym?" The gym is closed. The hours are posted. The gym is, that's the rules. So I had to negotiate with my father in his capacity as commissioner at the Johnson building, that if I wanted to be able to use the treadmill after hours, I needed written permission from the Minister of Transportation of the day. And actually that was the Minister McClellan at that time. So I remember he literally wrote me a letter said to the commissioners at the Johnson building, it's okay if the member from Pictou East uses it. And that was what my dad required me to present, not once, but every single time I went into use that gym after hours. So we believe in a healthy workplace. We believe in a healthy Nova Scotia. So this is why physical fitness is something we promote. There was a treadmill and an elliptical installed in one government house. I use that. I try to use it extensively. Sometimes, Mr. Chair, the stress level gets a little high in the roles we all have. Question period on a normal day in the legislature would be 2 till 3 p.m. By the time media scrums and stuff, it might be maybe 3:30 when I get back to my office. Stress level is high at that time. My blood pressure tells me maybe I should go and exercise at that time for a little bit, so I often use it at this point in my life at that time, but sometimes in the evening, sometimes in the earlier in the morning. It's certainly used extensively by myself. I can't speak to others who may have used it, but it's certainly a place that I consider a little sanctuary in the run of a busy, stressful, important job. Hope that answers members' question.
I recognize the honourable member Yarmouth.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We now know why former Minister McClellan got hired, doing personal favors for the Premier to get him into the gym after hours. Is that exclusive? Is that access to that gym exclusive to the Premier, or is it available to any other staff who work in OneGov?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first off, I just want to say that former Minister McClellan, Jeff McClellan, is an incredibly intelligent person. He did incredible work for us in his time when I was here in government. I certainly had great respect for him when he was a Minister of the Crown and the House Leader for the government and as a person. So we were happy to work with him on the housing stuff. He brought some experience to the table there and some insight. And just some compassion, really, to that role. So I was sorry to see him go from that role, and I'm proud to have worked with him, but to know him. So I certainly wouldn't minimize his abilities down to a certain human gesture for another member of the legislature. So I do want to say that. The access to one government house is a controlled access building. There are commissioners at the entrances. It is a sign-in, sign-out building. There's a number of reasons for that. One of the things that I would say most surprised me when I took this, when we formed government and I had the pleasure to begin to serve as Premier, was that Nova Scotians are kind people. And I can tell you that over my time in politics, I have knocked on tens of thousands of doors. And people are kind and polite and respectful. It is rare when somebody is not. I think in my time of being out in the public and engaging with Nova Scotians, certainly in a political capacity of knocking on doors, I can recall 3 doors where somebody was rude. Just 3 in tens of thousands. So Nova Scotians are kind, compassionate people. In fact, I often tell this story about the first time in my 2013 campaign, I knocked on a door and the gentleman opened the door and he looked at me and he went to slam the door. But I put my foot in it and he couldn't slam it. And he looked at me and he said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "What are you doing? You didn't even say hello? You slammed the door?" He goes, "You know what? You're right." And he took a step back and he said, "Hello," and then he slammed the door in my face. So, but this is a very rare occurrence. Nova Scotians are kind people. But in the position of Premier, there are a significant amount of threats made against the Premier and oftentimes the Premier's family. This is why the Premier has a security detail in many situations. It's an unfortunate safety precaution that is absolutely necessary. When we look across the spectrum in politics in different jurisdictions, we hear stories. I have had just a couple of instances. One ended up being publicized here. I don't know how it got to the media, but they did get it, where a gentleman tried to physically assault me as I walked down the street in Halifax. So these are rare occurrences, but having precautions about them and being thoughtful about them and trying to avoid them is just a necessary aspect of public life at this time. So to that end, One Government, the building itself is a controlled access building, as is this legislature. The gym itself is not a locked room, if that's what the member is asking.
Recognize the honourable member Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, recently there's been 6 new positions hired to the Premier's office. Could the Premier's office, could the Premier please tell us what those 6 positions are for?
Recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the question from the member. So a couple of things, as the government evolves, and we always are focused on the delivery of service to Nova Scotians and how do we best serve Nova Scotians, how do we best manage the operations of government. These are constant discussions in every single department of the government, and they should be constant. The work of government will never be done. There will always be work to be done in government, and we always say that we do what we can. We always wish we could do a little more, particularly around budget time when we see the asks that people have, the requests, formulated requests of support from government. I wish we could do them all. If we, in this particular year right now, if we would have accepted every proposal and every request, and I do say they're quality. The deficit we'd be looking at would be in the magnitude of $1 to $2 billion higher. So we always want to do more. There's always a need, but we always have to be mindful of how we manage the operations of government. So the member has asked about the FTEs in the Office of the Premier and the Executive Council and the addition of 6 FTEs. So I could tell the member that 2 of those FTEs are very specifically focused on the Mass Casualty Commission recommendation implementation. So this is, Nova Scotians are very familiar with the mass casualty and just the unthinkable tragedy that happened in this province. So as a result of that, the Commission did some incredible work and came forward with a number of recommendations. A number of Nova Scotians, certainly a number of family members, and also commissioners and people involved in the Commission have mentioned to me and said to me in various interactions, Premier, please don't let this be a study and the Commission findings that sits on a shelf. People know about, government reports that sit on the shelves and gather dust and nothing happens. We don't want that. We'd be very focused on action, but certainly the requests around the Mass Casualty Commission are very near and dear to all Nova Scotians. We want to act, we want to do what we can. So this is a really, really important work that the Mass Casualty Commission has done, and the recommendations are really important that those recommendations be taken seriously in cooperation with the federal government. They have a role to do in that space. I think Nova Scotia has acted very quickly on the recommendations. We're doing what we can at the quickest pace we can, but we will not lose focus of the importance of implementing the Mass Casualty Commission recommendations. So two FTEs are focused on implementation of mass casualty recommendations. We also have 2 additional FTEs around governance and accountability. This is a governance and accountability unit. It's a redesign, a little restructuring, if you would, Mr. Chair. And this is to look at making sure that we are maintaining the highest levels of governance, the highest levels of accountability in the government, in the departmental structure for sure, but also in the ABCs and the other entities that are doing work on behalf of Nova Scotians. So the governance and accountability unit, 2 FTEs there. I can't understate the importance of the work of this group. Certainly in this chamber, we talk a lot about accountability and the need to be accountable. We are a very open and transparent government. I know there's sometimes some efforts to undermine that effort, and that's, I guess, part of the political theater of life. But the reality is that in this province we have a very, shall we say, thorough media corps who holds us to account. We have a very talented opposition that holds us to account. We have everyday Nova Scotians that are very focused on what happens in this province and making sure that their government never loses sight of what's important. So there are multiple layers of accountability, but certainly within the highest levels of the government, the Premier's office, the Executive Council, we are also very focused on governance and accountability. So 2 FTEs for the Mass Casualty Commission recommendation implementations, 2 FTEs for the governance and accountability units redesign, and the member asked about 6. The final 2 FTEs that the member is asking about have to do with 2 additional senior executive administration coordinators, I believe would be the exact title, but this is part of the team of executive deputies that we created. So people will be mindful, I guess. They'll be aware of the structure of government with a minister and a deputy minister and associate deputy minister, and then everyone working in the groups. So we as a government we have incredible talent in that pool at the deputy level for sure, at the ADM level for sure. It just people working for the province. There's incredibly talented people working for the province of Nova Scotia. I often say that there are only 2 types of people in the world, really. I believe there are only 2 types of people in the world. You have problem solvers and you have problem stretchers. And there are problem stretchers in the world, and there are problem stretchers in an entity as big as the province of Nova Scotia. But I have been so proud and honored to really come to the true realization that there are a lot more problem solvers a lot more problem solvers. And that is across the entirety of the government. But certainly what we did is we looked at it and we said, we have all these talented people who are maybe, you know, in a department, so just focused on that department, when possibly their skill set could be useful in other areas. And this became, you know, very clear to me as we looked at some of the challenges facing the province, some of the opportunities facing the province, and we would end up having discussions about, well, gee, this deputy over here, they might be kind of perfect for that particular issue. Well, but there's already a deputy over there, so we can't kind of cross-pollinate. That was kind of what we said, well, that's not right. That's not in the best interest. So we came up with this concept of executive deputy ministers. I'm joined by one here today, talented problem solver. So we looked at the executive deputy structure and said, well, how about we have this executive deputy structure who can literally be supportive of any department on any given day. They meet and they talk about challenges, opportunities, what do we need to focus on? How about you do that one? Can you go and support that? Can you do this one? And that's how we mobilize the talents of people. That's how we unshackle them from some, you know, pre-designed structure where you don't get all of the necessary brain power focused on an issue. So we created this executive deputy structure. It's working incredibly well. I'm so pleased by how it's working. It was essentially structured off something the federal government has. They have a similar thing. So we didn't have that here. So we saw it and we said, that's a good idea. And we got the brain power, so let's bring it here. So we brought that here. So of course, as we organize that group, we need to support that group too. So two of those FTEs are senior executive administrative coordinators to support the executive deputy group. So the member asked about 6 FTEs. So just in summary, that would be 2 FTEs on the Mass Casualty Commission recommendation implementation. It would be 2 FTEs on the governance and accountability unit redesign, and it would be 2 FTEs for senior executive administrative coordinators to support the executive deputy structure that we implemented. So that's the 6. We think it's working pretty good. Certainly happy to take any constructive insight from the member as to how we may modify that in any way, but that's where we are for this budget. I appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member of Yarmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there's been a lot of conversation recently about the change to the taxpayer subsidies, financial assistance to the wine industry. Could the Premier please tell the House if he himself directed his Minister of Finance and or the NSLC Liquor Corporation to make a move on this, if that was a direction from his office or if that advice came from Finance or the NSLC, and did he direct them either verbally or in writing?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just get the member to repeat the question. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
For the recent changes that were made in the NSLC, that's been the topic of discussion in the House and the public. The question is did those changes get made as a result of a directive from the Premier or his office to the Minister of Finance or the Nova Scotia Liquor Commission? Or was that based on advice and recommendations that either came from Finance or the Nova Scotia Liquor Commission?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you. No, it's not. It wasn't a direction from the Premier's office.
recognize the honourable member Yarmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was it a recommendation from the Department of Finance or Trade to make these decisions, or was there a recommendation that came from the Nova Scotia Liquor Commission? And if that recommendation did come from any of those government bodies, could the Premier please table that recommendation for the House?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you. I would just say to the member that obviously this has been a real discussion point, and the member is certainly very interested in this for sure. He's having a bit of trouble getting off the wine, I'd say, Mr. Chair, but I respect the fact that he has questions about it. I'm not really sure in the capacity that he's asking here, can he direct me to a specific line item in the budget that he might be interested in?
The Honourable Member Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So specifically, the Premier has made assertions that these changes were as a result of a trade decision that was made by the WTO. I've read that trade decision. I don't believe the commercial bottlers were even implicated in that. There certainly was not any prescription in that decision from the WTO to make these changes. The Premier has also asserted that Australia has to sign off on that. According to that trade decision, that's also not true. So we're wondering where the advice came from. The Premier has said in the House that it potentially came from trade lawyers. There seems to have been a number of departments involved in this: finance, agriculture, potentially economic development. And of course, the eventual decision on these changes were made at the Nova Scotia Liquor Commission level. So the question we're trying to get at here, and the answer we're trying to find, is where this advice or recommendation came from. And I'm wondering if it was driven out of the Premier's office, either verbally or in writing, or if this recommendation came from IGA, Finance, or the Nova Scotia Liquor Commission directly. I certainly know the advice wouldn't have come from Agriculture. So my question is to the Premier, could he table that the documentation that demonstrates this is advice that came from experts in the Trade Department or the experts at the Nova Scotia Liquor Commission or Finance?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you. And what I would say to the member is he asked the question whether this is a directive or advice from the Premier's office. The answer is no. So there would have been multiple discussions with trade lawyers and department level. I think the Department of Finance might be better placed to answer some of these questions when they come up in estimates, possibly the Department of Agriculture. And I'd ask the member to maybe ask those questions in that place. It's not really something that's under the Premier's office. I will say this, though. As Premier, I'm very focused on growing the economy of this province. I'm always interested in opportunities to grow the economy of this province and to help those businesses in this province grow. So those are discussions I always want to have. The member's asking if I directed something on this policy, and absolutely I did not.
Just before I recognize the honourable member, there's something in here that keeps beeping. I don't know what it is, but if it's around you, can you just mute it or what is it? Okay. I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Advice from department officials, having been in cabinet for I believe close to 8 years, does come in the form of briefs and advice to ministers. So if indeed there was advice from the Trade Department or Finance or the Nova Scotia Liquor Commission on this, usually that would be in written form. Could the Premier please table that advice to the minister related to the changes to the wine program so that we may take a look and
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
I think I understand what the member is asking for and driving towards. I want to tell the member I'm not aware of any outside of cabinet discussions that may have taken place on policy, and of course discussions that take place in cabinet are confidential for a number of reasons. But outside of cabinet discussions on this, I'm not aware of any briefing notes. I appreciate that he would love for there to be one to existence, but the reality is that there was a trade dispute raised by Australia. Nova Scotia is committed to coming into trade compliance. We will also always seek ways to help and support industries in this province, including, of course, the wine industry, but not limited to the wine industry. We will always look to support to grow the economy of this province. The province is growing at an incredible rate, for sure, and that's a good thing. But we will never slow down on our efforts to grow the economy. You can't. The services that we all talk about in this chamber every day, as to what additional services could we provide. We all want to provide additional services. That's why we get involved in public service, to do the best we can. But you have to generate wealth before you can pay for services. So if we don't have a growing economy and a growing tax base, then we can't grow the services that we're providing to Nova Scotians. It's something, the two go hand in hand. So we're always looking to grow the economy. And I would just say to the member that any deliberations that I may have been involved in this policy would have been after a policy was brought forward to the cabinet table to discuss, and I'm not aware of any other briefing notes from my office.
I recognize the Honourable Member Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we have had different messages from the Premier and from the Minister of Finance on this issue. When this decision was first made public, it was all about the trade decision and being compliant, and the Minister and the Premier went so far as to say Australia had to sign off on a new subsidy program for our wineries. Again, and we were told it was based on advice from trade lawyers. Again, my experience, I think, pretty consistently across the Westminster parliamentary system is the public servants tend to provide that advice in briefing form, in writing. However, the message has changed slightly on this, which is why we'd certainly like to see the evidence that advice came from trade on this, because now the Premier, which is contrary to what the Minister of Finance has said this is more about economic development and expanding the sector. And this is precisely why we like to see where these recommendations came from. Premier challenged my expertise on trade, rightfully. I'm not a trade expert. I don't believe the Premier is either. But we do wonder why this happened, because the evidence that this is a trade issue, I do not think is there. Again, the bottlers weren't even implicated in the trade decision. There was no prescription to subsidize companies that import grape juice from other jurisdictions across the world, which lowers the cost of production here and puts them in a really strong, gives them a very strong competitive advantage from a cost perspective against those that are spending money on growing grapes and putting money in the ground and building facilities here and farms here. The economic data also suggests this isn't a good investment either, because it can severely jeopardize the grape growing and local winery sector, farm-based sector, which generates, I believe, for every dollar that is invested in it, about $77 in return. And we would be trading that for a $5 subsidy on every bottle for every dollar on every bottle for bottling. So there may even be a negative implication from a value perspective for the Treasury. So again, we do need clarity on this. We are wondering why this happened. Again, the trade data that I've seen in reading through the World Trade Organization's report does not suggest this is an issue. The economic data I've seen suggests that this could be actually detrimental to our economy overall, and we have not had any analysis presented to the chamber. We've just been asked to trust that the right conversations happened at cabinet. So certainly there must be some economic, financial analysis or trade analysis that the Premier and the Minister, the Premier can provide to the chamber to substantiate his positions on this, because the consequences seem to be potentially very serious.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the member's tenacity on this issue, but there's many places where the tenacity would be better placed than trying to bring sensitive trade discussions to the floor of the legislature in such a public format. It's very dangerous and selfish, to be honest, Mr. Chair. The member has asked about the legal advice and offered his own legal advice as well, which that's very gracious of him. I respectfully decline that and will stick with the legal advice from the province's lawyers on this. Of course, legal advice is privileged. It would be equally dangerous to put that legal advice into the public realm. We are committed to a trade compliant solution to the challenge that Australia raised, and in the summertime, in June, Australia will get to opine. They're going to weigh in on whether they believe Nova Scotia has reached a trade compliant solution. And I believe in Australia's assessment of whether that is true. They will be reading quite heavily the comments of the opposition and the government's response. And in that sense, in that respect, the member is really going down what I would see as a very potentially destructive path, and that's very unfortunate. But I will stand by the advice we've received from the lawyers. I will stand by the work of the dedicated public service who has been presented with a problem, and the problem stems back to a structure that was designed in 2015. I believe the member may probably remember the initiation of that structure, which would have happened at tables that he sat at by his calculations. So if the member was part of a process of designing a structure which has now been challenged at the highest levels in the international trade world and found that it was inappropriate, not compliant, let's say, now this is a problem. There's a problem. And it's a problem that we as a province have committed to solve. We have committed to come into trade compliance. And we have also committed that we will try to find ways to support the industry and others in trade compliant manners. So when we look at the whole picture, and it's hard to bifurcate part of a problem and say, well, there's a little problem, but the rest of it, that doesn't really matter. It doesn't really work like that in the real world. It's a problem. So we're trying to solve a problem, and we're trying to solve it by June. And between now and June, the discussions will continue. The Minister of Finance has met with industry officials. The Minister of Agriculture has met with industry officials. I have not met with industry officials. I trust the work of the cabinet and the departmental staff to find a solution to the problem, and that is trade compliant. So I have great faith in their ability to do that. And throughout that process, we will respect the age-honored tradition of legal advice being confidential and privileged for obvious reasons. We would say that we are great believers in the potential of the wine industry. We are great believers in the quality of the grapes that are grown in this province. As a matter of fact, and I am not a wine expert by any stretch of the imagination, but what people have told me is that in a world where the climate is changing, and our climate is absolutely changing, in recognition of the changing climate, you know, we in this legislature collectively tabled and passed very aggressive climate goals, baked right in to the legislation. So, but the climate is changing. And the climate is changing in such a way, you know, it's destructive in many ways, but in other ways it creates different and new opportunities. And the way the climate is changing, I have been led to understand from experts that could actually be very favorable for certain types of grapes that we grow here. So the changing climate could be to the detriment of traditional wine producing areas and grape growing areas, like parts of California, like parts of France, could be to the detriment of them and to the benefit of our grape growing industry. There is incredible potential, but incredible potential can only be seized when you are respectful of the law and are you respectful of international trade obligations that we collectively have as a country. So I would say to the member that the team on the government side collectively will work with the industry, but will not try to ignore in any way, shape, or form the obligations we have to come into trade compliance. It has to stay front and center in the window, and that's where it will always be for this government.
I recognize the honourable member Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And certainly in Nova Scotia, back in 2015, there was definitely a focus on building our grape growing sector and our wine sector. It's something certainly that our government would have been very proud of, and it's led to a sector now that's valued at $250 million that I've heard the Premier speak very highly of. In the majority of speeches I've heard him speak, he's referred to our Annapolis Valley as the Napa Valley of the East. So certainly I'm sure he's not opposed to those policy decisions that were made that helped that sector grow, that helped us grow more grapes here, and produce real value out of that sector economically with a $1 to $77 rate of return on that investment. Nova Scotia, along with other jurisdictions, were brought into the trade dispute by Australia, I believe Quebec, BC, Ontario, and the federal government on this. We weren't alone in that, and it's good to see that other provinces were investing in this sector as well, probably for longer than we were. But again, this doesn't seem to be a trade issue, and we've had different stories that have come out of the government side. One, that it's a trade compliant issue, one, that it's an economic development issue. The reason why we are being tenacious about it is because we've heard from the farm wine sector that this could devastate all that they've achieved over the last decade, because it will use taxpayers' dollars to give the companies that bottle wine here, who do not put money in the ground or grow grapes and who don't have the same costs of doing business, who have a cost advantage anyway because they're importing cheap juice from other jurisdictions where they are also subsidized to grow grapes. They will now have a further cost advantage over the local sector because their prices are going to be even lower, and taxpayers' dollars are going toward the potential lowering of their price. I believe that the Premier's government has actually made this a trade issue and will keep it as a trade issue by moving this into the Finance Department, where there are jurisdictions that provide support, financial support to their grape growers where they are trade compliant. I think Italy would be an example of this. It is because those subsidies are provided as agriculture subsidies. So I believe the Premier may in fact be keeping this as a trade issue by having these new subsidies run through the finance department instead of agriculture. So the preferred markups were what were challenged by the World Trade Organization. We can't do those anymore. But that doesn't mean it makes sense to subsidize the importation of a cheaper product to compete with local growers and producers that are really having an incredible impact on our economy and exponential impact on our economy when you consider the impact to tourism and the small business community as well. So my question to the Premier is why, instead of doing what other jurisdictions have done, every other jurisdiction, Nova Scotia is the only jurisdiction that I'm aware of that subsidizes the importation of foreign product. I mean, honestly, it's like to me, it's like subsidizing the importation of apple juice to compete against local cideries, where the apples are grown here in Nova Scotia. We have an incredible horticulture sector as well. It's like subsidizing the importation of maple syrup to be bottled here to compete with maple syrup that's actually taken out of our trees and produced here. It really doesn't make sense to me, and that's why this is a topic of great consideration. So my question to the Premier, I have a couple here. If it wasn't he or his office that directed the Department of Finance or the NSLC to make these changes, if he cannot table evidence of the advice that he was given, whether on trade or on the economic impact of this, could he tell the House which minister or department advised Cabinet to make this change? And can he explain to the House why he has chosen to do a subsidy program through the Department of Finance, which will actually create a greater risk of there being trade challenges to this program, instead of providing an agriculture subsidy to the people that are growing the grapes in the ground here, where very clearly the jurisdictions that do that have not been under threat of breaching international trade agreements. And could he explain why we're the only jurisdiction that is doing it this way and subsidizing the importation of foreign product instead of focusing on the product that's grown here? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Just a little clarity from the member. Could the member direct me to where in the budget documents this line might be relevant, just so we can kind of focus the team on a response form?
I recognize the Honourable Member Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I mean, these sorts of answers explain the tenacity that we feel we have to have on this issue, because we ask and we ask and we ask, and we're not getting clear answers on this. We've heard from the industry; they're not getting clear answers on this. We actually heard from Mr. Peller, Ontario-based company who does create jobs here in bottles in Nova Scotia. We are thankful for that. We heard from him in a public article that the government actually reached out to him to ask him what to do here. So, I mean, this is a very confusing situation to evaluate. We do not have concrete policy rationale presented for this decision, either from an economic analysis standpoint or a trade standpoint. We've not seen any documentation. We're just told that it's a trade issue, and the confidentiality of Cabinet prevents the Premier from sharing everything. We do not know which department even presented this advice to the Premier, if in fact he was not the one that directed this. There seems to be some evidence that it wasn't the government at all that asked for this, but it was actually the sector that asked for it, according to Mr. Peller's public statements. And when you compare how Nova Scotia has reacted to this issue to every other single jurisdiction that's been implicated in this country in this trade disagreement, we are an anomaly, a glaring anomaly. In no other jurisdiction has their response to the trade issue been, now we have to subsidize the importation of foreign goods to compete with our own locally grown sector. And again, the risk of this is serious because of the cost advantage and the market share to the local sector. And they're very adamant about this. It's not just our party that's saying this. We are echoing what we're hearing from the farm-based wine sector, that they think this could ruin them. And again, because they are the ones putting serious capital on the ground here. They're heavily leveraged. They've built farms, they've grown grapes, they've built wineries that people from all over the world are visiting. And we may lose that, according to them, and instead get bottling manufacturers, which factories, which don't have the same level of economic impact, are not destinations for tourists to visit, and we're just trying to figure out why, and it's not clear. And we would like to get some clear answers from the Premier on this. Where did this advice come from? And why is he acting in a way and making a decision that is a complete anomaly to how every other jurisdiction has reacted to this, where they actually changed their programs to having subsidies for the agriculture sector through the Agriculture Department, not subsidies through the Finance Department.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think the issue is the member says he's not getting answers. He's actually getting answers. He doesn't like them. That's the reality. So we just disagree. The member, in my estimation, just has it wrong. But I appreciate, can have a certain amount of respect for somebody who knows they're probably wrong, sees they're probably wrong, but still keeps charging ahead with it. There's something to be said about that strength of character too. But the reality is that the member has said that it's either a trade issue or an economic development issue. It's actually both. That's the difference, Mr. Chair. Is we always look at these things under the whole lens. And we believe that this is a significant economic development opportunity. He wondered why we're not, kind of investing in the growers. Somewhere in the range of, tens of millions of dollars over the last few years have been invested in the growers themselves. So it would be disingenuous to say there's no investment there. But this is an extremely sensitive trade issue. We have until June to kind of get the fine details in place. Those discussions continue with the industry, and they will continue.
Order. That will conclude our first round of questioning from the Liberal Party. We'll move on to our colleagues with the NDP. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the Premier for being present, and Deputies Langley and Tawil, and in the gallery, Deputy Church. Happy International Women's Day. Thank you for being here today to answer a few questions. In the conversation to which I was listening attentively, the Premier mentioned that some of the increase in funding was for a governance and accountability unit. I think that sets the stage well. We do want to talk about accountability today. In particular, I have a few questions about lobbying. I did sit with the Honourable Premier when he was over on this side of the House and heard him many times raise the issue of a lobbyist registry and how weak our lobbyist registry was. I also heard him criticize then Premier McNeil for not publishing his calendar, not letting people know where he is. So while I know the Premier asserts that they have a very open and transparent government, and I'm sure there are good people working in the office working towards that, we have questions. And so I guess my first question, since the official opposition was asking about wine, is was the Premier lobbied directly by the 2 bottlers who we understand to have been beneficiaries of the program that was recently announced?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the answer, and I guess the question, and I guess a couple things I would say to the member. I think we're probably straying pretty far from the Premier's office budget, but that's okay. What I would say is. The discussion is about, I've seen the opposition, I've heard the opposition say, and I've seen the media report, that this is a program, the commercial wine program is for 2 participants. That's, I just want to correct that. It's absolutely false. It's a program that would be open to anyone who would be wanting to participate in that. So, the first thing I just want to set the record straight on that. It's not limited to 2 participants in any way, shape, or form. But what I would say to the members' question is, I have discussions with Nova Scotians every single day about issues and opportunities. It would be rare that a day would go by that somebody wouldn't stop me to talk about Nova Scotia, to talk about perhaps a challenge that they're experiencing, or perhaps an opportunity. So oftentimes, teachers, as an example, might stop me and say, why don't we do this? You know, I say, why don't we do that? And I often say, did you have to come to the Premier? Was there nobody else that could? But why don't we try that? So in the education sector, those things would go to. I might talk to the minister or people working in the department and say, why don't we try that? So across the educational sector, there would be a number of tests and tries that are happening right now in classrooms around the province that would have bubbled out of one of the 60 staff meetings that the Minister of Education has done across the province, would have been a response to the Ideas for Education campaign that were put out there. It could have been a response to something mentioned to a member of the legislature. There are any number of ways, and there should be any number of ways, that a Nova Scotian can be heard and suggest ideas, and then have them evaluated. In the healthcare sector, for sure, the people say, well, why don't we try this? We actually did a competition. It was very public, where people submitted their ideas for how, improvements, big or small, to help them do their job in delivering better health care to Nova Scotians. That was a very formal process. There are informal processes. So in a small province like Nova Scotia, I pride myself on working hard. I believe myself to be a hard worker. I believe that you get out what you put in. I put a lot into representing people and being Premier. I get a lot out of it. I get a lot of satisfaction when we can have a positive outcome. It's not all positive. Sometimes there are things you just can't help with. But I make myself accessible to Nova Scotians. I stop and chat with them. I have time to interact with them. And I take great joy and honor in doing that. I mentioned earlier today that is not without sacrifice, and the members of this chamber would know that as well. On International Women's Day, I mentioned my wife this morning and the support that she provides to me and my family. But she says, sometimes you're not present. I'm not present in the moment because my mind is elsewhere, even though I'm physically present, and it gives me a little chill right now thinking about that conversation with her. So, I try to be present. I use in those moments. I try to be present in my children's lives and present for them. But I try to be present for Nova Scotians. So do Nova Scotians talk to me about ideas and improvements for this province? Absolutely. Do Nova Scotians stop me and tell me when something went wrong? Or when there was a bad outcome where government, let them down? Absolutely they do. Do I make time for all of those interactions? 100% I do. It's my absolute responsibility. This period in my life is totally dedicated to Nova Scotia and to Nova Scotians. So if the member wants to know if I have spoken to people in the wine industry, yes, I have. I've actually been out their vineyards. I've stood in fields and looked at grape quality with them. I've stood beside the famous Nova Scotia phone booth with the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs. I have been present in their places of business, and I have heard their ideas on how to grow the industry and diversify the industry. And I do believe at my core that there are opportunities to diversify the industry and grow segments of it. I do believe that the bottling sector is an opportunity to help diversify, and I believe that it's an incredible opportunity in and of itself. If you think about the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation today, if we were to walk into the Liquor Corporation and look at all the bottles of wine that are there for sale, you would find that somewhere in the order of 3% would be in the category that we would call Nova Scotia craft wines. Of wines that are sold today in Nova Scotia, 3%. Imagine the opportunity that is to grow that to 5 or 10 or 15%. Let's be ambitious about what's possible, given the incredible grape quality that we have. And given the, what I understand from the experts is an improving grape quality as the climate changes. So I believe we'll see growth in that sector. 65% of the wines on the shelves of the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation are bottled elsewhere. They're not bottled in Nova Scotia at all. They're bottled elsewhere and sent to Nova Scotia. And Mr. Chair, a significant portion of those wines that are bottled elsewhere are bottled in Quebec. They're bottled in Quebec and sent here. They're already on the shelves. They're for sale in Nova Scotia today if you went down. And I believe that is also an opportunity. As much as there are opportunities for our Nova Scotia craft wines and our Nova Scotia grapes, there are opportunities in the bottling sector to diversify. So when something like a polar vortex comes and causes trouble, there are other diversification elements to the industry. So to answer the member's question, have I spoken to people in the wine industry? I have spoken to them. I haven't been directly involved in the discussions around the program today. That would be under finance and agriculture, and through the departmental staff. There's been extensive consultations, and those will continue. I know that the councils, the lawyers that are engaged by the province, our external counsel, international trade experts, to advise on how to be trade compliant. So there are many moving parts, but all of these moving parts, when you put them together, it's an incredible opportunity. And I think it's incumbent upon us as leaders to elevate ourselves, to look out into the future as to what is possible, and try to design policies that help Nova Scotia drive towards that and seize those incredible opportunities that are before us. So I guess what I would say to the member's specific question is I meet with a lot of Nova Scotians, I speak with a lot of Nova Scotians, and it would be my absolute intention to continue to do that.
I recognize the Honourable Member Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I asked was whether the Premier was lobbied by the only two beneficiaries to date of the program that was announced in January. And I asked that question because when we FOI-popped the Premier's schedule, we see that on December 15th, he did in fact meet with Carl Sparks and John Peller in his office, not in front of a phone booth, not in a vineyard, not touching the soil and getting his photograph taken, but in his office, he met with the 2 beneficiaries of this program in December. This was before the consultations or announcement, as the farm wine sector has put it, was made about this program, which is convenient timing. And so my question is, what was the Premier asked and what was discussed at that meeting? And I'll table that. Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't recall a meeting with those 2 gentlemen in my office. I'm not sure what the calendar entry that the member might be referring to. It could have been staff on the agricultural file. It could have been any number of things. I personally don't recall a meeting with them in my office. I will say to the member that I have had discussions with many people in the industry about various segments of the industry. I have had discussions with both of these gentlemen at different points in time in different formats about what may be possible on the bottling side of things. But I don't know specifically about that particular meeting. I'm not sure where the member might have got that.
Recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
This isn't an assertion, Mr. Chair. I tabled a copy of the Premier's schedule. So if the Premier doesn't recall a meeting, then maybe his memory can be refreshed by a member of his staff. But we certainly see in his calendar that he met with these 2 gentlemen. What we couldn't find through FOIPOP, since the Premier does not publish his calendar, as had been the practice, is an evidence of meetings with the farm wineries, with the Federation of Agriculture, with all of the people who are currently challenging this controversial program. So I wonder if the Premier could tell us if he met with any of those groups. And if the Premier can recall after a conversation with his colleagues this particular meeting, we'd appreciate any light he could shed on that as well.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, and I thank the member for this. The member said it was a meeting in my office. It actually wasn't. I do recall meeting with them. It was not in my office, so I apologize for the confusion on that. The specific question is what? Maybe the member can repeat.
Recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Well, now that the Premier remembers meeting with them, what was discussed?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you. And I do apologize. The member was very clear that I met with him in my office, and that's not something that I remembered. So, looking at it in the context of this, we discussed Nova Scotia. We discussed certainly the opportunities for the wine industry for sure. I said earlier about the changing climate and the potential for our grape production. I actually think the first time I heard that might have been in that discussion as to what is possible for a growing industry, for a growing province. Quite frankly, we spoke about a number of issues and opportunities. Mr. Peller has operations across the country. Very significant operations, so he has experience in different jurisdictions. We talked about just a number of issues around what it's like to live and work in different jurisdictions, and that's a I've obviously lived and worked in different jurisdictions myself. But I don't want the member to have any misunderstanding about my love for this province and my desire and focus on seizing opportunities that are available. So I will listen to anyone who talks about something good for this province. I will talk to anyone who talks about an opportunity to establish a company here, to grow a company here. Those discussions might be 5 minutes on a street side. They might be a couple minutes in the gallery up here with a guest. They could absolutely take place anywhere. I'm always open to those discussions. And I think it's I think that's what people should expect of the Premier of a province. So I'll continue to do that. I'll continue to share my enthusiasm. I will continue to encourage people to grow their operations here. I will continue to encourage people to move here. I believe it's my responsibility as Premier to be the #1 salesperson for the province, and I will absolutely continue to do that. And I would hope that I would do that with the members' support and blessing.
Recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Thank you. So I guess just to close this topic, I just want to confirm, given the conversation we've had over the last few minutes, that even though the Premier met with Mr. Sparks and Mr. Peller, the only two beneficiaries of this program, the December prior to the January that it was announced, and that even though the farm wine sector has said that this took them by surprise, and even though he confirmed to my colleague, the Leader of the Official Opposition, that that the decision to enact this program did not come from the Premier's office, that he didn't have anything to do with that decision. I just wonder if the Premier can confirm again that that is the case, that this decision had nothing to do with the conversation he had with these two gentlemen the December before the January announcement, and that he did not direct anyone in government to pursue this program.
The Honourable Premier.
Even though all those things, Mr. Chair, I did not direct anyone to pursue this program.
The Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Thank you. It's a world of coincidences. So I want to turn my attention, I want to stay on the topic of accountability. And again, I'm glad to see, actually, can I have that tabled document back? You can table it first, then can I have a copy back? I'm going to refer to it in another question. Thank you. I want to stay on the topic of accountability, and I want to ask about alternative procurement. So this came up. I know that this isn't, in theory, the purview of the Premier's office, but this again goes to lobbying and questions around lobbying, which certainly is the purview of the Premier's office, because it is the Premier who is lobbied, even though we don't really know that much about who he's lobbied by and when. According to a recent All Nova Scotia article, $8 million of the $18 million contract that was at the heart of the issues raised by the Auditor General in Hogan Court was directed to Ernst & Young as the principal contractor for the development of the Your Health NS app, an app that we've heard a lot about from the Premier. We've heard a lot about it. I know the Premier's going to want to talk about it, but hopefully not for too long. And our question is that even though we were told that there was $8 million to Ernst & Young, Nova Scotia Health also reported to the media that a research firm named Think Research was involved. But we don't know as much about that. And so I wonder if the Premier could tell us what work Think Research is providing and at what cost to Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, procurement doesn't fall under the direct purview of the Premier. There is a minister responsible for procurement, and I'm sure they'll get, I hope they get the opportunity to also spend a few hours in estimates talking about the procurement policies and rules of the province, which are extensive. There are extensive public procurement policies and rules, and I'm not the minister responsible for those. So I don't have an intimate working knowledge of the procurement rules and responsibilities, but I have absolute faith in the team at procurement and the teams across government that would oversee procurement for sure. But suffice it to say, I do know that there are many ways to procure things. There are many paths to procurement, and that's just the fact of life. There are times when government wants to be innovative, and maybe it's a limited potential pool of people that could provide a good or service. There are times when government it might be a change to an existing process. The member mentioned Ernst & Young, and I believe in the case of Ernst & Young, they were already on a government procurement, and there was some question whether that was essentially the same procurement, or should it have been a new one or a modification. I think the minister has spoke about that. But in terms of the Your Health NS app, I would like to speak extensively about that. But I do want to be conscious of the time as well. We might get a little opportunity a bit later, I hope. But the Your Health NS app is it's an absolutely critical piece of technology for the delivery of healthcare in Nova Scotia, and there are many jurisdictions that are I'm going to say want a piece of that action. Like they kind of like what we're doing, and they are looking at our leadership there. One of the things that I think is most important about the Your Health NS app, and there are lots of functions of it, but the Get Care function is incredibly important. And if you push that Get Care button within the app, it will take you. It's a chat bot that kind of walks you through. First off, confirms that if it's 911, call 911. If it's are you in Nova Scotia? These types of things. Then gets to some symptoms and offers you different paths, different ways to access the care you may need. So we know that there are a number of care pathways in this province. We're leading the way in what we're doing with pharmacies and working with pharmacists, expanding their scope. The pharmacy care clinics, the mobile clinics, the virtual care, these are all important pathways. And I remember at one point when I was in the Preston by-election, talking to Nova Scotians, a gentleman had actually mentioned to me, he said, I don't know why everyone's saying things, or why some people say that the healthcare system's not that working that good. We're fine. We're just fine for me. And I asked him about his interaction with the system. He said, I take my child to the IWK, and I was in and out, a couple hours, in and out, diagnosed, had everything I needed, worked just fine. I just noticed that the minister there, she may have been with me at the time, actually. But I said, Can I ask what was the diagnosis? He said, absolutely. It's my daughter, and she had strep throat. And I said, did you know that you could have taken her to the pharmacy down the road, 10 minutes in and out? He's like, no, I didn't know that. So it kind of really focused me on, when you open up all these additional pathways to care, it's really important that people know about them. And that's why this Get Care part of the app is so critical, why we really want Nova Scotians to engage with the app and find those most appropriate, most timely pathway to care. And over 210,000 Nova Scotians have downloaded the app. They're using it. They like it. It's helping them. But so that's the vision, was an app. Vision's only a vision unless you execute on it. So through the execution of the process, Nova Scotia Health, and this would be, a question for the health minister and through the Nova Scotia Health Authority on the exact interworkings of the execution of it. I just kind of open up the app like everyone else, and I like what I see, and sometimes I give them some suggestions on maybe here's more functionality you should look at. But certainly doing an assessment of the clinical services, the clinical pathways, understanding these things, and then the navigation of the pathways to access care, access a provider, capacity through the virtual care system. These are important things. And there's be a number of experts, internal and external, to the government that will be working on a development like that app. And my understanding is that Think Research was one of those parties working on the development of the app through the clinical pathways and through the navigation part.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that. That's also our understanding. As the Premier said, there are kind of a lot of rules around procurement, but this government is especially fond of what's called alternative procurement, or Alt-P, and that's really a euphemism for no procurement at all. So they decide who they want to give a contract to, and then they just do it. In March of 2023, Think Research announced a 5-year, $40 million agreement with a new client, and I'll table that. They didn't at the time release information about who that client was, but according to the government's own procurement database, that client was us. That client was the government of Nova Scotia. And Think Research was awarded a $49.6 million contract in February of 2023. I am curious, I want to ask the Premier, has he been lobbied by Think Research, given that my understanding is that this is worth more than all the alternative procurement deals signed by Nova Scotia Health in the entire year of 2021. Untendered contract, almost $50 million. Think Research, not the standard procurement process. Was the Premier lobbied to do this?
The Honourable Premier.
First off, I just want to clarify that alternative procurement process is not some kind of made-up thing, as that I don't think that the member said that, but perhaps didn't mean to imply it, but certainly cast aspersions on the alternative procurement. No, you're happy with alternative procurement process? Okay, not happy with it. So the member is not happy with the alternative procurement process, and that's okay. But the fact of the matter is that alternative procurement process is laid out in international trade agreements, which we've been speaking about here, and they have 23 circumstances where all provinces have agreed to the validity of using an alternative procurement process, and I think this is it kind of speaks to the member might not be happy with alternative procurement process. We've, I guess, confirmed that at this stage, but maybe has some other feelings a little deeper than just unhappiness with them. But the reality is, no, maybe not, I guess, just unhappy.
Order.
Yeah.
Order, everybody. Come on, order. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Any kind of insinuation that anyone would make that there's some nefarious activities around alternative procurement process is just unfair. So I would just make that as a blanket statement. There are absolute times when they are necessary, as evidenced by the trade agreements, as evidenced by the fact that provinces have signed on to these, and it does speak to a broader topic. I mean, certainly, I know that the members opposite sometimes focus on additional appropriations, and how they're not right and should come back to the legislature. We table a budget here. We pass legislation in here. There are times when government just needs to act, And, it could be a natural disaster. It could be, an opportunity to push forward on healthcare quicker. So there are just times alternative procurement process is it's definitely a legitimate procurement method for sure. So I want to be very, very, very clear on that. Things come through the legislature and people advance positions and stuff. I think it would be unfair to those people administering the procurement processes to make any kind of nefarious statements about the use of alternative. It's disrespectful to the people working in the province, for one. It also undermines the counterparty who's providing a service to the province, because when you cast aspersions on that process, you really undermine their ability to deliver as well. So it's something we need to be very careful about as people in leadership positions. But no Nova Scotian, not many Nova Scotians would be unfamiliar with this government's urgency on the healthcare file. We are faster on healthcare, and we want to move fast, and we want to do more. And we think very strongly that Nova Scotians have a right to expect that their government feels an urgency on fixing healthcare, that their government feels an urgency on fixing the other challenges that are before this province. So we feel that urgency, and the more faster is our kind of our MO, and I'm very, very proud to say that has kind of filtered down through many layers of government, and people also feel it. So as we feel that urgency on healthcare, just as strongly as any other area, we look for opportunities where we can do more and go faster. And we believe very strongly that the Your Health NS app is an important tool in the delivery of healthcare to Nova Scotians. We do want to do more, and we do want to do it faster. And this app and the development of this app is part of that process. So my understanding, and I wasn't directly involved in this procurement, and I'm not a coder, I'm not on the ground, and I'm not a clinical expert on clinical pathways. But my understanding from speaking to the team is that counterparty, Think Research, is, and brought something to the table in the form of prior experience on the chatbot thing, the chatbot aspect of the app, and brought experience in clinical pathways from working with other jurisdictions. So the health team, I'm sure, would have more detailed information on the procurement itself. But as a general theme, I would say that more faster is what Nova Scotians have a right to expect, and we won't shy away from trying to do more and trying to do it faster, and finding like-minded people within the government, like-minded people within the province, like-minded people within the technology industry that can help us do more faster, because that's what Nova Scotians have a right to expect.
Just with regards to our back and forth dialogue, if sometimes we're unable to catch things for the record, so if there's questions, just stand. I'll recognize you. I recognize the honourable member of the NDP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question to the Premier was whether he had been lobbied by Think Research. The Premier chose instead to talk about alternative procurement, which I think he asserted I had strong feelings about, which was the question that I asked. I literally don't know what that means. But I will share what my feelings about alternative procurement are, which are the same as those of the Auditor General, who at the center of the damning report around Hogan Court pointed to the use of untendered contracts that had been signed through alternative procurement processes. And I'm paraphrasing here, but essentially she and others have pointed out that while there are appropriate places for alternative procurement, as a rule, the reason we have robust procurement policies is because they're open to, essentially secretive uses of funds. We still have so many questions. The Auditor General still has so many questions about what happened with Hogan Court. And the reason that she still has those questions is because alternative procurement was used. It wasn't an open procurement process. So again, my question was, has the Premier been lobbied by Think Research? And I'm asking that question because, again, the Premier's calendar shows that, in fact, he was, not once, but twice. So on November 17th, there's a meeting with Think Research. I don't know if that's in the Premier's office or where it is, but it's in the Premier's calendar. And then again, ironically, just after Carl Sparks and John Peller left the Premier's office, Think Research came in on December 15th, or wherever it was. I don't know, maybe it was in a vineyard. But wherever those meetings were. And so again, my question is, the Premier's met twice with Think Research, who was awarded a $50 million untendered contract. And my question is, what was discussed and was he being lobbied?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was just trying to be mindful of the timeline that the member was laying out, and obviously the picture that maybe there might be an attempt to paint. I believe the member initially said that Think Research announced a procurement with the province in March. Maybe I can ask the member to just clarify that.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
I tabled a press release from Think Research in March saying, not naming the government of Nova Scotia, but saying that they had this new client, $40 million. I guess it is an assumption that our contract for $40 million with Think Research was that contract.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. So just for clarity then, this is a March press release, and is the member asking me about meetings in November and December, like later on the same year?
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
My understanding is that those meetings were the November and December prior to the March announcement. That's the timeline that I'm laying out here.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Okay, thank you to the member for that clarification. I think I can't recall the exact substance of those calls, but it would definitely have been around innovation and technology in healthcare. It would 100% have been on what is possible, what's happening in other jurisdictions, what can happen in Nova Scotia, and certainly would have been around, my desire to go do more and go faster for Nova Scotians, and being inquisitive around technologies that might be available. So I can't remember the exact substance of those discussions, but certainly it would have been around healthcare technologies. I don't think there should be any question about that.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Well, Think Research, it turns out, is one of the few folks that shows up on the lobbyist registry, which would probably suggest that they were lobbying. Whether or not that was successful, we can't say. But I guess I wonder whether the Premier or his team knew that in the lobbyist registry, Jenny Byrne is listed as the agent for Think Research. Of course, Jenny Byrne is the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre's chief advisor. I'm wondering if that has any connection, if that connection between that party and this particular company has influenced the Premier's decision to award them an almost $50 million alternative procurement.
The Honourable Premier.
No.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I think that this conversation has given us a lot to think about. I will just remind the Premier that, when we started here talking about the budget and the line items for the Premier's office, he really made a point of governance and accountability. And how important that is. So I guess I'll ask another question, which is the CEO of Think Research, not the registered lobbyist, also has very strong Conservative ties. He, in fact, was the chief of staff to the Ontario PC leader, much like the head of the apparently arm's length Nova Scotia Health, the interim leader, was once a Conservative chief of staff here in this province. Is that, can we think of that as influencing the Premier's decision to award this alternative procurement process? And do you need to have a connection to a Conservative party in this province in order to be awarded alternative procurement?
Recognize the Honourable Premier.
Maybe the member can who is the CEO of Think Research?
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Is Sachin Agarwal, who was the Chief of Staff to a previous Ontario PC leader. The registered agent is Jenny Byrne, a key advisor to Pierre Poilievre. These are my questions. As I mentioned, alternative procurement, which the Premier says I have strong feelings about. Certainly the folks in the public healthcare sector have strong feelings about it. Because they want to understand where our healthcare dollars are being spent and how, and that there's good oversight. Here we have a situation where a huge alternative procurement contract, almost $50 million, was awarded to a company that we don't know much about, except for that their lobbyist is an advisor to the federal Conservative leader, and their CEO is a well-known Conservative.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. I can't speak to the political history of the CEO. I actually believe he was a liberal, to be honest. But the political history means nothing to me. The only thing that means anything to me is moving Nova Scotia forward. I think we've shown in our role here. The member opposite was asking about former Liberal Minister Jeff McClellan's. Why do we engage him? Well, we engage him because he's a smart person who cares about the province. I think if you look carefully at the decisions we make, it's always in the interest of Nova Scotians, and it crosses political lines all the time, looking for the best people. But I certainly don't hold past political involvement against anyone or for them. It doesn't mean anything to me. I think it's something that definitely happens. I can't even tell you the amount of former members of this chamber who tell me that when their time in politics is up, they're completely unemployable because of their political background and affiliation. And that is a completely disappointing thing when I hear that. The members of this chamber bring different skill sets and different backgrounds, and they represent political parties for the most part, not always when they're in this chamber. And to have that be held against them, or make some insinuations over their abilities because of a political affiliation, it's not something that it doesn't cross my mind. It really doesn't. I only focus on Nova Scotians. I only believe that gentleman had a Liberal connection because I think we'd had some gentle ribbing in one of the conversations. But it 100% means nothing to me. Ability means something to me. And ability to perform on something, that's what matters to me. So as we look at the healthcare file and we look at people who can partner with us, and there are a number of significant entities in the Health Innovation Lab right now who are doing incredible work. I actually don't know any of their political backgrounds either, Mr. Chair, and I could really care less about it. But they're doing good work in the innovation hub, and I'm impressed by that. In terms of the app and the development of the app, I'm impressed. I wish they'd go a little bit faster on some of the technologies, and there's a lot more that can be done there, but I'm certainly impressed with where it is today from where it came. And I think how it got there is from the determination of the team internally under the leadership of Scott McKenna, who's an incredibly talented person who we're lucky to have here in Nova Scotia, was employed elsewhere, has lived elsewhere, loves Nova Scotia, wanted to come back to Nova Scotia, and he is giving it his all to make sure that this app is the best experience for Nova Scotians, and $200 and 11,000 people have downloaded, and they're using it, and it is helpful. There's lots of work to be done. But we got it to that point because we worked with smart people. We got it to that point because we leveraged other ideas of things we had seen in other jurisdictions. And the member might not know much about Think research. That's by her own representation here. I'm not trying to characterize anything about knowledge, but I believe the member said, I don't know much about Think. Think research, public company, listed company, bringing in expertise to Nova Scotia, to bear to Nova Scotia for the benefit of Nova Scotians. And I absolutely want to be perfectly clear. I don't work in the procurement office. I don't issue directives on what should be procured from where. This is not something that is in my daily routine or my purview. I trust the people around me to make good decisions about what is possible. I trust the people around me to be focused on providing services to Nova Scotians. There's an entire group that works on procurement, certainly through the Nova Scotia Health Authority. I'm not sure if the Department of Health and Wellness would have been involved in this procurement or not, but I know that I was not involved in it. But what I would say my involvement would be is in constantly pounding to go faster and do more. And I would say, Mr. Chair, we don't get everything perfect in terms of government policy. We don't get it all perfect, but we do move forward, and we do have the courage, I think was a word used earlier, to admit when we didn't get it perfect and when we got it wrong. And we've had to do that. Nova Scotians may recall a prior budget where we had an idea that we would tax non-residents. It turns out, Mr. Chair, wasn't too good of an idea. We acknowledged that it wasn't a good idea, and we've kind of backed away from that. And we learned in the way. We learned we learned along the way. That if you ever want to see, you want to hear how attached somebody feels to Nova Scotia, even though they don't have their primary residence here, if you ever want to know how much they care and feel attached, just tell them you're going to call them a non-resident and tax them more. They have a certain reaction to that. We learned, I actually learned about some extremely high-profile educational leaders and titans of industry that actually have a connection to Nova Scotia, residents here in Nova Scotia, spend some of their time here in Nova Scotia. So that was a positive outcome of, we didn't get it right on the policy. But we'll just keep moving forward, and we'll try to do the best we can at the point in time. I was surmising on the, as the member was, on the political background of the CEO of Think. I believed that it was a Liberal connection somewhere in there. I've just, the staff have just told me that the CEO actually worked for Michael Ignatieff, who I don't believe was either a Conservative or a PC member. So he's actually a Liberal background, but it matters not one iota to me, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, at the end of the day, this question is about transparency and accountability and about lobbying. And we have a situation where a registered lobbyist met with the Premier twice, and after that, a almost $50 million alternative procurement contract was awarded. The Premier says that he wasn't lobbied. I guess we'll have to draw our own conclusions. But at the end of the day, I agree with the Premier. I think it's not totally around partisanship. I think it's around access to the Premier's office. And this is why we FOIPOP the Premier's calendar. It would be a lot easier if he would just provide it, as has been the practice in the past. He won't. And so we are forced to FOIPOP it. And what we see when we FOIPOP it are meetings in advance of lucrative contracts that benefit folks, some who are registered lobbyists, some who are not. And so then I guess we have to draw our own conclusions. But we couldn't actually FOIPOP the Premier's whole calendar because it's expensive and it takes a long time for them FOIPOP request to actually be complied with. I think that's maybe a whole nother conversation for another department. But I guess going back to Hogan Court, which I referenced, can the Premier tell us if he met or was lobbied by Cresco, Shanex, Lindsay Construction, or Ernst & Young while he was deciding, or while the government was deciding to move forward with what the AG has roundly criticized as the unaccountable Hogan Court project?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just think this is such an important discussion because it matters. It matters to Nova Scotians. It matters to Nova Scotians in the sense that, you know, the members stood in here and quite clearly tried to draw a connection from somebody who she assumed was a Conservative to some contract. Quite clearly tried to draw a connection from a Jenny Byrne to this. Like, obviously, there's a lot of stretch on the member's part, and the fact of the matter is, it was all based on inaccurate information. It was all based on the premise that somebody was a Conservative at some point in their life, so therefore must have benefited from that at this point in time, and it's just not true. It's not true anyway. But it wasn't even true the person was a Conservative, right? So it's all, it actually matters. And then stand up and say, well, it didn't, you know, I was just saying that, but it didn't really mean it. But the background is that any alternative procurement posting, any alternative procurement is posted publicly on a website. It gets much debate in the media and in the public, and certainly through the Auditor General's report. So there's nothing that's not like in the wide open public purview. Every single aspect of it is. And to insinuate that there's something that's not, it just wouldn't be fair. So I wouldn't let that stand either. But the reality is that I meet with a lot of people, and I'm happy to recount the types of situations where I interact with people. It is extensive. I would in fact, try not to leave a room without interacting with everyone in that room in some way, shape, or form. So I believe myself to be very accessible to the public, and I meet with people who are currently engaged in maybe some business relationship with the province. I meet with those people. They're across the spectrum, from doctors to teachers to business people. We have those discussions, and I meet with people who would dream of wanting to do business with the province. I meet with them too. I mean, there's certainly a number of the member has pointed out a couple of entries from my calendar where, you know, there was essentially a contract in the end. There would be pages and pages and pages and pages of people that I meet with that, I guess to use a better word, didn't go anywhere for them, right? So, but I'm interested in ideas. And I believe that I should always be open to ideas. So I make myself accessible to hear ideas. And I make myself accessible to hear what's working in another jurisdiction and how somebody may have been involved in that. And did it work? What would you do different? This is all part of the discussion of ideas. And really, I do think that, you know, the deliberations that lead to a policy, there's many deliberations that happen that lead to a policy. There's many deliberations that don't lead to a policy. Like it's just the way it is, right? So, but I think when you try to pull one thread out and make some assumptions and and draw a line like the member has done here with a CEO who's just an upstanding business person, who's now had his name put down here and said, you're no better than the fact that you work for a conservative, when he didn't actually even work for a conservative. It's not fair to people. So when the Premier meets with people and the opposition or the media will try to use that in some way that kind of lessens them, I just don't like it. It's just gross, for lack of a better word. And when you think about what's happening it's almost as if somebody approaches one of those things that you draw on, what do they call, the easel, and they put one line on the page, and then somebody comes along and says, you know what, that's an awful picture. That's the worst picture I've ever seen. But the fact of the matter is the picture's not drawn yet. So that's why the deliberations of government go through many stages. There's many lines. And guess what? Sometimes the picture doesn't get finished, or it is an awful picture. But it has to. There's a process that has to go out. So if the member's position is that the Premier should not be open to meeting with people, then I reject it. And we're never going to agree on that. If the member's position is that by their very nature of having had discussions with the Premier, that they are a lesser person of lesser quality, and they're only talking to the Premier because of some political affiliation, I just reject that. We can't run our province on that type of thinking. That's a type of thinking that has held our province back for generations. No more, Mr. Chair. This is the time when we are unleashing the potential of this province. This is the time when we are building Nova Scotians up. We're building this province up, and we're doing it one person at a time, one discussion at a time, one idea at a time, one meeting at a time, and we will continue to do that because the potential for this province is so, so great that we can't let political ideologies and petty politics interfere with reaching the potential of this province. I am focused on one thing: the potential of this province and growing this province. That is all I focus on. And we are growing at an incredible rate in this province. We would normally grow by somewhere in the range of 5,000 people a year. 5,000 people a year. That's what we would normally traditionally grow by. And that would be 20,000 people would move to Nova Scotia and 5,000 would move away. And the net would be 5. Now, a lot of those 20,000 might move here for school, and that's why the move away part was so high too, because maybe they came for education, but we would normally grow by 5,000. That's kind of where we were. And members may remember how difficult it was, what an aspirational goal it was to reach 1 million Nova Scotians. Like that took a little while, like it was pretty aspirational at the time. But guess what? We didn't grow by 5,000 last year. We grew in the range of 40,000 Nova Scotians. It's absolutely incredible growth. And we're not struggling to meet 1 million. We zoomed right past it. I think we're 60,000 people past that 1 million now. So we are growing. And we have the challenges of growth. For sure, we have the challenges of growth. And people will see those in the healthcare system, and people will see those challenges of growth in the housing situation. But as Premier, as a government, we accept the challenges of growth. We accept them, and we welcome them, because in this province, we've seen the challenges of decline, communities shrinking, schools closing. Incredible debates. You ever been to a debate on a school closing? The emotions in that room are so intense, because when you close a school, you really kind of close off the future of the community in many people's eyes, and I agree with them. So we're not at that stage in this province. We are growing at an incredible, incredible pace, and we'll accept those challenges while we're building new schools. But as we face those challenges, and as we're honest about the challenges and the need to address them, we have to be open to listening to people, maybe those who have done it before, experienced similar challenges. We have to open our minds to what is possible. And my commitment to Nova Scotians, that as long as I have the privilege to be the Premier of this province, my mind will be open to any idea, no matter where it comes from, where and what political background somebody has. I will listen, and I will respect their opinion, and there's a place for them in this province.
As we've reached a bit better than the 2-hour mark, I just wonder if you're good, Premier, or do you need a couple-minute break? I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I've heard the Premier's comments. We do on this House have a concern about certain individuals that do have close relationships with the Premier, that have done fundraising with the Premier. I think there's been some very clear evidence that there is partisanship, favoritism that does happen within this Premier's government. We saw that when independent boards of our economic development agencies, our venture capital agencies were collapsed, and the Premier, according to his own words, appointed his personal friends and associates. I think we saw an example of this where we have an individual that could gain from these changes to the wine sector subsidy millions of dollars, who the Premier kind of admitted to doing fundraising for him. The Premier said that was possible. That's not a no, and I think it's well known that Mr. Sparks has hosted multiple fundraisers for the Premier, and very successful fundraisers by the sounds of them. So when we do see this sort of favoritism happen, I think we do have to question it and ask questions around it. There is another relationship that I've asked about in the House, and that is with the Premier's, I believe, chair of his fundraising committee, Scott McRae, who also played a role in the transition organization of the Premier. There does seem to be some indications that Mr. McRae is still playing a role in the Premier's administration, either in advisory capacity. I've heard that, again, I've not seen anything in writing, but I have heard from people who have been directed to speak to Mr. McRae from the development world. I've heard that to be the case even with universities that have housing projects. They've been directed to Mr. McRae. And I'm wondering if the Premier can tell the House what that relationship is, if there's an official role that Mr. McRae has in his office or in his government, if Mr. McRae is on payroll. Also, I'd like to know if the Premier utilizes Mr. McRae's facility, Queensmark, for meetings. I know that the Premiers were hosted there. I've heard that there's other meetings that are coordinated in that facility, and if there is a special rate that the Premier may have on those meetings. So just trying to understand, again, get clarity on the relationship, what it is, if it's official, and of course, if there's any benefits that the Premier thinks that Mr. McRae is getting from that relationship.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
There's a lot baked into that little statement, I would say, by the member. And it's very consistent with what I just spoke about from the, I guess the questioning from the prior member. A couple of just a couple quick snappers, I guess, and then I'd like to get into a more fulsome discussion about how I see Nova Scotia. But so no, not on the payroll. No, don't use the Queensmark facility for meetings. I have been to restaurants there and spoke to people. If that, maybe the member will have some further questions about my dining habits and what I might get when I go certain places. But I guess what I would go back to is I met Mr. McRae when I was campaigning to be the leader of the PC party. his name surfaced as somebody who cares about this province and invests in this province, and as somebody that I should speak to. And I know that Mr. McRae speaks to anyone who cares about this province. I know he spoke to, I believe, he spoke to Premier McNeil a number of times on a number of different issues. And he makes himself available to me. I'm sure he would make himself available to any member of this chamber that wanted to talk about the potential for this province. And if there is any question about how he feels about the potential for this province, I urge the members, when they leave the chamber, to walk down to the waterfront and walk around the Queen's Mark facility and just drink it in. That is a magnificent facility. And you don't invest in a magnificent facility like that. I don't know what that costs, but it's a significant investment. You do not invest in a facility like that unless you believe in the future of the province. What I would say is, and his investments are not mobile. They're real estate. You're not picking up a building like that and saying, I'm not happy about Nova Scotia. Let me take my building and move it somewhere else. He is all in on the future of this province. And because he is all in on the future of this province, he'll talk to anyone about what he thinks is possible. Absolutely anyone, because he cares about the province. So I also care about the province. So I had initially met him when I was campaigning to be the leader of the PC party. Spoke to him a couple of times after that. Certainly when heading into Election Day in 2021, when it became clear to us, my campaign leadership team, that the PC party was going to form the next majority government and that we were hours away from forming the next majority government, when it was an absolute certainty in the dying days of the campaign. And it was an absolute certainty to our team, but not many others. You weren't reading a whole bunch of stories about how the PC party was going to storm to a majority government. But I knew because I was out talking to Nova Scotians. I was traveling the province, working very hard day after day after day, talking to Nova Scotians, listening very carefully to Nova Scotians. So, well, it took a while for the pundits and the experts to just even imagine that it would be anything but a Liberal landslide on Election Day. That's what everyone thought. This will be an absolute Liberal landslide. Just an absolute pure formality, this 30-day campaign. Well, it turned out campaigns matter. It was not a Liberal landslide. It was a PC majority, a very strong PC majority. On Election Day, the PCs won 31 seats. Now, that was then, Mr. Speaker, because we don't have 31 seats anymore. We have 33 seats now. As we've been governing this province and working with Nova Scotians, people have noticed. By-election came. I don't know why there was a by-election. A member left the Liberal caucus. I'm not sure the circumstances of why that decision was made, but a member left the Liberal caucus, and there was a by-election in a Liberal stronghold, 20-year Liberal seat. Some people say in the chamber here that the PCs they're only a rural party. They don't have any. Well, that's absolutely not true, Mr. Speaker. We're a Nova Scotian party. So the by-election came, and at the end of that by-election was a PC seat, another PC seat, and an incredible member. And so that was a wonderful thing, great addition to our party. And then since then, we picked up another member who I have to say is exceeding my expectations, to be honest. His tenacity for Nova Scotia and to provide service is really, really something to behold, and I'm incredibly proud. So, but heading into that Election Day, you know, the campaign co-chairs, when we chatted the night before, I asked them what they thought. Where are we at? During campaigns have lots of highs and lows, for sure. During it, you know, and sometimes the campaign team would send me the polling in the morning, and sometimes they wouldn't. So I would read a little bit into the days that I didn't get the polling, but it didn't stop us. We just kept working. And on the eve of the election, I asked the campaign team, like, what are you thinking? And they said, could be anywhere from 27 to 32. That was kind of what they thought. And that's always a little disappointing because there's a whole bunch of other candidates that are good quality people that worked real hard that you know aren't going to be successful, so your mind kind of goes to them. But they asked me what I thought, and I thought it would be 31. That was what I thought. But I tell that story because the member is interested in my relationship with Mr. McRae, of like an incredibly generous business person in this. Like I wouldn't even be able to imagine the financial contributions he has made to so many organizations, schools, community groups, organizations. That the financial side would be just absolutely breathtaking. But also of his personal commitment of time. He's extremely generous with his time to organizations. He's extremely generous with his investment of time in the province. But I'm just reflecting on this because the member has asked about the relationship. And on the morning of the election, quite early in the morning, I had reached out to a few people about, would you be on my transition team? Would you be willing to step up and be a member of the transition team? And some people would say, well, what's involved? How much of a time commitment is it? Which I always kind of downplayed. It's a significant ask of somebody. I think about after the election and your new government and you're getting in, you got to select. There's lots of decisions to be made, especially this time. Just after the election, the government pretty much left the building and walked away. And you remember it was right in COVID and stuff, and the former premier just walked away from everything, and we weren't sworn in yet. We were trying to manage all this. But people have questions about what is the time commitment for the transition team, what's involved, and I would always kind of downplay it. Well, it's not a whole pile, but there's binders and binders and binders. So I'd reached out to a number of people at that time. Would you be a member of the transition team? And different reactions, and some of them reacted, well, are you going to win? Are you going to win, or why don't we maybe wait till the results come in? So it was kind of, because they were reading stuff in the media about what they expected, what would happen. And I said, we're going to win, and we're going to form a government, and we're going to do our very best for Nova Scotians every single day. So I was just reminded of that very early morning phone call to Mr. McRae saying, we're going to win tonight, and I'd be honored if you'd step up on that transition team and help. Through the transition, which he, of course, agreed to do because he's so committed to this province. And any other time that I have asked him for his thoughts on different aspects, he has been generous and free with his time on that. He has all kinds of insight into the education system, all kinds of insight into the economy, and certainly other aspects of managing the province. So I won't let it stand that a member of the opposition would come into this chamber and take a person of his character and try to minimize it for some political gain. It's really shocking when you hear members try to assassinate the character of upstanding Nova Scotians just because they talk to the premier. It's not fair, and it's certainly I'm happy to replace that. I'm happy to replace that word.
Order.
I'm happy to replace it.
Okay. Yeah. I recognize the honourable premier.
Thank you. I'm happy to retract the turn of phrase there. I think the sentiment is well known, but no, he's not on the payroll. Yes, he cares about this province. I hope that answers the member's question.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank the Premier for his response. I am happy he mentioned the seat gain that he had as well. because particularly with the member for Halifax Atlantic, I think we do get another example of how this Premier does operate on a transactional basis, where there is an offer, in this case for substantial financial gain, a $50,000 increase in salary, compounding impact to pension as well. The Premier did ask if it had something to do with me. I can only go by what the member for Halifax Atlantic said, and that's that it wasn't. Is that he was offered a position in cabinet, and that's fine. He's allowed to leave and take that position. But I do think that is a demonstration of part of the culture of decision-making with the Premier, where there are favors done. There are transactions that happen where if you fundraise money for me, potentially there is a financial gain for you. I think we potentially see an example of that in the recent decision on the changes to the winery program. And we're wondering if that's the case elsewhere. I'd like to know, there was a canceled public tender shortly after the Crown corporations were collapsed and after the Premier appointed his personal friends. This is something that we FOIPOP'd. So for the House's understanding, there was a public tender for the old Nova Scotia Crystal building that was advertised. There was a successful proponent. I believe it was Benjamin Bridge Winery. So a public tender granted during the time that Develop Nova Scotia was independent and had its own board. After the government assumed control of Develop Nova Scotia and put the minister in charge and appointed, according to the Premier, a personal friend, this tender was canceled. And so these are the things that we do worry about when there are less protections in place for the public, when there are more opportunities for partisanship, favoritism to come into play with serious decisions. In this case, which may have impacted a public tender. So this tender, and this again was on the Nova Scotia Crystal building on the waterfront, right next to the Queen's Mark, Mr. Chair. Directly next to that, very close to Cable Wharf. And here's some correspondence that we were able to retain from a FOIPOP. So this tender was issued in March 10th, 2022. It closed April 14th, 2022, and was canceled August 25th, 2022. Here are correspondence. So you'll see that the canceling happened after the collapsing of the independent board and when Develop Nova Scotia was brought in under the minister and under the direction of Wayne Crawley at the time, personal friend of the Premier, according to the Premier. I hope to, April 28th, so this is correspondence, April 28th, 2022, hope to inform the proponent in 2 weeks. May 12th, 2022, Develop staff says, I assume we aren't in a position to contact the proponents this week. May 12th, 2022, Develop VP, could be any day, week or month. Develop says, okay, the next thing in May 2022, there are responses that are completely redacted. So after the Develop VP says, could any day, we could contact them any day, week or month, the next round of correspondences are completely redacted. We don't know what they say. The next correspondence, Develop says, yikes, yikes. Okay, thanks for the heads up. I'll carry on with the review phase language and let him know that as soon as we have an update, we'll provide it. Briefing note that is dated between July and September says tender closed and preferred proponent selected. So we know that that had happened. July 18th, 2022, Crown review ongoing continues to delay decision-making, impacting business timeline and creating risk to reputation. The rest is redacted. So Develop Nova Scotia staff saying the ongoing Crown review is impacting the business timeline on this, creating risk to reputation. The rest is redacted. Someone inquires about the tender, August 8th, 2022, Develop VP says, I think at this point you could simply reply that the property is the subject of an open procurement, and until such time as that is consummated or terminated, we aren't able to entertain any proposals on the subject property. August 25th, 2022, All Nova Scotia inquires. Tender was canceled today on August 25th, 2022. Could you please tell me why it was canceled and what's next for this property? Staff debating messaging. Completely redacted, just about. So staff is debating messaging. It includes, we are still going through approvals here, but we'll get back to you ASAP. In the meantime, I wanted to flag that the department has asked that you also get Wayne's sign off on this one. Wayne Crawley, all capitalized, 2 question marks. Media request is not returned as they did not get sign off from Wayne. It is reported as such in All Nova Scotia. September 13th, 2022, media requests for McDonald Notebook. The business, and now they have the messaging down. The business development opportunity for the 5080 George Street was canceled. Develop Nova Scotia, Nova Scotia Lands are in the middle of a transition to consolidate and become Build Nova Scotia. Once Build Nova Scotia is formally established, the future of the site will be reevaluated, ensuring that the land holdings of the province are used to the highest potential. There are 2 proposals submitted in response to the business development opportunity. This response was approved by Wayne. So we have an example here where shortly after the government assumed control of Develop Nova Scotia, a publicly tendered property that was awarded to a proponent was canceled. The Premier's personal friend was involved in this. He required sign-off. It's clear that the minister and the department provided direction to this. I've also heard that this was then repeated with the VIC building on the waterfront. There was another public tender that was awarded. Again, I believe the proponent was Benjamin Bridge, and that was also canceled after it was awarded. Now, what people are saying who've been involved in that is that Scott McRae has had an influence on this decision. That Scott McRae has met with Build Nova Scotia, and that there may be a desire of Ms. McRae to acquire those properties. I don't have any evidence of that, and I'll say that on the record for sure. I don't. But there's enough based on the Premier's behavior, his decision-making, I think his obvious tendency to reward friends. We see it with the NSLC board, where the vast majority of people on there are people that work for the Premier on his campaign, including his campaign chair. I think we almost saw it with the shipyard purchase in Lunenburg, which I think the Premier wisely pulled back on. But now we're wondering if there is outside influence. Again, these are questions. These are questions. I'm wondering. But why would a public tender that was awarded be canceled shortly after the government retained control over that independent board? And is there any truth to what's being said that is because Mr. McRae may have designs on those facilities because they do abut?
Order. I just want to just to state we're getting close. Like, everyone here is an honourable member, and I genuinely believe that we're close to the line here on some of this. But if I may read it. The proceedings of this House is truly based on a long-standing tradition of respect and integrity for all members. Remarks which question a member's integrity, honesty, or character, they're not in order. It's never in order. And I'm not saying that we breached that. I'm just saying we're at a fine line here. And a direct charge or accusation against any member is made through substantive motion. So I'm not saying we went over the mark or not, but we're on that fine line. And I would recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and certainly I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm asking, I think, a question that's really important in terms of understanding why this decision would have been made, and if there was influence outside of government on it, and what those influences might have been.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. I just want to say that in my time in public office, and certainly in my time in the Premier's chair, I'm not perfect. I say things a little wrong sometimes, and they're highly publicized events when the Premier misuses a word or says something wrong. People know. people are certainly informed to know about that. And certainly the most recent one would have been around the state of emergency. And I would say that as serious as that situation was, and I spoke to the mayor and apologized for my phrasing on that, but we did respect the state of emergency as a party. It was a serious thing. It was to be respected. So we expected it would be respected when the time came. But I was really surprised that week when the CBRM was under a state of emergency to see that two Liberal caucus members had just ignored the state of emergency and drove to Halifax to take place in a Liberal Party event, and we're on the stage smiling and carrying on under a state of emergency. But I will say on our side, we did respect it, and our members stayed. But I say that for a couple of reasons. The first is that the phrases I used were not appropriate, and I certainly apologize for that. And I've done it a couple times. There's a couple things I've said. When we were reorganizing the Crowns, we identified two successful business people, highly competent people who we thought could be nice interim positions to kind of help through the standing up and the reorg. Well, we identified the permanent long terms. It was only ever meant to be interim. They have other gigs going on, very busy people. If you want somebody to do something, if I'm the busiest person. So we identified two people. And in the ensuing media scrum, one of the reporters said, "Who are these people? I don't even know who these people are." And I said, I know these people. I know their character. They're friends. Well, that simple use of the word has really caused a lot of, I'm going to say, reputational damage and personal anguish to the two individuals that were just trying to step up. Because you hear time and time again in this, the general theme here this afternoon has been along the lines that, well, anyone who does something with this province, they can't be of any quality. It must just be for some other nefarious reason. So I sincerely apologize to those individuals. And the worst part about it is, as a small province like this, you need external advisors. You actually need people outside of this bubble that we live in to bounce things off. And my goodness, they should be able to do that without the opposition latching onto their name and making social media posts about them. And just today, in this short amount of time we've been here, and I hope, we'll go through today, and I hope I have another opportunity to do some more time, because imagine that here today, we're not talking about the healthcare needs of the province. We're not talking about the housing challenges the province faces. We're not talking about affordability issues. We're not talking about the things that Nova Scotians talk to me about. You know what we're talking about? We've identified now, if I went through the list of names that the opposition have identified, reputable Nova Scotians, that when the call came, they answered the phone and stood up. A list of them now, I think we're probably on 5 or 6 of them now that have been raised in this chamber today, all in the context of passing some insinuations about their character, about their ability. And we could be talking about meaningful stuff, important stuff. But I just want to say that in the form of issuing an apology to those people who have stood up and answered that call to help out. And when the province came calling, they answered the phone. And as a result of that, the member opposite is making it his own personal mission to lessen their name. And that's an awful shame, Mr. Chair. But we'll continue on, and I'm sure in the course of the afternoon, they'll identify another group of distinguished Nova Scotians who also maybe interacted with the Premier somewhere, but I'm not ashamed to interact with Nova Scotians. Now, the member started off his discussion about an insinuation about the kind of party was the words that he used. In other words, continuation of the theme, that it's only the PC members that that I would be interested in talking to. I think my own track record is very, very clear that that's just not true. If anyone would actually want to take a look, it's absolutely not true. I could list off 3 or 4 examples right now of high-profile Nova Scotia traditional Liberals who have served in very high-ranking capacities in the Liberal Party, who I have engaged, worked with, employed with whatever, because they were the right person for that time. I won't lessen their name by dropping it here on the floor of this chamber, but I want the member to rest very assured, and he knows who some of them are, but he doesn't know who all of them are, because they've distanced themselves from this particular Liberal brand. But I don't care about somebody's political affiliation. They do, and they can. I care about a lot of other things: healthcare, housing, affordability, moving this province forward. That's what I care about. And the member actually said that it was some type of transactional agreement to the new minister's decision. I wish, if I was a lesser person, Mr. Chair, I'd dig into that. But let me just assure the member that I personally saw something in the minister. I saw incredible ability. I saw incredible passion. And we had extensive discussions as a team as to whether he was the right person for this challenge. Again, remember the way we see the world from this side. Problem, solution. What's the problem? What's the solution? And we faced a set of circumstances where we had a member who had to step down. And first and foremost, that was the concern. Support for our colleague, for our friend, for our member. And I was very pleased to see his return to the legislature. But it left a hole in the management of the province. And as a group, we collectively said, this is a problem, what are the solutions? And we collectively, through numerous discussions, I would say, identified that there was a person who could be, can I just get, yeah. Who could be a part of this solution. We were looking for another solutionist. And we identified somebody whose lived experience, whose passion, whose caring, whose understanding could be, thank you, could be exactly the solution here. So I saw something. My team saw something, and I'm telling you, we were right on that one. We're not always right, but we were absolutely right on that one, and I think the team would say that unanimously. But through the course of that discussion, I happened to catch a little snippets on the media now and then by accident. Somebody might have had it on an iPad or something, and I might have caught it. But somebody said, "You got to look at this. You got to see this." And I actually saw the leader of the opposition on the media talking about values and his values and how somebody else, maybe his values didn't align with his. This is what he said. I don't know why he's doing that. It's not his values. But it begs the very serious question as to what the member opposite's values are. And I think that's been on full display in the last little while here, and I won't delve into that. Others can certainly understand it, but I want to be very clear on what the values of the PC party are. And these are documented PC values, but the reason they're PC values is because they're Nova Scotian values. And the reason that Nova Scotians are, reach out with their feedback and why they feel the way they do about our government right now, which I think is reasonably favorable. A week is a long time in politics, and things could change, and tomorrow could be a new day. But I think at the moment, they feel very favorably about the fact that this government is getting things done. We're getting to work, and we are getting things done. And they don't expect perfection, but they expect effort. And they see an effort from this government that they haven't seen before. But the values of the PC party, responsibility. You know, we have a responsibility to Nova Scotians to act responsibly as their government, but Nova Scotians also have a core personal responsibility to, you know, to own up to their own actions and to make good decisions. So responsibility is certainly a core value of the PC party. Accountability. Be accountable. So as a government, from a government perspective, we need to be accountable to Nova Scotians. And we do that. We are open and accountable. And why are we open and accountable? Why are we so willing to discuss policies and our view of what that is? It's a core value. It's a core value of our party. And it's a core value of party members that they are also accountable for their reactions. So there's been some discussion in the chamber recently about the Coastal Protection Act. And the leader of the NDP in a scrum said that the Premier, this is a quote, I can table it, it's transcribed, somebody transcribed it, I don't know. The Premier seems, I mean, I really do think this is an ideological disagreement. This is a personal issue, what you do with your waterfront property. So this is an ideological disagreement. If I read through, the Premier seems to think it's a personal issue, what you do with your own waterfront property. We believe this is a collective issue. So I actually do believe in people being responsible for their actions. I actually do believe in people being accountable for their actions and accountable to their friends and accountable to their neighbors and accountable to their community. I do actually believe that. So maybe the member is right. But the member, it is, I do believe in personal responsibility. And I do believe that Nova Scotians would do the right thing given the right information. That's the Blue Noser spirit. That's why we are who we are. That's why we love this province. And the member said, but we believe, and I think that's in the context of the NDP, we believe it's a collective issue. So it's not a personal issue on your personal waterfront. It's a collective issue. Now that's a values distinction. Like maybe that's a value of the. I don't know what the Liberal Party value is on. Like I don't actually know where they stand on that. It would probably be in whatever they thought might get them a nice headline. But we actually we believe deeply in core values. Because they're Nova Scotia values. So we believe in accountability. We believe in entrepreneurship. We believe in that there are those who have the ability to create jobs and grow the economy. And those are people, yeah, we support entrepreneurship. We want people to want to succeed and grow companies and employ people and create other opportunities. And you know, in this province, we teach students in our education system a lot about how to write a resume, a lot of resume writing classes. There's not as many entrepreneurship classes, and we believe that, well, we believe in entrepreneurship, so that is a core value. So when the member talks about values, and I don't know what theirs are, but I'm very, very clear on what ours are. And so does the Premier meet with business people? Yes, the Premier meets with business people. Do you want to know why? Because it's a core value of his to support entrepreneurs, to support those that are making things happen, that can create jobs, create opportunities. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. We support, it's a core value of ours. And another core value, and just for anyone who's kind of wants to follow along, if you Google the PC Party website, you'll find these. But I want to share my insight on those values, because the members talked about whether, imagine referring to somebody and that it was a transactional decision, taking on the responsibility to look after, manage the Department of. Imagine the importance of that portfolio, the impact it has on so many Nova Scotians. like just an immediate impact on Nova Scotians, and take on that responsibility. And yes, there's a compensation difference. Absolutely there is. But I don't know that it's commensurate with the responsibilities we're taking on and putting on in this case, right? That's a very, very significant portfolio. And the member talked about his values, but I don't know what they are. And I know what mine are. You know, responsibility, accountability, entrepreneurship, patriotism. And this is why I want to talk about patriotism. It's about those who care about their province, actually caring about your community. We see them every single day. Now, I talk about the Blue Noser spirit. And I, you know, we hear about the Blue Noser spirit. After the mass casualty tragedy, in speaking with some of the family members, one of the family members always talked about it's not the Blue Noser way, the Blue Noser support, the love that they feel. And I said to him, I said, man, you're right. Like, I had to ground myself again in what it means to be a Blue Noser. And this is why people always talk about, you always hear about the Blue Noser spirit. I always talk about the Blue Noser spirit. And he would message me often, and he'd say, I just saw you on the news. I know who you're thinking of when you say that word, and I'm thinking of their family right now for sure. But what the Blue Noser spirit really speaks to is patriotism. It's caring enough about your community to put them first. And the people that we're talking about today, and the members opposite will put those people in a certain light. They believe there's some political advantage to casting a certain light on those people, and I don't agree. Like, I just disagree with that. The light that I would shine on those people is the patriotism, that they are there, that they stand up. Now, can you imagine taking on a responsibility like the Department of Community Services right now? Like, that's a patriot. That's a core value. That's somebody who cares about Nova Scotians, that says, I have the lived experience, I have the intelligence, I have the desire, and I want to help. That's patriotism. That's a core value. And that's a core value of the PC party. And I think the last one I want to touch on in the short amount of time that I have here this afternoon is respect. And it's treating all citizens equally. That's a core value of the PC party, regardless of ability, race, gender, religion, language. Treating people with respect. That's a core value. That's one of our core values. And I would often say to when I have a chance to speak to loud groups of people, that's no matter who you love, no matter how you pray, the language you speak, the color of your skin, the political party you support, no matter any of those things, there is a place for you in Nova Scotia. And that the PC party is a government that will respect you, will listen to you, and will do their very best to support you. So the member talked about the kind of party that we are. And he talks about his own values and how others are different, but I don't, like, I can only go by what I see and what I read. And what I see gives me a certain understanding of what values he may hold. What I read in things like the Auditor General's report and how there was a major effort to conceal a misappropriation of funds until after an election, that shines a little light on values too. And if it means that a member on my side has different values than the member, I'm glad for it. Very glad for it. So responsibility, accountability, entrepreneurship, patriotism, respect. Those are the core values that we look for in others, and that we want to associate ourselves with people like that. So in the process of assuming a new government, and organizing the structure of that government and how best to service Nova Scotians. We talked about some of the specific FTEs in the Premier's budget. That may have been the only question, Mr. Chair, about the Premier's budget in the budget estimates, but I'm happy to share my views on things. That seems to be what the members are looking for. I'm happy to do it at length. But in the process of organizing the structure of government so that we can best serve the needs of Nova Scotians, we looked at our crowns. And we specifically, we wanted to stand up a new organization that would be in the best interest of Nova Scotians. And that was through Build Nova Scotia. That's one our Invest Nova Scotia. And there were some other changes as well. But as we were standing up those new entities, there were some decisions that had to be made. I think the member was referring to a tender that had happened before but was canceled in the process of standing that up as we reassessed as a province what is the best use of taxpayer assets across the board. So through that process, that tender was canceled. And it happens, and we move forward as we move forward. So, I think what I just want to say is those are the types of decisions that happen all the time in government. Like I don't know. I love data. I love data, and so we really focus on managing with data. Making data-driven decisions, that's a big focus of ours. And when we came into government, there wasn't a lot of data, particularly around healthcare. I was actually quite surprised that in the healthcare system, in the bed utilization and the management of beds inside our healthcare facilities, there was actually, if you were going to admit somebody, you literally had to phone the second floor. Do you have a bed? No. Third floor, no. You have a bed? No, no. Fourth floor? No. Like a telephone phone call tree, and then get to the end and no bed. Start again. Like no real management, and that of course would have been under the health minister's purview and former health minister's time there. We're focused on data. That's why we put the command. We put the command center in, where we brought everyone together, put them in the same room. They're actually looking, it's a wonderful, if you haven't been there, Mr. Chair, I invite all members to go to the command center and see the good work that's happening there. Another technological advancement in bringing innovation to the forefront. But they're actually sitting in the room and they're saying, okay, well, there's a bed, or here's all the people in the emergency department that are waiting to be admitted. So we know we have 4 here. Where do we get these beds? So it's all data. So we're very focused on data to make data-driven decisions. I don't know. This is my point is I don't know how many decisions are made in the run of a day in government. Maybe it's something I should try to get the data on. Should I get that data, Deputy? But it would be an extensive list of decisions that are made every single day on different policy initiatives, on different situations. There would be so many decisions every day. And I wish that I could say, you know what? I got my finger on every single one of them. I actually would probably feel more comfortable if I could say, I know every single one of them because I'm a micromanager and I'm trying to be better at micromanaging. I don't know how good I'm doing at that, but we have incredible people in the province, and they make decisions every single day. And there was a decision made to cancel this. I trust that decision. Not exactly hers. I'm not sure who made that decision. It wasn't me, but I absolutely have faith in the people working for the province of Nova Scotia, in their values that was the right decision. So we have to have faith at our very core in this province. We have to totally believe at our very, very core that everything that is possible for this province, it's not just imagined. We can actually do it if we believe it at our core. And Mr. Chair, I don't want to leave any shadow of doubt. I believe in this province at my very, very core. And I have dedicated this portion of my life to public service. because I believe in this province at my very core. And when you believe at your very core, it means that you believe in the people who are delivering services to Nova Scotians. They are incredibly talented, dedicated people that share that blue noser core value. They really do. That's the reason that they're working for the public service, because they want to provide public service. And sometimes there's a disconnect between the core values of Nova Scotians and the political theater. I don't know if that's parliamentary or not, but it's certainly what we experience when we come to this chamber, political theater. And it's a shame when political theater really, really puts a lid on potential. And that's what happens. So I know that when I was leader of the opposition, I spent a lot of time trying to encourage people to engage in the political process, trying to recruit candidates. And some of you in this room, it actually worked on, thank goodness. But it's very difficult to entice people to come into the political arena to do public service. And the number one thing people say about that is because of social media and this and that, and the impact on their family and on their kids and the broad circle, right? And so we sign up for public service. We accept that, and we accept it. I talk to my kids all the time about what people might be saying about their father, what my core values are and what theirs are, and we try to keep that open connection because they're people. And we're actually people too. So, Carol and I, we talk about this all the time. But through that all, we made a family decision to enter politics and try to do public good. And everyone else in this chamber also made that same decision, with our eyes wide open to what people may say or do or treat us or act towards us. But Nova Scotians who are just trying to do the best they can, who get a call from the province that says, hey, can you help with this? It's time for you to step up. They're not expecting, and they're not signing up for that level of, I'm going to try to find a word that's parliamentary appropriate, but they're not expecting that they're going into this political arena where they can be an actor in somebody else's political theater. And it is awful. It is absolutely awful. When I think about calling people to help to stand up on a board or to stand up or to help with an issue, it's with some reluctance because they say, well, I've seen what they say. What are they going to say, right? And maybe I can't help you on this one, or maybe, but what a waste of talent when people get vilified. So what I would say to the member on the question of the tender is I'm not familiar with the details of that tender, but I have absolute faith in those who would be familiar with the details of that tender, and I have absolute confidence that they would have made the right decision. And I also believe that, like myself, they would also stand up and have the courage to say when they made a mistake, because that happens too. Not just me that make them. Sometimes people who work in the public service make a mistake, and they say, I made a mistake on that one, And that could be a simple thing like an email went to the wrong person or whatever. I don't know, right? But I don't mind people making mistakes because it means they did something. I think that the more dangerous situation is when people don't do anything. They don't do anything. That's a far more dangerous situation. And members who have been around this chamber for a while would be familiar with people not doing anything because they would have watched the government for a number of years that didn't do anything. You know, I don't know what the legacy of that government is, but I know what ours will be. Ours will be a commitment to doing things, and we're moving the needle on a number of things in healthcare, in housing for sure too. There's work to be done. There's no question, but I'm happy to talk about some of that work that's being done. But I just want to leave the member with an opportunity, I guess, to maybe raise some of his concerns about another Nova Scotian, which might probably be no doubt the next thing on his agenda is maybe pick somebody else off. I'm hopeful that he can find something in the budget to talk about, because I'm happy to talk about the budget, but I'll just leave this portion of the discussion for now, Mr. Chair, with a reiteration of something that I think is very important, and that's operating from a place of integrity. I hold myself to that level. I hold my team to that level, and being driven by true core values, and not losing sight of your values just because you want to try to make some political gain. That's something I have to look in the mirror every single morning. But in addition to that, I have to look my wife in the eyes and look my children in the eyes and know that, well, I have the honor and privilege to be Premier, that I did the very best that I could with the situations that are in front of me. And they're not always pleasant situations. I heard a very famous political figure at one time talk about the challenges of leadership, and use the expression that it's not always, usually when it makes it to that office, it's not always good. And they described sewage and how it doesn't flow uphill, right? It flows a certain direction, right? So if it's an easier decision, it's made somewhere else. But we sign up for these positions to make the tough decisions, and we'll continue to make those, and we will support those around us that also make tough decisions. And the member referred to the cancellation of a tender. Whoever made that decision, I'm sure that was not an easy, flippant decision. I'm sure they probably had to go through a number of discussions and analysis to reach that conclusion, and I respect that process, and I'm sympathetic to their experiences in having to reach that decision. There's always pros and cons when you make these decisions, but I respect those who make decisions. Those are the people that I respect, and I am okay if they make a mistake when their heart's in the right place, and they're doing the very best that they can. So during the time of transition for the standing up of the ABCs, there were decisions that were made, and I certainly respect those decisions. I hope that answers the member's question.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Premier has a very interesting tactic when asked questions, to misdirect and to counterattack. It'd be very clear to anybody watching this debate that our questions are actually about the Premier's behavior, not anybody else's. And the Premier can sit here and pretend that this is about regular, everyday business people and Nova Scotians, but this is actually questions about people who have fundraised for the party, that have been involved in the electoral apparatus of the Conservative Party. And there's evidence to suggest that there is potentially decisions being made to their financial advantage. These are legitimate questions to ask. In fact, the opposition wouldn't be doing too much of a job if we didn't. And the Premier talks about responsibility and accountability. He's been very selective with the AG reports that he's referenced in this House. I'll point to the one on over-budget spending, where the Auditor General has said there's no accountability by the government. Over-budget spending process is not accountable or transparent. On responsibility, capacity versus need, the fiscal capacity is there, but the need has not been demonstrated. The Auditor General has actually included for hundreds of millions of dollars that have been spent. For 100% of the transactions looked at in this report, the province spent prematurely without even establishing a need. We saw that with the purchase of Hogan Court, where we certainly acknowledge significant challenges and pressure in our healthcare system. However, addressing such challenges should not promote a culture where expediency takes place over precedent and appropriate due diligence and value for money. So the reason we ask these questions is because the Auditor General has made it very clear. The Premier doesn't operate, and his government doesn't operate on a responsible mandate of delivering value for money for the taxpayers. He has spent billions of dollars outside of his own budget on areas that the Auditor General has determined no due diligence was done for, no market assessments were done, and where there wasn't even an established need. So while I appreciate the Premier's bombast and his political theater, the evidence is piling up that, in fact, how he operates is exactly the opposite of how he says he does. Thank you.
Order. That would conclude the second round of questioning for the Liberal Party. We'll move on to the next round for our NDP colleagues. I will recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Where to begin? The Premier spent a lot of time talking about political theater. In fact, I think he spent something like 20 minutes while not answering the question he was asked, talking about political theater, which is ironic. We're asking questions, and we are getting speeches. And, you know, the Premier is in a particularly privileged position around his capacity and ability and opportunity to give speeches about how much he loves Nova Scotia. That's kind of a big part of his job. He does it all the time. In here, it would be great if he could answer questions, because I know he's not used to being in estimates, but that's where we are. We're asking questions. The Premier also mentioned something about his time as a member of the opposition and as leader of the opposition. And I want to say a few things that I remember about the Premier's time as a member of the opposition. I remember the Premier spending hours and hours attacking the Liberal government in public accounts and elsewhere, including members of their staff. I remember him suing the government of Nova Scotia, the good people that he now presides over, for not releasing a $1.5 million. $1.5 million. This is in the context of billions of dollars of spending. Contract for the Yarmouth Ferry, one that he was told was sensitive. Couldn't be released, was told by the public service that. And yet with cameras following him and his chief of staff to the courthouse, a big smile on his face, he launched a lawsuit against his own government. I remember the Premier, as leader of the opposition, railing to the media, in the gallery, to whoever would listen, against Stephen McNeil for not giving the Information and Privacy Officer order-making powers. This from a Premier who will not give the Information and Privacy Officer the budget request that she has asked for. So it's a bit rich to be lectured about political theater. The theater in this chamber ensues when we can't do our jobs. And as many members of this government seem to be challenged in acknowledging, our jobs are literally to criticize. If I could come into this chamber every day and give a speech about all of the things I love about this province, about how excited I am, and I have given those speeches. I remember my reply to former Premier Rankin's budget when he gave a $100 increase to income assistance. We celebrated that. We celebrate parts of the Premier's budget. We celebrate the permanent funding to women's centres and transition houses. This is something we've fought for a long time, and we celebrate. And if it were my job to stand up here and celebrate the government's accomplishments, I would do that, but that's not my job. My job is to come in here on behalf of Nova Scotians, on behalf of the people who elected me, and ask the government hard questions about why they made the decisions that they did. It's literally the definition of the work of the opposition, work that I might add was done superbly by the Premier when he sat on this side of the House. And so I'm not sure if that was point of order, but really, I would just appreciate the ability to ask questions. I would echo the words of my colleague. We are not calling into question the credentials or the talents or the usefulness of any of the people who have been named in this chamber. What we are asking about is the way that the Premier's office and this government figures out what they're going to do and who they're influenced by. And these are important questions for us to be answering. Another controversial decision that has been made in recent days, to say the least, was the decision not to move forward with the Coastal Protection Act. And I'm going to ask the Premier about whether he had conversations about that, but I want to start by reading a letter that I received from a Nova Scotian about this act. It was in fact a letter that I think the Premier was copied on, to the Premier and to the Minister, but I was also copied on it. And he says, for the past 20 years, and also because the Premier did raise the Coastal Protection Act, my view, so we could talk about that. For the past 20 years, I have worked as a documentary and educational media producer focused primarily on ocean-related issues. I have filmed, interviewed, worked, and lived alongside scientists, entrepreneurs, policymakers, fishers, Indigenous community members, ship captains, sailors, seafarers, engineers, dock workers, divers, teachers, and students, to name a few. My work has taken me to the coasts of Australia, Indonesia, Namibia, Egypt, Turkey, France, Italy, Greece, the UK, Costa Rica, Panama, the US, and all 3 coasts of Canada. And because my eyes are bad, I'm just going to switch to the paper version here. Please give me a moment. I have learned many things along the way, but I carry few as preciously as this. Coastal development impacts us all. We share the land and the water. It is all interconnected. Coastlines are ecologically essential for juvenile fish, shrubs and plants, birds, insects and mammals, literally millions of species. And they are all part of a natural system that reaches out far into the ocean and, yes, deep inland. This is not some high concept ideal. This is a proven fact. Development that goes unregulated can lead to habitat loss and species depletion that can have cataclysmic effects on our entire regional and, in fact, global environment. Across the world, there are countless examples of how coastal development has led to costly problems, quite literally costly in terms of lives. Or, if you so choose, costly in terms of jobs, infrastructure, billions of dollars, because this is not just environmentalism for the environment's sake. Forestry, farming, and fishing are all dependent on a healthy coastline. Young, economically important fish rely on a sanctuary of coastal waters to grow. Nurseries that can be suffocated by increased erosion. Forests and farms get nutrients from birds who eat, fish, and poop it out all over the land. And where do seabirds nest and eat? These are but a few examples. A healthy coastline is also the first defense against storms and other weather events. However you feel about climate change, surely you have seen how devastating a Category 4 hurricane can be to coastal communities, and not just for those who live near the water. You would likely know this. I am sure you and your team have spoken with scientists, engineers, fishers, farmers, and other coastal community stakeholders, or then again, perhaps not. It seems that your recent decision to shutter an act that originated with all-party support rests largely on input or lack thereof from 30,000 people who own property on Nova Scotia's shorelines, an arguably short-sighted consultation given the above. You say only approximately 1,000 responses were obtained and therefore conclude that the other 29,000 must be opposed to regulations. This is perhaps a guess. Many are likely wealthy. It costs a lot to own land on the coast and didn't want to be told they can't build a new boathouse right on the water. Of course, any new regulations would give them pause. It's a bit like many things would give us pause. Some of these 29,000 may say government can't or shouldn't restrict what they can do to their properties, but let's go ahead and dismiss that argument. We do this all the time, everywhere. Building codes, zoning, permits. There are all kinds of formal development restrictions that we have to adhere to ostensibly for the greater good. I trust you would not give in to such a selfish argument. Now, if you don't agree with the above, if you want to suggest it's not really about what I say or what you think, there's also this. Democratic process demands that you count only the ballots that are submitted. Abstentions are not counted, not in any due process of any modern organizational structure. As a government official, I suspect you know this. When you abstain, your position is simply not counted as neither for nor against the question at hand. If one feels strongly about an issue and is given a chance to express one's opinion, one must speak up. If not, one must accept the consequence of that non-participation. This is the essence of democracy. You just got 29,000 abstentions, and by your own admission, the 1,000 votes cast seem to be substantially in favor of pursuing the act. Therefore, contrary to recent statements, it seems there's overwhelming support for the act. And if that's not enough, well, please send me the survey, Mr. Premier. In fact, send it to all of us. We are all Nova Scotians with a vested interest in this province, which includes its coastlines. Coastlines that are vital to our economy, our health, our culture, and our identity. We are East Coasters. Coastlines impact us all. Thank you for your time and consideration, Scott Simpson. And I'll table that. So in light of this, this letter, which expresses hundreds of conversations I've had with folks in the last little while, I want to ask the Premier, you know, the tongue-in-cheek, silent abstention stuff, whatever, but were you lobbied? Did the people who stop you in the street, did the people you talk to all the time tell you that you should not pursue this act? Who were they, and what did they say, and why did you make that decision?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Mr. Chair, I missed excerpts of the letter. I wonder if the member can read the letter into the record again. I'm just teasing. I want to thank the member for the important question on the Coastal Protection Act. And I actually believe I know Scott Simpson. And I don't know if that kind of disqualifies his ability to give me a contrarian view or not, but I know lots of people that give me contrarian views, and some I would consider very close friends, not just friends. So I do receive information from all sides, and I imagine it wouldn't be near as entertaining and appealing and headline grabbing to take something, opinion of somebody who disagrees with the Premier, but the Premier knows, and put that out there. But I will say there's some instances of people being very public in their disagreements with me and government decisions, who are people that I know very well and socialize with, and certainly respect their opinion. So I respect the opinions of people as their opinions. No matter their political background, no matter my relationship with them. That's kind of the irony of this afternoon. I think the members up will be quite shocked to know that some of the people who have been very public in their opposition to some of the decisions are actually people that I know very well. But in terms of the members' initial, now I do want to, in response to the question, I do want to walk through elements of the question, and I think that's fair. Like the members have a big preamble with lots of things in there that in my estimation need to be addressed out of respect for them being tabled. So it'll take some time to do that as well. I think that's a fair exchange that people can make, and that's not. You know, the member would say it's my job to answer questions, and absolutely, and here I am answering questions. And when I leave here, I'll probably answer questions in the media, and I'll probably answer questions on the phone tonight, and I'll certainly answer some on the street. I pride myself as being very accessible and open, and certainly not shy about owning my words, even when I regret having said them. But so I will answer every question that's asked, and I'll do it I want to be comprehensive about how I answer them, and I hope that the member finds that fair. In terms of the member spoke about what I believe she termed as a lawsuit that we launched in opposition against the government of the day over information around the Yarmouth ferry. And that's absolutely an accurate characterization. We did take the government to court to seek information that we believed should be in the public realm. The government had advanced arguments that it should not be. We actually proceeded to court on that, and we handled that in-house with my chief of staff. Is a very intelligent person who happens to be a lawyer. She's been with me since day one as my chief of staff. I've only had one chief of staff. I know others have a number of chief of staffs that they work through, but I have great trust and faith in my chief of staff, and she took it to court against the province and a very distinguished law firm. And I remember those days in court very well, and seeing the group of lawyers on the other side, 2 benches deep sometimes, and Nicole on my side and one colleague. So yes, we did take them to court because we deemed that would be information that was in the public realm. And guess what happened in that case? The court agreed with us that it should be in the public realm. So that was a wise decision in the interest of taxpayers that I would make yet again. And there has been lots of discussion around order-making ability for the office, or the freedom of information, and it is something that I was very vocal on, that they should have order-making, and I certainly would have used that particular court case as Exhibit 1 in my estimation of why they should have been order-making abilities, because certainly, you know, that was a situation where the commissioner had ruled or presented the opinion that the information should be out, and if they would have had the ability to make that order, we wouldn't have had to go to court to get it. But we did. So that would have been kind of Exhibit A as to why I would have been in support of order-making ability. But, you know, a couple of things have changed since then in my understanding and view of things. And I'm going to preface this. I did have a wonderful meeting with the commissioner last week about some of these very issues, and it was a very insightful, enjoyable meeting. And I want to say that she's an awesome person, and she does incredible work on behalf of the province. The amount of requests that come in to the province it's a record number every year. And I think this year the minister would be able to present the numbers, but we had a discussion with the commissioner about the sheer volume of requests. And every year it's a record. And the year would end at the end of March 31st. And I think in this year, in January, we surpassed the record from last year, which was a record. It's an incredible volume of requests, generally from the media and the opposition. And many times these requests are nothing more than what could only be described as a fishing expedition. I'm talking about requests along the lines of, we want every email from the Premier's Chief of Staff between July 20th and July 29th, 2022. And that's it. Like, that's not the spirit of the Act. So the response from the government, incredible people working for the province, is really incredible. Like, I think something like 93 or 94% of all the requests that come in are responded to in the timely fashion as laid out by the Act. The volume is just unreal. But the Act is often, in my estimation, violated from the other side of people asking these broad questions. Let's just see what happens. If in the intent of the Act to make sure the government is transparent and open, and certain, if you think of situations like somebody wants to know why their neighbor had their culvert approved and they didn't, those types of things are routine. Nova Scotian gets the information, no question asked. Some of the broader ones, there's some, there's some good reason to debate that. But when I first came to office, there was a couple of very clear situations which gave me pause for thought. And one was a media outlets had requested the security details and schematics for a youth detention center. They wanted information on the security of the youth detention center. Correctional officer schedules, schematics. Like, I honestly can't think for 1 second, and I've tried to understand. I can't for 1 second think what public good could be served by releasing that information. So when I see that, like, in order to release that, a little bit of pause for thought, and I think of those, people who would be resident in that youth facility, those that would be working there, their families. I don't see what the public good can be, and I raise that as one example. So there have been others. So I would say to the member, yes, I pledged. I think it was in the platform. I can't remember exactly, but I certainly pledged, whether it was written down or verbal or whatever. There was no question that I made a pledge that, as Premier, we would grant order-making ability. And we have not done that yet. The discussions will go on, but those types of things, and there's 3 or 4, but I just put it out there as one, which most Nova Scotians, when I mention that too, they ask, "What? Are you serious?" It kind of shows the concern that I think as a people, as a province, we should have some concern. But we will work through that. As I say, we've had a meeting, and I think my team is now at a couple meetings, and there's another one scheduled, I think. So we'll work through that and get to a place that I think would make sense. We're not there today, but the member, I do want to speak to the members' commentary around the general theme that when they raise the names of just Nova Scotians on this chamber, they're not actually intending to do any harm, or it's not really about that Nova Scotian. It's only about the Premier, you can't separate those things. And I don't mind answering questions. I'll do that all day, but you got to come with the facts. And so now we've talked about the CEO of a company, a public company, who's done some work for the province of Nova Scotia and other reputable jurisdictions, and had his name raised in this committee in the context of the only possible reason that they would have secured that work is because he was a conservative chief of staff, I think. And then, a simple Google search, right? A simple Google search showed that wasn't actually true. He was a chief of staff, but it was for a Liberal, right? And in my mind, that makes no distinction. But in the member opposite mind, where they think that everything is fixated on political ties and stuff, it does make a distinction. And I have to question how the thought process of somebody that says, boy, this is a good one. Oh, I'm going to jam this Premier up right now. I'm going to get there, and I'm really going to go after that Premier. But in the meantime, the collateral damage on somebody who now we're talking about, and it's based on a complete untruth. And we saw that even on the floor of this chamber yesterday, when one of the members' colleagues stood up and said, the Premier said whiny and hateful and said all these things, and none of them were true. I never said those things. So I just asked, I focus on the credentials of people. I focus on the job at hand and the credentials. Who is capable and qualified? And I would urge a little smidgen of caution in the zest and the desire to bring the Premier down or something like that. Just a little bit of caution as the people you drag into that political theater. That is political theater. And I will own my words every day of the week, as I said, and lots of times somebody puts my words back in front of me, and I say, oh, yeah, I guess I did say that, but I shouldn't have, right? I'll own my words every day of the week. But what I won't own is somebody making things up. We can't govern from a position of make things up. And it's unfortunate when you see made-up things draw Nova Scotians into that web of political theater. And I would hope that a little bit more research might be done on those types of things. But the question, I believe, at the core of this was who influences the Premier? Who influences the Premier? I don't remember the exact word, but I believe that's kind of the spirit where we eventually got to after the members' opening statements on it. And the answer is all Nova Scotians. Like, it literally is. I listen to all Nova Scotians. And I do believe, I don't disagree I disagree with some parts of the letter that's been tabled, but I don't disagree with the general theme of the importance of our coastline. And I don't know about other jurisdictions, there's a bunch of countries listed and stuff like that, but I don't disagree with the importance of our coastline. I appreciate the efforts to create a narrative that somehow we don't care about the coast. Like, I understand that that's a nice headline to put, but it's just not true. So again, if we can reel in the make-believe stuff and stick to the facts are we care deeply about our coast. We are a coastal province. We're pretty close to an island when it's all said and done. We care about our coastline, and I value deeply the ability to get in the car and drive in a short distance to a beach, to a cliff, to do some hiking, to do some sightseeing. I value that tremendously, and would never take an action as a government to jeopardize that. And I don't care who asked me. Like, I wouldn't care who asked me, who came down and stood in front of me and said, "Thou shalt ignore your coastline." It's not happening because we care about the coastline. But what we understand also is that there are always alternative ways to approach something. And the government of the day, and supported by members, and with the information we had, yeah, we supported that. They decided that legislation was the way to do this. Legislation. Got to legislate what people can do. There are alternative ways to get there as well, and there are a number of them. We decided, having formed government and spoke to Nova Scotians and spoke to department staff and experts and all the people that types of people and backgrounds that Mr. Simpson reeled off there, that there is a different way, and we believe we found a more appropriate way. And that is that we work with Nova Scotians, we work with municipalities. I believe the minister met with municipal leaders this week, and we'll continue to have those discussions. We all value our coastline. We all know that our climate is changing. It is changing. That is obvious. The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and EMO, when we designed the cabinet positions, honestly, we looked at the Minister of EMO, and we didn't really understand the workload that would be entailed there. I believe in the certainly, maybe deputy, but certainly in the 8 or 10 years before we formed government, the Provincial Coordination Centre was only stood up once or twice. Not very often in all that time. So it was certainly not our expectation that we would be stricken by so many terrible events that it would be stood up. I think it's 6 or 7 times in the last 2 years. Like, this has been a very, very intense portfolio. So yes, our climate is changing. Yes, we have to take steps to protect our coastline, and we believe that we can work with Nova Scotians and work with municipalities and work with interested people to make sure that all the information is there to make good decisions to protect the coastline. And I am probably driven by my core values. We spoke about core values a little earlier today, but it is amongst my core values that I believe in personal responsibility, and I believe in people making decisions that they then own and are responsible for. And I believe that is relevant here in this context because when we provide the maps and the information to people, if somebody were to build in an inappropriate area, I believe that is a personal choice. I do not believe they should then, if something happens, turn around and come to the government and say, well, you got to buy my house now. So I believe in personal responsibility. I believe in accountability and people being made to be held accountable for their own decisions. And I think with the Coastal Protection Act, that we have found a policy balance that is good for our province. We'll continue to assess. If we need to take a different route later on, we'll take a different route later on. But for today, I believe in Nova Scotians. I believe that with the appropriate information, they will make good decisions. And I'm willing to support them and have faith in them as we move forward. So, in terms of the specific question about the Coastal Protection Act and who I heard from on that, I heard from many Nova Scotians from many areas of the province, and most of them did not live on the coast, if that answers the member's question. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Okay, thank you. I think we're having like 3 different conversations, so I'll try to pick up on all of that. That wasn't my question, but I'll come back to it. So on the Information and Privacy Office, I think there are a number of requests because I would suggest that we have a record amount of information being withheld. So we don't have the Premier's calendar. We have more alternative procurements than we've had in the past. We don't have that information about how procurements go out to tender. We don't know how decisions are being made. And so the Premier may call it fishing expeditions. I myself don't put through those FOIs, but I would say that freedom of information is sort of a tenet of the democratic work that we do, and one the Premier fought very strenuously for. In the spirit of owning our words, which the Premier proudly said, I also will say that I misspoke. When I was asking about the lobbying by Think Research, what I was primarily asking about was the fact that the Premier met with them twice, that Jenny Byrne is registered publicly as a lobbyist, so I'm not dragging anyone's name through the mud or casting aspersions. I'm just saying that Jenny Byrne, who is one of Pierre Poilievre's chief advisors, is registered as the lobbyist for the company that the Premier met with, who then got the $50 million untendered contract. Like, that's the story there. When I mentioned that someone had been a Tory chief of staff, I misspoke. In fact, they were a Tory donor. So I'll table that. And so I apologize. He wasn't a Tory staffer, and I made a mistake. And I think that's fine. But moving on, I guess I want to get back to the Coastal Protection Act, and you know, I'm glad that we can sort of have this conversation about our difference of views on this issue of coastal protection and what we think people can and can't do. And the Premier said a lot about his core values. I actually stood in the chamber with this Premier when he voted for this legislation, along with every other member of this legislature. And so my question is, when the Premier voted for the Coastal Protection Act, was he voting against his core values? Or has someone caused him to reconsider, or does he have a new set of core values? What was it that influenced him? I'm not asking if he talked to people who didn't live along the coast. The people that I've talked to along the coast, tons of coastal municipalities, I've tabled all that information, want this act. So were the Premier's core values core when he voted for the legislation, or are they a different set of core values now that he doesn't believe in this legislation and they go against his core values? I'm not clear on that.
Recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in the just to circle back, I guess, since the member has essentially requested that I circle back with the preamble to the FOIPOP. The reality is that 93, or I'm looking to see if the minister's 93 or 94% of FOIPOP requests are responded to in a timely fashion. That's the reality. Some of them are extremely broad, and some of them that would be in the not in that 93, 94% would be ones that there's an issue with. So the the member mentioned my calendar, and I'm not too sure of the details of the calendar, but when the public facing part of it. But obviously, member was able to get my calendar. She tabled it here today and showed me a page from it. So I don't think there's an issue there with it being was available under the FOIPOP. It sounds like it worked just fine under the FOIPOP system, as it does 93, 94% of the time. And in those other periods of time, members may be interested to know, and maybe this would shed a little light on how we view these types of things. That can you believe that there was a FOIPOP request that came through that somebody wanted to know the details of the securities of the Premier's security detail. Somebody sent a FOIPOP in. They wanted to know the details surrounding the Premier's security detail. Now, we spoke earlier about, it's a sad reality of the world, and it's rare, but the Premier does have a security detail. Oftentimes, when I'm out and around, the RCMP will make an assessment of where there may be an elevated risk or not, and they will staff accordingly. And sometimes I don't even know they're there, to be honest. I was at a public town hall recently, and then in the weeks after, I was at an event where a number of law enforcement officers were being honored, and I had a little chat with one of them, and one of them said, "I was at that last event you were at." I said, "I didn't see you." He said, "No, I was plain clothes hidden in the crowd." That says a lot. It said a lot to me. It actually gave me a great source of comfort, actually. But imagine sending a FOIPOP request and saying we want the details of the Premier's security detail. That's just the reality of life. So a request like that would be in that other, 7%, 6 or 7% that is held up for whatever reason. So discussions will be ongoing, but I absolutely, the volume of the requests is absolutely through the roof. I respect people's ability to make those requests, but we also need to be honest that many of them are. I would say straying away from the intentions of the acts. And government needs to have the ability to deliberate and make decisions on policy. There are certain things that government just needs to have the ability to talk about before people can get out in front of it through the media or whatever. And this was a really interesting Supreme Court of Canada case where the Supreme Court weighed in very heavily in recognizing the need for government to be able to govern. Imagine if, while you're just trying to assess information and get objective views on things, somebody puts it out in the media or on social media and gathers up, well, then you can't have, an objective discussion about it anymore. So government has to have the ability to govern. There are certain things that, just should not be in the public realm. And there'll always be people trying to get it, putting in requests and trying to see if they can get it in the public realm. And they'll have their own reasons for wanting to do that, but it's just not always appropriate. And there are times when government has to hold the line and say, no, it's not appropriate for that to be in the public realm. And we will continue to do that as necessary in the deliberations around policy. I appreciate the member's apology on her mischaracterization of the role of an individual, just an individual. The apology was lessened by the but, I'm sorry, but person wasn't actually chief of staff, was a donor. And again, just the mere statement of saying this person is a conservative donor is made to elicit an emotional response. Like, well, that's a Conservative Party donor, so therefore, there must be some reason. Like, it's the statement is coming from there's a motivation for the statement that's gone well beyond credentials and ability and all that. And interestingly enough, I took a quick look at what was tabled there. I'm not familiar with the person's political background, but not only were they not a chief of staff for a conservative, they were chief of staff for a liberal. Now we have something tabled that says they're a conservative donor. Now, what would a Nova Scotian think when they hear that? If somebody's trying to paint a picture of a relationship with a premier and somebody says, well, that's a conservative donor, they'd probably assume that it's a donor of mine or there's some. Well, in actual fact, the tabled document says that the person donated in Toronto to the Conservative Party of Canada. Now, I am not a member of the Conservative Party of Canada. I've been very public and honest about that through a number of election campaign debates. I'm not a member of that party. So they might as well have said, this person is a donor of the United Way in BC. Like, it has nothing to do with me. But yet, the theme, the constant desire is to paint a picture, even in the face of evidence that that picture does not exist. And that's not right, Mr. Chair. That is not right. The person does good work. It's a public company. They've done it before. They understand the clinical pathways. They understand, they brought to the table something that could speed up our delivery of the app, and we respect that, and we entered into a transaction. Not me, the province of Nova Scotia. So I just want to be clear on that, and the member, again, in the same light, mentioned Jenny Byrne, who I'm familiar with the name. I have met her. I think I met her 9 years ago in passing somewhere, but the conversation wouldn't have extended past 2 minutes. Probably, how do you like Halifax? Enjoy Halifax. Don't know her, not familiar, but the mentioning of her name, I believe, was meant to elicit a response. Is that called dog whistle politics, Mr. Chair? I think there's a phrase, turn of phrase that refers to people who do those types of things, right? Let's say this and try to elicit some response. So I don't know the person. I believe she's probably a wonderful person. I don't have the information to make that. And
I recognize the honourable leader for the New Democratic Party.
I believe the chair instructed us to avoid casting the integrity of other members into question. And when the premier says says she's the type of person who uses dog whistle politics, I'm paraphrasing. It certainly sounds like my integrity is being called into question.
I recognize the honourable premier.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not say that the member is using dog whistle. I was talking in the general terms. That is what is referred to. You can check the Hansard, but this is we're very familiar with the situation where paraphrasing something in saying something that's just simply not true. I didn't say that. Well, we experienced that yesterday. One of the members of the NDP had to apologize for misrepresenting. So that member kind of apologized at the time. I'll leave that to the Speaker of the House. But
order, just for a second. I didn't catch the whole exchange there, so I'll just ask all members. We got 14 minutes and 27 seconds left of the day. If we could just get back on track here and move on. I recognize the honourable premier.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On your point of order, I'll have to take it under advisement. I never caught the entire exchange. I'll take ownership of that. I recognize the honourable premier.
Just before the chair takes it under advisement, I just want to be clear. The member raised on a point of order and said that I said that she specifically engaged in dog whistle politics. I didn't say that. So when the chair looks at the transcript, hopefully you'll see that it's not something that I said, and we can stop this pattern of misrepresenting things that I've said. That would be a good thing. But
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North on a point of order.
Mr. Chair, when the Premier says that there's a pattern of misrepresentation, that suggests that people in the House who are participating in the pattern of misrepresentation are deliberately misleading the House. And so that is also unparliamentary, and I ask you to rule on that.
Just back to the honourable member Dartmouth North. Could you restate that again, please?
Now, I might forget exactly what was said, which is a human issue. We don't always remember. We don't have photographic memories, but I believe the Premier just said that there was a pattern of misrepresentation in the House. And when he says that, that to me suggests that the people participating in the pattern of misrepresentation are misrepresenting, misleading people, and to suggest such a thing is unparliamentary, and I ask you to rule his comment out of order.
Okay, order. This entire exchange back and forth has been kind of convoluted here. I'll take everything from the exchange under advisement. Okay. With 10 long minutes left, I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Trust me, it's going to fly by. It's going to fly by because I do want to talk about something that is important. I'll just circle back. If it will help the chair, I would restate the use of the word misrepresentation. If that will help the chair, I'll withdraw that statement on misrepresentation.
Okay, withdraw.
Okay, thank you. So we're good to move. We're good to move on. But so I just want to make sure we all kind of understand where we were. So the donor, the Conservative donor, not a Nova Scotia donor, not a PC Nova Scotia donor, not a Tim Houston donor, and Jenny Byrne, I'm sure is an upstanding person, but
order. We can't refer to names in the chamber. Okay, so retract. Yeah, well, I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Okay, so but the member asked about the Coastal Protection Act and that had previously been before the House and has now, government has taken a different path. And what I would say to the member asked specifically about if my core values had changed and did that lead to something. And I want to be very clear with the member that no, my core values didn't change. They were instilled in me at a very young age, and they remain firmly intact. will remain firmly intact because of the influence that my family had on me. And many of those core values that I have would have come from my parents and certainly my father with his military. He was definitely a man of honor, and I miss him tremendously. But I'm grateful for the values that he did instill in me. So from the opposition benches, at that time, we certainly understood the value of the coastline, and what the government had put forward seemed like a good way to get there, a good idea. So we supported it at the time. But when you have more information, what's the expression, Mr. Chair? When you know better, you do better. So more information, more focus on the act itself through the consultations and engagement process. More information again, and through all of that process, we reached the conclusion as a government that there's another way to do this. Legislation is one way, but there's other ways, and one other way was through the plan that the minister has put forward, and it's a good plan. We'll work with Nova Scotians on that plan. The minister has been meeting with municipal. I'm not sure if you want me to cede some time back to you. Are good? Okay, so we have a good coastal protection plan, and Nova Scotians will work with us on that. We'll work with them on that, and we'll work towards our collective goal of preserving our coastline for future generations. We all have that responsibility. So I think it's really important that we recognize. Don't let the narrative stand that somehow the government's given up on protecting the coast, or they scrapped some effort to protect the coast. That's absolutely not the case. We have a new approach, that's for sure, to protecting the coast, and we'll work with Nova Scotians on that. And I think that's a good thing. I think we've reached a good place for today, for the information that we have today. It is consistent with my core values, and with the core values of what I believe are of Nova Scotians. So I want to just reiterate for the member who was curious if my core values have changed. They have not changed, and they remain to be responsible for my actions, and to hold others responsible for their own actions as well. That's a core value of mine. Be accountable for my actions, and also hold others accountable for their actions. That's a core value. And in this case here, I think it would be very clear that where we have landed as a government in terms of government policy is consistent with those core values. It is the act at the time. We had a certain amount of information, and I know the opposition will probably be somewhat sympathetic to when legislation comes through, and you try to do the best you can based on the information, but the opposition parties don't have access to the resources that the government does for research. We've seen some pretty dramatic research failures just even today. But I'm sympathetic to those, because it's hard when you're in opposition to have the resources to do the research that's thorough and accurate and fact-based. We've seen that today, that what happens when it doesn't. But in this case, from at that time, we were in opposition. We agreed with the sentiment of protecting the coastlines. It's incredibly important to coast. We agreed with that. We were all on the same page with that. But when we got into the details of the how, and even by the former environment minister's admission, and former premier his admission, is because the question was asked today to the former premier is very forceful, I guess, on the Coastal Protection Act, and he was asked today, well, when you were premier, why didn't you proclaim it? And I believe his answer was, we were doing consultations and we were seeking more information, which we carried on with. We carried on with that process of consultations and finding more information. And when we had more information, we made a different, we would argue, better decision. And not everyone will agree with that. There'll be extremes on it would be people on each end of the spectrum. We heard a letter there today as well from somebody who has very strong opinions on that. But we're just working with the information we have. We're working with Nova Scotians, trying to make the best decision at that certain point in time, and that's today. So, and the former premier, former environment minister was in the same place. He also voted for the legislation, as did his party. But when he was sitting in the chair with the pen to proclaim it, said we need more information, and we're no different. So we went to get the information, and when we have it, we are where we are. So I just want to conclude by saying on this issue to all Nova Scotians that we have great respect for our coastlines. We value our coastlines tremendously, and as a government, we will do what we can to preserve them. So I'm happy to continue discussing the coastline. I do have some resolutions here if the members want me to read the resolutions. Okay. So what?
I recognize the honourable leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you. I realize while the Premier has let it be known that he won't be presiding over the rest of the debate of his budget, we will still be asking questions of the Premier's office. If he chooses to be here to answer them, that's great. If he doesn't, well, then we'll understand that he doesn't want to answer them. I appreciate the comments that the Premier gave. I appreciate the ruling that governments need to govern, but they govern on behalf of people, and they need to be accountable to those people. And it's that accountability that we're asking about. Information and privacy commissioners all over in Westminster democracies have powers, in some cases, that can be overridden by cabinet, but they are allowed to exercise their authority to determine with their expertise what's in the public interest. Parliaments all over the world have to be accountable on the floor of legislatures about the spending decisions they make that are unallocated in their budget. In the case of majority governments, those spending decisions aren't up for debate. It's about accountability, making them accountable. This government refused the recommendation of the Auditor General in a precedent-setting event to not make those spending decisions accountable or public at all. And so, you know, I think I'll just close by saying that the Premier mentioned the limitations of opposition. And really, we're here because of the limitations of opposition. I talked to a former Tory cabinet minister a few weeks ago who said, you know, when I was in government, we would go on ministerial trips, fact-finding trips. We would get briefed in detail on bills. We would understand the process of making the bills. We would have time to read the legislation, to understand it and research it, so that we would know when we were voting what we were voting on. It's really too bad that that doesn't exist at all anymore. I have introduced legislation after legislation for years to try to return this place into a place where we can make good legislation, where the opposition is not limited but is able to do their job. And I certainly hope that next day, whether it's the Premier or the Premier's designate, if he's busy elsewhere, can answer some questions about why the Premier feels that in order to govern, he needs...
The time allotted for consideration of supply today has elapsed. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Chair, I move that the committee do now rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again on a future day.
The motion carries. The committee will now rise and report business to the House. We'll take a brief recess. Order, order. The House will come to order. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports. I recognize the Clerk.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Supply has met and made some progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
That concludes government business for today. I move the House to now rise to meet again on Monday, March 18th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Business will include Committee of the Whole House on Supply and Committee of the Whole House on Bills and second reading of Bill 419.
The motion is that we do now rise to meet again on March 18th between the hours of 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. All those in favour of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. That motion carries. We stand adjourned.